Welcome back to Legalese 123, where we are covering cases across America. Good morning, and hello, and welcome to Legalese. My name is Missy K. It is the 13th of August. We're live on the tubes of the U. Now we're going to go live in the other space. I started a little early today because thought I might see if anybody needed to chat about anything. So let me go live on the other space, and then we'll have chatty chats. I'm still trying to figure things out. So welcome. You're all coming in. Hello, everybody. Hello. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. We are in the thick of day 13 of the Lindsay Clancy case. I got a new intro, so hopefully everybody likes it. Hello, everybody. Welcome in. Welcome. We're in day 13 of the Lindsay Clancy case. Thought I'd come in here and, oh no, my 19-year-old just dumped half of my coffee on the kitchen floor. Well, guess what? You have time to make some more. Court hasn't started yet. Hi, everybody. Welcome in. Welcome. My name is Missy K. This is my cute little intro. Hope you like it. Some people know who I am. I'll remove it. Just trying out some new things. Hello, here I am. Welcome. My name is Missy K. I bring you law cases. Some you know about, some you don't. We are in the thick of the Lindsay Clancy trial. Lindsay Clancy is accused of unaliving her 3 children. Is it from postpartum depression, over medication, overtired? Is she going to be found insane and go to a mental hospital, or is she going to go to prison? That is what's at stake here. And what we do here on Tickety Talk is we listen to it. Some people watch it live with me on another place where it has the play button. Wink, wink, wink. If you don't know, you can go to my link in bio if you wish to watch it with me over here. Hello. Otherwise, we listen and we don't judge. We listen and we chat and talk about it and what have you. So those of us who are joining on the Tickety Talk, if we can go ahead and do our tappity tap, tap, tap. Hello, Just Nana. How are you? Just Nana's already hitting me up with a gift. Thank you so much this morning. Appreciate everybody. When we go and we tap, 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 it brings it out to the algorithm that says, hey, I exist. So I don't just cover cases for Lindsay Clancy. I cover a variety of things, anything, everything. Karen Reed, if you're into that. A lot of things are happening in Massachusetts. Hi, Mary. Good morning. If she goes to prison, does she go to the medical floor, or how does that work? Okay, the court is coming in. I hear them, but we're going to pause for just a second. See, I started a little early today. Normally I start at 8:30. Don't worry, law lovies. We always catch up. We always catch up. I just thought we would come on here and see if anybody has any quick questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, ideas before we begin. Also wanted to introduce myself. I cover a whole bunch of variety of cases. I've been doing this for almost a year. TikTok I just found a new home here. I'm also on other spaces. I'm over on YT, wink, wink. You can go over there and see me live over there if you want to join and watch. Yeah, I'm having a great morning. Oh, well, Mary says, Liz, I hope you're having a great morning. What's on the schedule today? I don't know. Unfortunately, we don't get it. We don't get a list. We don't get a list of who's going to testify. I was going to see if they tell us. Hang on. Let's just see. I don't know. So the AI overview says on the 13th day of Lindsay Clancy's trial, several police officers are expected to testify in continuing the prosecution shift back into the investigation. Medical examiner Kimberly Springer, that was yesterday. So I don't know. I don't know who's coming to testify. So I don't know. So I'm all in blue today. I did blue makeup this morning. I think it's a little excessive, but you're not standing in front of me, so it's all okay. Hello, Melissa over here on this. Hi, everybody over here on the YT. All right, everybody. I need to know. We're gonna get started. I know it started already. It's okay. Oh, they're in sidebar already. No spoilers yet. You heard Patrick's coming back today? That would be interesting if he does, because it's still the prosecution's case in chief, unless, it isn't. So, all right. We're just waiting for everybody to come on in. So welcome. Those of us who are on the Tickety Talk, if you hit, or if you send out some lovely gifts, Mary, thank you, Nana, thank you. It lets people know that I exist. My name is Missy K. I bring you law cases. I'm not just doing Lindsay Clancy. We're doing what's called gavel to gavel coverage. That means we watch the trial together. We sit and chat about it. TikTok won't allow me to show you it. So if you want to watch it with me, wink, wink, wink. I'm over on another app with the play button. If you know, go look at my link in bio if you need further instructions. And there is a chat over there as well. That one's a little bit quieter. I cover a variety of cases. I'm doing Karen Reed, all of her civil suits. I'm doing David. I'm doing Alec Murdaugh. I'm doing Sarah Grace Patrick. We talked about Courtney Clenny. She went ahead and did her plea deal. There's a variety of other cases that I do. I'm also on the book of the so if you go over there, you can go check out my page. Make sure to like and follow. Also, turn on your notifications because you never know when I'm going to come live. So I post a lot of stuff over there on the book of the And by the way, everybody, I found the stipulation. Hello, Miss Rivera. Hello. Good morning, everybody. I found the stipulation and I posted it to my page. Now, in the stipulation, it doesn't come out and clear as day and she says that she did it. She says she stipulates to the facts of the case and that Reddington only wants to focus on the health part of it. I'll read it to us later when we give a break. And that, oh, thank you, Mary. And that, okay, so when I talk about legalese means it's a whole bunch of legal jargon in there and you have to dissect it. So we're going to read it. We're going to have to dissect it. And I understand everybody's got a different interpretation of what it is. But I'm not wrong in my assessment. She is claiming to the facts that she knows that she harmed her children. That's not what's at stake. What's at stake is what's going to happen to her. Where is she going to go? So you did read it last night. Thank you for reading it. So am I right? Am I right? Listen, I know that I'm right. I watch other lawyer shows, just FYI, and a couple of oh, Mary, thank you so much. Ooh, I appreciate that. Thank you, Mary. I watch a couple of other lawyer shows, and the lawyers said the same thing. And I'm talking about some very, very high profile attorneys who go on, X and say things. And, that's what that is. All right, let's go look and see. Oh, Indica's still in bed. You want to hear that McLean's former employee? Oh, you want the TikTok lawyer? So Electrodyte, yeah, she's stipulating to the facts of the case that she did it. So, yes, so I wanted to tell you guys, remember yesterday when Trooper Lawler was on the stand and they did a voir dire of him? That's what they might do with the TikTok nurse. Okay, so just FYI, TikTok is saying that my mic volume is low. Is it too low for you guys? Or can you guys hear me? I just want to make sure that it's okay. I don't know why didn't change anything. No, it's fine. No, you can hear. It's fine. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. Because sometimes I can talk a little bit too loud. So if I'm too loud, please let me know. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Liz. So yesterday when the jury was out and Trooper Lawler was on the stand and they could ask him anything. And so it is, what does this witness know? What do they know? What they don't know? They're going to do the same thing with her and find out what her testimony is and whether it's relevant to the case and whether or not the judge is going to let it in. Will that happen? We don't know just yet. Remember, the judge said he wanted perhaps to find somebody who was better suited to get that information in than somebody who was not there at the time when Lindsay was there. So you kind of see what the difference is. Yeah, everybody on the internet really wants her to come in because it's sort of like, wow, if you wish it to come true, it will. And everybody, who's on TikTok or whatever wants to, be happy. Melissa, you can have your opinion. And who knows? Who knows? Maybe one day, for those of you who are Patrick believers, who knows? Maybe something might come out that might bring you back, and then you can go back and tell everybody I told you so. And everybody's entitled to their opinion. Uh-oh. Check Court TV. Oh, is everybody asking? Why aren't they live today? They're live today. We're live. All right, everybody, we're going to go ahead and begin. If you don't know sort of my format, just FYI, on TikTok, we listen to it. If you want to join me live, I'm also over on YT, wink, 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 link in my bio on TikTok. If you know, you know. We have a couple of people over there right now. We have 13 of you. Hello. Hello, hello. Oh, you're still on the fence. Great. Be on the fence with me. I'm still on the fence. All right, so we have 13 people over there if you want to join me. If you need to get further clarification of where I am and what spaces, so I'm live right now on 2 spaces. I know I'm just talking. If you want to watch it on YT with me, I am live over there. We can watch the trial together. Otherwise, we listen to it on TikTok. All right. All right, everybody. Thank you so much. I do have some mods here in my chat who are taking lovely care of me. Oh, I just want to say something to my mods. First of all, thank you so much. Yesterday, there was somebody on here who put a GoFundMe for, I think it was Patrick or somebody. Please, if you see that, let's take that off. I don't really want other people to promote other things. So I thought about it and then I wasn't sure and I thought about it. So we can take that off. And if you think I'm wrong, you can send me a message. Otherwise, that's kind of where I think things should go. All right. Thank you, Nana. All right, everybody, we're going to begin. I know they might have already been at sidebar, but we're just going to roll with it. We're going to start now. Thank you, everybody. Let me know where you're coming in from and what you're drinking this morning.
Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, good morning, everyone. Good morning, Council. Good morning, Ms. Clancy. All right. Before we bring the jury in, could I talk to Council over here just for a few minutes?
All right, they're at sidebar already, which we already knew because somebody told me, which is okay. Welcome, 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 everybody. Hello, hello, hello. We have a little Zoom room, so we're just going to Zoom and see. We always catch up. We always catch up. And we might not. They might just be at sidebar forever. We're not there yet. Almost. Almost. And there we are. All right. Oh, look. Oh, we're getting back. Look at that. And we are live right now. We are right on. Yep, everybody, tap, tap, tappity, tap. Let's get some more people going. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome in. My name is Missy K. I bring you law cases. We're right in the middle of day 13 of the 13th of August Lindsay Clancy trial. Yesterday, we had some bombshells come out. We had whether or not who heard it from a friend, who heard it from a friend, that the psychiatrist, Dr. Zeisel, who, by the way, is in the courtroom. Dr. Zeisel is in the courtroom. Where is he? He's probably behind her. If we get a chance to look at that, we'll let you know. Supposedly, he gave his phone to her to tell Patrick that she was hearing voices. Will somebody who is a world-renowned psychiatrist do that? I would hope not. I would hope not. So, was there a clergyman involved? I don't know. I've heard some speculation, some grumblings. So, we'll see. Right. Thank you, Ambrosia. Ambrosia, you and I can be so friends. So, yes, I told you guys yesterday, if we're talking and you hear a song in your head, we can be friends because every once in a while I'll say something and then I'll sing the song. So we're great. We're friends already. Yes, Miss Rivera, please, no more medical examiners, but just you guys know that if a medical examiner needs to come in, it needs to come in. All right, Melissa's got coffee and English muffins. Yum. Melissa, thank you so much. I appreciate you. Everybody who's given gifts. Miss, thank you. Althea, thank you so much. Sharon, thank you so much. Miss Mary, of course. Miss Nana, you are amazing. Thank you so much for your gifts. My gifts are open. If you give me a gift, it also sends out to the world that I exist. So, as you also know, I'm also live somewhere else. Wink, wink, wink. So if you want to join me and watch the trial with me. Oh, see, look, here we go. They're panning to the courtroom. Okay. Hang on, everybody. We are live. We have no Zoom room. Who is Dr. Zeisel? Let's see. Oh, Reddington's going into the back. He's talking to someone. Let's see if I can tell you who it is. Okay, Dr. Zeisel is a man. Just put his glasses on his face. If you guys are watching live, Dr. Zeisel is the second row in the back behind Lindsay Clancy, and he just put his glasses on. If you saw it, you saw it. Let me know. Put a 1 in the chat if you saw him. That's who he is. And you guys might be saying, why can Dr. Zeisel be in the courtroom if he's going to be a witness? Well,
Hey, all persons having anything to do before the Honorable William Sullivan, Justice of the Superior Court, now sitting in Plymouth, within for the Commonwealth. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is now in session. Please be seated.
we got to hear the hear ye's, right?
Proceed.
Yes, please.
Your Honor, before the court today, we have the continuation of the jury trial in the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. Ms. Clancy is present. She is represented by Attorney Kevin Reddington. The Commonwealth is represented by Assistant District Attorney Jennifer Sprague and Assistant District Attorney Shannon Buckingham.
All right. Well, thank you, Madam Clerk. Well, good morning. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to ask you those questions, and then we'll talk about our schedule for today. But first off, good morning. Nice to see everyone. Thank you for your patience with us and all the work that you've done so far.
Also, by the way,
So,
somebody
first
said
question,
yesterday
has
that
any member of
one of the
jury
jurors
read,
was
seen,
yeeted.
heard, or
They
overheard
weren't.
anything from any source that would affect your ability to
So
be a fair
again,
and impartial juror in this
misinformation.
case?
Misinformation.
Last question. Is there
Rumors,
any other serious matter of
innuendos,
concern bearing on your service as a
speculation.
juror in this case? Anybody needs to bring to my attention at this time? Again, thank you for following those instructions. And in regards to our schedule today, it's going to be, I think it's a little bit different. All right. And a lot of it is because of the progress of the case and kind of where we're going. I anticipate
what are we gonna do today?
Witnesses today, and we may break early. All right.
Might
And
break
then,
early.
because of some of these issues, we're not going to be sitting tomorrow. All right. You don't have to come in. You can come in if you want. But
No
we're not
court
gonna be
tomorrow.
sitting on this case.
Oh no.
So my suggestion would be not to come in and to take that and kind of, and just relax as best you can. And then we'll come in on Monday at 9 o'clock. And then expect kind of most of those days then going forward will be mostly kind of the schedule we had the last maybe 3 or 4 days. All right. So I just kind of wanted to give you that as information as early as I can so that we confirm that.
All right,
today.
my
So,
headphones
but
muted
earlier
themselves
day today,
again.
And we're not sitting tomorrow. Okay. And so
Hold
with
on,
that,
everybody.
I'm
I
gonna
gotta get some
return
new
to the
headphones.
Commonwealth's,
It's a
presentation
long
of
story.
evidence. And Commonwealth, will you call your next witness, please?
Thank you. Commonwealth calls Kyle Paveo.
I tried to do the ones with in my ear, but all right, you guys wanted to know why he can sit down in the courtroom. It's because he's an expert witness. So he listens to the other expert witnesses, makes notes, and then he could say yay or nay that that person was right and or wrong.
Your Honor, while we're waiting, I apologize.
So experts are allowed to listen to other experts and form opinions. Let's see if this is going to work. Hang on, everybody. I'm having headphone problems, so just give me just a second.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony in the
One Bluetooth is not happy with the other Bluetooth, and just talks amongst yourself. Just talks amongst yourselves.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, please.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Kyle Paveo, Kyle, last name Pavao,
And where do you work?
Massachusetts State Police.
How long have you worked there?
8 years with 18 total law enforcement.
All right, here we
experience.
go.
So you worked in law enforcement prior to the state police?
Correct.
In what department?
Town of Mattapoisett.
Okay, everybody, hold on just a second. I have to just zoom back because my headphones just yeeted themselves and I need to know who this gentleman is, so I apologize.
All right, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Your Honor.
All right, here we go. Who's this dude?
Please.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Kyle Paveo, Kyle, last name Pavao,
And where do you work?
Massachusetts State Police.
How long have you worked there?
8 years with 18 total law enforcement experience.
So you worked in law enforcement prior to the state police?
Correct.
In what department?
Town of Mattapoisett.
And are you in a specific role or unit at this time?
I was.
What do you do now?
Now I'm a sergeant in field, assigned to the Bourne Barracks.
And previously, where were you assigned?
I was a trooper in the cybercrime unit.
How long were you in the cybercrime unit?
Roughly 3.5 years or so.
And what is the cybercrime unit?
It's the state's primary child exploitation unit. Assigned to that, or included in that, is also a forensic branch, which deals with multiple other crimes other than child exploitation.
Would it be accurate to state that you are able to examine digital forensics like computers and phones that are related to other cases?
Yes, correct.
Do you have to have specialized training to be in that unit?
Yes.
What type of specialized training did you have?
So I am a certified forensic computer examiner. I'm a certified forensic Mac examiner. I'm a Celebrate certified mobile examiner, and I'm a Mac certified digital video examiner.
Digital evidence. Digital evidence. I've been waiting for this.
That has
Here we go.
software that
Tap, 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 tap.
parses
Everybody
through
tap.
data.
Tap,
most
tap,
people know
tap.
it for cell phones. There is a branch that does computers, but it's mostly known for cell phones, extracting data and also
Tap, tap, tap.
parsing that data out.
What about Magnet?
Magnet's the same thing. So Magnet is also another proprietary company. They have software, imaging software. They mainly focus on computers. They can do some cell phone stuff, but they primarily focus on computers.
To be certified in Celebrate and Magnet, did you have to take classes and pass exams?
Yeah, so my forensic computer classes certification is probably like a 6-month-long process. It's 2 weeks of schooling down in Florida. Is then a one-on-one peer review for 4 months of practicals of different file systems and computers. Once you get through that, it then is a practical exam. And then once you pass the practical, it turns into a written exam.
Did you have an opportunity to examine the extraction of a Surface Pro that was seized from 47 Summer Street in Duxbury on or about September 16th, 2025?
I did.
And to be clear, the Surface Pro was seized from 47 Duxbury Street in 2023. It was in 2025 that you examined the extraction, correct?
That is correct. I was provided those files.
And what is it?
Wait, he didn't extract this until 2025? What? What shenanigans are about, people? And if you guys know, you know, Massachusetts State Troopers are not very good at finding digital evidence. And if you don't know, Sandra Birchmore case, we'll go over that too. You guys let me know if you put a 1 in the chat if you know Sandra Birchmore, put a 2 in the chat. If you don't, we'll talk about it at lunch.
An extraction.
So these are actually, it's a computer image. Extractions usually typically referred to as cell phones. So this is a computer image. So this was an actually EO1 file, which is an in-case forensic file. So what it does is it copies out the bit for bit data on the particular drive that you targeted at. And then the in-case file sort of compresses the forensic image. It also adds some metadata to it. You can type in like case files. It keeps some integrity to it.
So is it basically you take a computer or a cell phone and you make an exact copy of the data that's on that cell phone or computer?
Yes. Computers, yes. Cell phones, no.
But you were working on a computer or a Surface Pro?
Correct.
And so the extraction for the Surface Pro would be the extraction would be a copy of the data that was on the Surface Pro.
Yes, so the image in this case is a bit-for-bit copy of that drive.
And when you do the extraction or when you view the extraction, are you changing any of the data?
No, that's why we use these types of images, so we don't touch the actual data on that computer.
Did your initial review of the extraction show a visit to a website entitled Suicide Methods on August 23rd, 2022?
It did.
Were you recently asked to look at that visit to that site to get a better understanding of how that website was accessed?
That is correct.
And how did you approach that?
I set a parameter. I went to that artifact that I had previously tagged when I did the initial analysis.
Let me
And
just
then-
stop you there.
Sorry.
What's an artifact and what is a tagging?
So an artifact is every single piece of data on that computer is an artifact. So a computer could have 500,000 artifacts, let's say. That's a low end, but as an example. So tagging would be something you would flag that one particular evidence, that one particular artifact as evidence.
So in this case, the artifact was the visit to the website, is that correct?
Correct.
And then the tagging was just so that you could find it when you went back into the extraction looking for it?
Yes, correct.
And so if you could continue telling us about how you approach that.
So I set a parameter of 12 hours before the visit and then 12 hours after the visit, and looked at the correlating other digital artifacts related to that.
And can you tell us what's a Chrome history database?
So that's the, so a database essentially, this is a very slimmed down version of what this is. So if you think of an Excel sheet and each Excel page is a section of the database. So the database would be the whole thing. And there's a scheme or like a roadmap, let's say, of how these pages interlink with each other. That would be an entire database. Everything pretty much has databases. It's just easy for file expansion and disk saving space and things of that nature.
And what about Chrome Web History Table?
So a table would essentially be the Excel sheet that I explained before. It's a portion of the entire database. That particular one captures, without being a database engineer for Google, who created it, but that table tracks URLs, web page titles, dates and times.
So is it basically a table that you get from the extraction that shows which websites that computer has visited?
Correct. Each table has its own functions on different data it tracks, and then eventually it puts it all together.
And what about a Chrome Web Visits table?
So the visits table tracks things of were the web pages synced to the device, were they local to the device, are they typed, was it generated, was it gone there through a hyperlink?
So basically, is it a table telling how each website was accessed, whether someone typed in a search for it or clicked a link?
Correct.
And you mentioned a couple different ways: typed, linked, generated. So typed would just be someone typing in the search bar something to search?
Yeah, so typed could be a few different things. So typed would be somebody typed in an exact phrase or word. It also could flag the typed version, a typed flag if you copied and pasted something into the URL address bar.
So if you're looking at a recipe for, say, cookies, and you copied cookies and pasted it into the search bar, would that be considered a typed event?
Yes, correct.
Or if you just typed cookies, that would be a typed event?
Or cookies, or if you typed in, say you put CO for cookies, and then Chrome tried to auto-populate what they think you want to type, that would also create a typed event as well.
And then you mentioned linked. What is a linked access?
Link would be that you clicked on a hyperlink, which brought you to a different page.
And what is a hyperlink?
That would be it's a word phrasing, and then behind the word phrasing, there is a website coded behind that.
Is that like when you go on a website and there are certain words that are underlined that you can click on and it will take you to another page?
Yes, correct.
What about generated?
Generated is something that Google would suggest, Chrome would suggest.
Now, what is the Wayback Machine?
The Wayback Machine is a website that is it's I don't say monitored. It's created and maintained by the Internet Archive as a company. It's a 501(c) nonprofit. And what that does is it goes out on the internet. It takes snapshots of the internet web pages all over the entire internet and then archives that. So you can go back in later. It started like in the mid 90s or so, but you can go back to pick a date, pick a year, and you can see what that website looked like at that time, or approximate. It doesn't copy minute for minute, day for day, but you'll get something around the time that you were looking for of what a particular page looked like at that date and time you want to see.
So with regard to this case and looking into how that site, Suicide Methods, was accessed, what did you learn? Or what did you see?
When I went back,
Yeah, so go ahead.
so I saw the first thing I saw was a Facebook visit at 9:40 that morning.
9:40 a.m. on August 23rd, 2022.
Correct.
And what was the Facebook?
It was, the link was lynn.say. I believe it was 968.
So Lindsay with a dot in between the D and the S, 969.
969, correct.
And after the visit to the Lindsay.969 Facebook page, what happened next?
There was a search in Spotify music for the singer Tom Hall.
What time was that at?
It was shortly after.
Is your memory exhausted?
Yes.
Do you have your report with
I do.
you, with permission?
That was at 9:42.
So approximately 2 minutes after the Facebook account was accessed?
Correct.
And that website, was that a Wikipedia page?
No, that was Spotify.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Music.
Spotify Music. And then what did you see next?
There was a song off of that search in Spotify.
Was that the That's How I Got to Memphis song?
Yes.
And was that at 9:44 and 18 seconds a.m.?
Yes.
Then what happened next?
There was a Google search for Tom Hall.
And was that at 9:44 and 30 seconds a.m.?
Yes.
And what did you learn from that Google search?
Off of that Google search, there was the Wikipedia page for Tom Hall was visited.
And were you able to use the Wayback website to see what that Tom Hall page on Wikipedia looked like around the time of August 23rd, 2022?
I did.
Is this a copy of that? And were you able to use the
Had to go back for a
Wayback
second.
website to see what that Tom Hall page on Wikipedia looked like around the time of August 23rd, 2022?
I did.
Needed the date.
Is this a copy of that Wikipedia page from the Wayback Machine?
Yes.
You can have this marked as the next exhibit.
No objection.
All right.
I have no objection to any of the documents.
This is Tom T. Hall.
Tom Hall, yes.
All right, that may be. Thank you.
Could you see what happened next once the the Wikipedia page for Tom Hall was visited?
So I saw there was an anchor on the URL to the death section.
What does that mean, an anchor to the death section?
So an anchor would be put at the end of a URL, so a web address. So what an anchor does, it's a # followed by a section of that page. So if you think of it as, say you go on your banking website and it lists like a table of contents and it has login, mortgages, rates. If you click on, let's say, rates, it's going to jump all the way down to that page, just to that section. So it's a table of contents that's going to direct you directly to a certain section of the web page.
And so on the Wikipedia, someone clicked on death and it brought them down to that portion?
Correct.
And in the death section, could you tell what happened once the person was in that area of the web page?
Yes.
What happened there?
So in the description that described, the Wikipedia page described of Tom Hall's death, there was some wording regarding a shooting related to his ultimate suicide. Go ahead.
Showing you what's been marked as 232. This portion here under death where it's self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head is underlined. Is that the portion you're referring to?
Yes, correct.
And that portion there with the underlining, is that what you were describing earlier as a hyperlink that you can click and it takes you somewhere else?
Yeah, so inside that phrasing, there's actually a URL behind that with an anchor as well.
Now, something like that, that type of hyperlink, can you hover over that with the arrow that the mouse directs, hover over that and automatically be taken to that site? Or do you actually have to click on that link?
No, you would have to click on that phrase with the link behind it.
And so, based on your examination of the Surface Pro in that area, was the hyperlink clicked on?
Yes.
And where did the hyperlink bring the person?
We now got to the original artifact I had located, which was the Wikipedia suicide method, but it directed it directly to the shooting section of that page.
Could you tell how long the person spent on that page, the suicide methods page, or how long it was accessed?
No.
Could you tell what time it was accessed?
Yes.
What time was that?
I don't recall the specific time.
Want to look at your report?
At 9:45 a.m.
So 9:45 a.m. The suicide methods page was accessed. Is that
Correct.
And did you use the Wayback Machine to see what it would look like on August 23rd, 2023?
I did.
Is this a copy of what you produced?
Yes.
You could have this marked as the next exhibit.
That may be admitted. Thank you.
And what could you see happening when from that page?
I observed after that another Wikipedia page that went to the Grafton Bridge.
And was that from a hyperlink within the suicide methods page?
Yes.
Showing you page 8 of exhibit 233. So within this jumping section is where there was the hyperlink to that bridge.
Correct.
Here,
Yes.
Grafton Bridge. So again, the person had to click on that hyperlink to access Grafton Bridge.
Yes, that would be correct.
Now, you said that the suicide methods page was accessed at 9:45 a.m. What time was the Grafton Bridge web page accessed?
That was shortly after that.
Do you want to look at your report?
At 9:48.
9:48?
Correct.
And so approximately 3 minutes after first accessing the suicide methods page, the hyperlink for the Grafton Bridge is clicked.
Correct.
Was there any other activity besides going to the suicide methods page and then the Grafton Bridge page? Any other activity that you saw within those 3 minutes?
I do not know.
And so did you do the Wayback Machine again for the Grafton Bridge?
I did.
This is a fair and accurate copy of that page.
Yes.
We can have this marked as Exhibit 234,
Right.
please.
That may be admitted.
Exhibit 234. You're not able to tell who's actually at the computer doing all of this, correct?
No.
You can only see what data there is and what's been accessed, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
All right, Mr. Bennington.
That's it? That's your testimony? That's why you're here today, to talk about a search that was involving Tom Hall, or Tim Hall?
Sustained, if you could,
Okay, you guys, I said the same thing in my head. I just said the same thing in my head. Is this what this is? I'm going to back it up. We're going to go over it again. So, oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I said the same thing. Hang on.
You're not able to tell who's actually at the computer doing all of this, correct?
No.
You can only see what data there is and what's been accessed, correct?
Correct.
Thank you.
all right, Mr. Bennington.
That's it? That's your testimony? That's why you're here today, to talk about a search that was involving Tom Hall, or Tim Hall?
Sustained, if you could,
So I apologize. Your testimony today is based on that search on August 23rd, right?
Correct.
Of 22, right? And you were working as a state police officer back then, right?
Yes, sir.
And were you attached to the Plymouth County DA's office, or were you working somewhere else?
I was assigned to the cybercrime unit.
And the cybercrime unit works with the DA's office in Plymouth?
The cybercrime unit's its own independent statewide unit.
So in the sense that you're independent, it's still the district attorney and his assistant DAs that would reach out to the cybercrime unit and ask for help, right?
Or it could be the troopers assigned to the state police detective unit.
Joshua McGillen, he was the lead investigator on this case, right?
I assume so.
Okay. So you were tasked to analyze the computer, the Surface Pro computer, right?
Yes, correct.
And by all accounts, that was owned by Pat Clancy. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And it was located in his office, right?
I don't know where it was located.
Okay. It's fair to say that when you analyzed the computer back in September, October of 2025, it was an investigatory role that you were using to locate potential evidence, right?
Correct.
And what is it you were looking for?
I was provided a search warrant with search terms, and that's as far as I knew of
Okay.
the case.
And what were the search terms?
I don't recall specifically, but they were spelled out in the search warrant.
So when you have search terms, you take a person's computer, and then what do? You access it through a device?
So I was provided the images. I never saw the physical computer.
So when you got the images, you were able to load them up onto your computer, I imagine?
Yes, we'll use a tool to help parse through that data. Correct.
And then as a result of that, you were able to plug in words that you could search for, right?
Yes.
For example, like suicide,
Suicide would be one.
drugs?
I mean, I don't think that pertained in this case, but
Well,
that
yeah,
you could
believe me, it did.
that I don't recall the specific terms in the
Okay.
search warrant.
Okay. So after you did your search for whatever it is that you were looking for, suicide and other, you're unable to tell us what else you look for, but in any event, you came across this entry on August 23rd, and you indicated that the time frame that you're dealing with on that computer, the Surface Pro computer, was 9:40 in the morning. Is that right?
Can you rephrase that?
Yeah. You can look at your report too. I mean, if you have documents in front of you, do you have?
I do.
All right, so you can take a look at it. You have a document that's captioned matching results. Is that right?
I do not have that in front of me, but yes.
And would that be the search that you conducted?
Is that the magnet tool report?
I don't know what it is. And I had cataract surgery and I can hardly see, so it's just, what is that?
This is the main page of the forensic tool.
Okay. And looking at the main page of the forensic tool, does it indicate the date is August 23rd?
That's in the inbox. This also doesn't. Which, we're talking about this highlight here?
Yeah, what does that indicate?
That's an inbox. That's not that.
All right, so what time?
Cooper, could you keep your voice up or
Sorry.
make sure you speak to that microphone?
So that highlight is a bail inbox.
Okay. And that would be the HTTPS. And then underneath that, it makes reference to at some point that you were able to see that Lindsay or Lynn's Facebook account was accessed. And it wasn't even the account, it was actually the homepage, right?
Correct. It navigated to the Facebook person's account.
Okay. So that would tell us that that particular Facebook account was accessed, and then that conducted the search you just testified to. That's the next thing.
Okay, and pausing for just a second. If you are confused, let me try to clear this up. Again, I think I heard smatterings about this when they were doing some pretrial hearing. What's at stake here is this is Patrick's Surface Pro computer. It was located in his office. I think this is his office laptop. I'm not 100% sure. So what is at stake here is who was searching what at what time. So as you may have heard me talk about this, when I go onto my computer, when you go onto your computer, if you open up a my words aren't coming to me. You open up a tab in your search bar, your Google Chrome, whatever thing you use, whatever thing you use to get onto the internet. If you have some preloaded things, they come up. So it sounds like that when you open up the computer, Lindsay's Facebook page comes up, right? And then from there, Patrick admitted that he went to search for Tom Hall, who was a singer who did something to himself. And then there were subsequent searches after that. This was sequential. He said, started at 9:44. The search for the bridge was at 9:48. So it seemed to be within that like Wikipedia page that you clicked on here. The bridge is a place that people could go. It said you could go here to do something to yourself, like, yeet yourself. And so the Commonwealth is trying to make fetch happen, be like, look, Lindsay was searching this as of August 23, 2022. Look, she was already searching this. But it seems to me, and we'll get context here. This is what Reddington's trying to do, is to say these were the sequential events So, and you can never say who actually searched for something unless you're actually physically there. But Reddington's trying to say, look, it wasn't Lindsay, it was Patrick. So that's what's going on. I know that this is very confusing, so I just hope that clears that up. I'm going to back it up just a smidge. And we're going to start back up again. If you have any questions, put it in the chat. I'll answer.
That conducted the search you just testified to? That's the next thing.
This does not have, this here does not have,
Facebook, does it? Right? How about this next one? Does that have the Facebook? Does it?
this one does, yes, correct.
He's got a magnifying glass?
Blind.
Oh my goodness. Why does he need a magnifying
Yes,
glass?
that'd
Is
be
it
right.
so tiny?
Thank you. Now, just before I leave, above that, does that also indicate like these two top lines?
That would be that was a CNBC web visit, which was typed in. And then there's access to a Google Gmail account.
And whose
Inbox.
Google Gmail account was that?
That I don't know.
Because those two lines and references to the Google account were not in your report, right? You started off with the Facebook search, if you will.
Yes.
So you started off with Lindsay Facebook that was signed into the homepage on Patrick Clancy's Surface Pro computer, right?
So my tool report has all of the artifacts tagged as evidence.
Okay. So when you tag the actual data from the Surface Pro and the HP laptop as well, right?
Yes, correct.
And your October report back in was it 25 or was it 22?
25.
So, but nothing changes on the computers. I mean, whatever your searches are and your records don't change over the years, right?
No, as long as it's preserved in that state and the images of that computer will remain the same.
Okay, so, and it's fair to say that with this investigation, obviously happening back in 2022, that the computers were hermetically sealed and stuck somewhere with an evidence locker to make sure that they're preserved, right?
Yes, that would be best practice.
Right.
That would be correct.
So then in October of 25, the district attorney's office asked you to conduct a search of the computer, apparently. Is that right?
The trooper in the Plymouth State Police Detective Unit reached out.
And that would be McElligan, right?
No, it was not.
Okay, do you know who it was?
Trooper Justin Paul.
Justin Paul.
Correct.
Okay. And as a result of that, you then prepared your report. And one of the things that you did is you noted that on August 23rd of 2022, at 9:40 and 08 seconds, that there was an access to the Lindsay Facebook account, right?
Oh, there was a visit to that page, correct.
Right. And then that page continued on to look for Tom Hall and Walking to Memphis or whatever and the songs, right?
Yes.
On Spotify?
Yeah, the song, yes, after that was a Spotify.
And then the time frame of that would be that you went to a hyperlink that took them to methods of suicide. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Now, were there any searches on that computer for example, ways to kill?
No, there was not.
To your knowledge, and I understand that you might be stuck with what you investigated, but are you aware that there were any searches from Lindsay Clancy or Patrick Clancy on ways to kill? You ever heard that?
In my initial report back in October, that contains all of the evidence artifacts that I had tagged as evidence and provided, I did not come across that, no.
Right. So basically what you are leaving with the jury would be that on that date of August 23rd at approximately 9:40 in the morning, and then carrying forward with jumping from Tom Hall to the Wikipedia account to the underlined name, suicide, jumping to that page, that all occurred between 9:40 and say 10 o'clock in the morning, right?
Correct.
Did you know, sir, that on August 23rd, prior to your report indicating the Facebook account, that Mr. Clancy signed in, and it was Mr. Clancy's email that accessed the Facebook account for Lindsay Clancy?
I did not.
And that was not included in your report, was it?
No, it was not.
And you know that the Clancys had 3 children, right?
I did not.
Well, you know that you were working on a case where Lindsay Clancy was the mother, and she was married to Patrick Clancy, right?
Correct.
And did you know, sir, that on August 23rd of 2022, that 2-year-old child was brought by Lindsay to South Shore Health for Dawson's ear recheck, that he had problems with congestion, but no complaints of ear pain, no fever. And that was on August 23rd, 2022, that he was examined at 10:15 in the morning.
I'm not privy to those facts.
So you don't know that Patrick Clancy's email signed into Lindsay Clancy's Facebook account. You're not aware of that, right?
It's whatever the default profile was signed into the Chrome browser.
And then that accessed the Facebook account, which looked up Tom Hall, the singer, right?
Yes, correct.
That then led to the Wikipedia talking about suicide,
That is
Right.
correct.
led to the Spotify talking about somewhere in Memphis, whatever the song was, right?
Yes.
And this was all occurring from 9:40 in the morning until, like I said, 10 o'clock thereabouts, right?
Correct.
You tagged actual data from the Surface Pro as well as the HP laptop, right?
I did.
And your October report contained searches from the Surface Pro, right?
Yes.
And you recall, for example, just a representative sample that, and this would be on the Surface Pro computer. Now we're jumping ahead to December 5, not August of 22, December of 22. One of the inquiries of the Google searches was what to do when a psychiatrist overprescribed, right?
Yes.
Searches for medications, right?
Yes.
Including Lamictal, right?
Correct.
Can bipolar disorder be temporary, right?
Yes.
Can benzos reveal bipolar disorder, right?
Yes.
How long are detox programs, right?
Yes.
What is DBT? I'm just saying that's a search. I don't know.
Oh, yeah.
May know,
I had to
may
look
not.
that one up too.
Okay. Lamictal versus it says Zolafy, but I would suggest it would be Zoloft. That was a search, right?
Yes, correct.
What is mania? Was a search, right?
Yes.
Ketamine for benzo withdrawal. January 18th of 2023 was a search, right?
Yes.
Ketamine therapy on January 18th of 2023, correct?
Yes.
Now, maybe not personally, but Steve Verino, who's also a gentleman who does what you do with computers and laptops and stuff, right?
Yes.
Now, you've worked on cases, and Steve, you recognize him right here, right?
Yes.
You know that Steve was working with me and Lindsay on accessing information from cell phones and computers, and he actually, through me, reached out about a month ago to the DA's office and raised some questions, correct?
I'm not privy to that.
Oh, well, the DA reached out to you about a month ago and asked you to revisit your investigation, and as a result of that, you created another report, didn't you?
I did.
And that would just be on July 26th of 26, right?
Yes.
And that was after the DA reached out to you, but didn't tell you it was because we had questions that Mr. Verino asked me to find out about, right?
Yes, I was not privy to that.
So as a result of dealing with the DA in July 26th of 26, you then prepared your report, and the purpose of that report was to find out more details, if you could, pertaining to the, quote, methods of suicide page, right?
Correct.
And in your July 26th report, you then went into detail about your findings, correct?
Yes,
And we would agree that that particular webpage was not a search for methods of suicide. It was actually the Tom Hall and the music, right?
that is correct.
And then the URL shows access to Lindsay's Facebook profile, correct? You accessed and found out that Lindsay's Facebook profile,
Was a web visit.
right?
Yes, correct.
But you don't know that it was Lindsay that was actually using that computer to search for Tom Hall, right?
I don't know who was sitting behind that.
You don't know that Patrick Clancy plays the guitar, do you?
I do not.
You don't know that Patrick Clancy is a music aficionado, right?
I do not.
You don't know that Patrick Clancy enjoyed Tom Hall music, do you?
I do not know that.
And you certainly don't want to leave it with this jury that Lindsay was looking up ways to commit suicide in August of 22, do you?
All I'm presenting is the facts that were presented in front of me.
And it was a couple more questions, sir. When a user logs into their own Facebook account, it doesn't populate or bring you directly to the actual profile page. It brings you to the home page, right? That shows your followers and things like that.
I think so. I don't have Facebook or social media, so
All right.
maybe, I don't know.
That's all I have for this gentleman, Your Honor.
All right. Commonwealth.
I would ask if I could, Judge, the two documents that I was questioning him from, could I introduce?
I had to pause for a second because TikTok just dinged me and said something about nudity. Because I went like this. I'm not nude. I don't understand. TikTok is being ridiculous today. We're just going to roll with it. It's going to be what it's going to be. I'm just going to continue and I even also have it on 18 plus, right? So I don't know. This is my second ding today. TikTok's making me upset. I don't understand. I feel like I'm doing everything and I couldn't even appeal that. So I don't even know I don't even know. I'm going to just roll it off my back. Okay, you guys. Thank you, V. I appreciate it. But it's like so frustrating. Okay, so why is this going on? I don't know. I don't know if the Commonwealth's like, oh, it's a gotcha moment. I got you. It's Lindsay Clancy. She's the one doing all these searches. Her Facebook page came up. We know that Patrick came on the stand and said he searched for that. I searched for these things. And then they said, well, did you search for this? And he's like, I don't know. And this bridge thing and then some other stuff. So you heard that from Reddington. You don't know. First of all, you don't know it was Lindsay. Plus, Lindsay at 10:15, he's testifying, had to take Dawson to the hospital or to the doctor's office because he had an ear infection. That's at 10:15. These searches happened at 9:48 in the morning. Let's just say she was in the car taking the kids to wherever she was going. So, by the way, she was driving in September. Just FYI, she was driving in September. Anyways, yeah, it only takes 4 minutes, but Evie, how long does it take to put a baby and a 3-year-old in a car and get them ready? Just putting that out there. Anybody who knows, it doesn't happen right away. So it might be 3 minutes, but you got to get them dressed. You got to get them fed. You got to get their clothes on. You got to find their shoes. You got to find their toys. You got to find a binky. You guys know it's never just 3 minutes when it's children. But I digress. I'm just trying to play devil's advocate here. All right, the Commonwealth's going to come up. She's going to come up and try to save face. So everybody, please, on TikTok, I'm having a bad day. Let's tap, tap, tap. Throw some gifts my way. Try to change my mood. My mood gets a little Debbie Downer when I'm trying to produce content, TikTok, and you keep dinging me. All right, let's go on.
Introduce those into evidence. I think he agreed that was part of the search.
Can we just approach?
Sure, yeah.
Oh boy, perhaps now you know Reddington sometimes is not factually accurate. So let's see if Reddington got something wrong. Hold on. I got some zoom room.
Well,
Uh-oh.
and,
Hang on, they're talking about something. I tried to zoom.
from the pediatric, I would,
Okay, here we go.
and Your Honor, I would offer, if I could, the medical records from the pediatrics associates that,
They're already in evidence.
well, I'd like to have it focused on that. You don't mind if we put that.
Stacy, what we mark that for identification, we can address whether or not, I want to double check. I haven't gone through all the records either. Oh, I understand. We'll mark that for identification.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
It's 235 exhibit for identification.
Sir, just for clarification, before when I was doing direct, if at any point I said August 23rd, 2023, what you did when you did the Wayback Machine was searches for around the time period of August 22nd, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And anything that you looked at that day regarding the search for suicide methods or any of the other places that were visited were August 23rd, 2022, correct?
Correct. 2022.
And the visit to the Grafton Bridge Wikipedia page was at 9:48 a.m., correct? Not 10 a.m.?
That visit was at 9:48. Correct.
Okay. And defense counsel asked you about the defendant being at the doctor's at 10:15 a.m. Are you aware that it only takes 4 minutes to drive from her home at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury to the Kingston location of the pediatrics?
I was not, and I also wasn't aware that they went to the doctors.
And you can't tell us who was behind the computer at different times, correct?
No.
You can't tell us whether people used the computer, then got up and let someone else use it, and then went back to using it, correct?
No, you cannot.
You can only show us the data that you observed that day, correct?
That is it. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So what has been marked for P for identification, which would constitute the health information records from the South Shore Health pertinent to the child. You're aware, sir, that the records, or you're aware, sir, you're not aware that the child was brought to the doctors not at 10:15, but was brought to the doctors around 10 o'clock in the morning. You aware
I'm
of
not
that?
aware of any of that.
And did you know how old the child was?
Sir, my testimony is related to the.
So you don't? The
computer.
answer is
I
no?
do not. No.
Okay. So is it fair to say, sir, that, I mean, from your life experience, that when someone has to bring a child, a young baby to a doctor, you got to get him dressed, you got to feed him, you got to get in the car, you got to drive? And that's the 4-minute ride as well, right?
I'm not privy to any of that information.
Thank you.
All right. Anything further?
No.
All right, thank you, sir. You may sit down. Thank you.
Oh, you guys, I laugh at myself because I should be a lawyer, right? Because I just said that. Do you realize how long it takes to get? I know. So who was on here who said it has 4 kids and you can get your kids into the car? Congratulations. You are amazing if you can get 4 kids in the car and go 4 minutes down the road. My kids, no. There was even a joke that that said, oh, it's time to go. And you had dressed your kids, you got them ready, and then it's time to go. And then they don't have any clothes on. And you're like, what happened? I just dressed you. Every time, I swear, every time we needed to go somewhere, that was my kids. My kids, no. So, and I know everybody's different or whatever. Here's the thing. It's going to be up to the jury to decide if this is a nothing burger or if it's really like a boom, she did this, or boom, he did this. but both sides made it very clear we don't know who did it, right? You cannot tell 100% definitively who was sitting at that computer and who did it. So this to me was a big nothing. In my opinion, you can come for me, but I feel like it was a big nothing. So let's move on. You guys are fabulous. Thank you so much. My mood is changing, but let's go ahead and tap. Let's see if we can get some more people in here before, I don't know what TikTok's doing today. Thank you for joining me. We have some zoom room, so I'm going to zoom. Oopsies, hold on. I zoomed way too far. Here we go. All right, looks like another trooper. I could be wrong.
You solemnly swear that the testimony and the evidence you shall give to the court and the jury will not be between the Commonwealth and the defendant.
This is number 69.
Sir, you may have a seat.
All right, good morning, sir. Attorney Sprague, please.
Thank you. Good morning. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
My name is Timothy Chipini. Last name is spelled C-H-I-A, P as in Peter, P as in Peter, I-N-I.
Where do you work?
I work for the Commonwealth of Massachusetts for the Department of State Police.
How long have you worked for the state police?
I graduated the Academy in March of 2012.
What is your current assignment?
I am currently the unit commander for the Critical Incident Technical Investigations Team
How long have you been doing that?
since approximately April of this year.
What was your assignment in January of 2023?
I was assigned to the State Police Detective Unit for the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office.
Do you have specialized training in cell phone forensics?
I do.
And could you describe that, please?
I was initially certified as a Celebrite physical operator and a Celebrite certified operator, Celebrite certified physical analyst in March of 2017.
And are you also trained in gray key and magnet?
I have been trained in Gray Key examination since August of 2021, and I've been familiar with the forensic program known as Axiom in that course, but I'm not certified in Axiom.
And regarding Celebrite, can you describe that software for us?
Celebrite is a forensic access and acquisition tool for cell phone or mobile device forensic extractions. It also has an analysis component as well.
And were you asked to do a forensic analysis on a cell phone belonging to Lindsay Clancy in 2023? Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes, ma'am. Celebrite is an access and acquisition tool for mobile device forensics and cell phone extractions. It also has an analysis component for extractions.
And were you asked to do a forensic analysis on a cell phone belonging to Lindsay Clancy in 2023?
I was.
Did you do that?
I did.
And how did you do that?
I performed an advanced logical extraction on the iPhone device belonging to Lindsay Clancy.
Can you tell us what that means in just lay terms that we could all understand?
An advanced logical extraction of an iPhone is essentially an iTunes backup. It is the information or data from the phone that you as a user can see, including images, calls, text messages, browser artifacts, basically everything that the person would see that uses an iPhone.
And is it just making a copy of everything that you could see on that phone?
That's correct.
And what is the analysis portion of, you mentioned you do Celebrite extraction and Celebrite analysis. What's the analysis portion?
In January of 2023, the analysis software would be Celebrite Physical Analyzer. And with that, you can also export a report to be utilized in Celebrite Reader.
So basically, are you just taking someone's phone, making a copy of the data that's on it, and then looking through the data?
That's correct.
Is it an exact copy?
Yes. When the phone is forensically extracted by the Celebrite software, a hash value is created. A hash value is a unique digital fingerprint of the extraction. It's an alphanumeric string of characters. And every time the extraction is opened in the Celebrite software, that hash value is verified. If the data in the extraction is changed by just 1 bit, the hash value would be changed and the extraction would no longer be valid.
So basically, you look at those numbers, the number chain, to make sure they're the same, and then you know it's an exact copy?
That's correct.
And did you do that in this case?
I did.
And was it an exact copy?
It was.
And are you able on the extraction to change any of the data while you're analyzing it?
No. That would invalidate the hash. I can use filters in the analysis to look at particular data that I want, but I can never change the contents of the extraction.
And so when you say use different filters, can you put things in categories to organize it so that, for example, can you put all the photos together and all the text messages together?
The Celebrite physical analyzer tool automatically parses the data into various categories, and it processes media, various forms of media, images, videos. It processes different direct communication, whether it be through a web application such as Instagram or the native messaging application on the device known as iMessage. So it parses the information automatically, and you're allowed to look at different categories.
So does it create a report with all the data?
I can create a report from the extraction, and it has all the data contained in the report, and I can filter it based on the parameters that I'm allowed to look at legally.
And when you do that extraction of a phone, do you get everything that's on the phone?
Depending on the type of extraction, I get all the data that's available to me by the forensic tool that I'm using at the time.
So do forensic tools improve over time to allow examiners to get more and more data from phones?
Yes.
So basically, what you were able to get from Ms. Clancy's phone was what the tool you were using at the time was capable of getting at that time.
I performed the most comprehensive extraction type that I was able to do at the time of the examination.
And then there were improvements to that system following what you did that may have allowed other examiners to get more information.
That's correct.
Were you asked to generate some reports about certain sections of the defendant's phone?
I was.
We could pull up the...
Also, just a side note that I do take pictures of screenshots of things that are happening. So if you missed it in evidence, I'll then go ahead and post it on my Facebook page. So I did go ahead and do the one, but you have to be careful what you post in certain spaces because, you could get dinged. So if stuff comes up, it will be over there as well. Thank you for everybody for the gifts. I appreciate it. Let's tap, 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 tap. Let's see if we can get some more people in here. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate you.
Could look at the screen, please. Were you able to create a report regarding data on Ms. Clancy's phone from November of 2022 to December of 2022?
Yes.
Can you zoom in on that, please?
It went by so fast, I couldn't capture it yet. Hopefully they'll go back to it.
Could you just explain for us the different columns we're seeing here?
It's like, here it is.
The columns are automatically generated by the software when you create a supplemental report. This is a supplemental report created through the Celebrate Physical Analyzer software analysis tool. When you create the supplemental report,
All right, everybody, hold on just a minute. They showed it so quickly. I have to back up and, it's so tiny, everybody. It's so tiny. I'm going to try to capture it, but I don't know, even if I wanted to blow it up, it's so tiny, you might not be able to even read it. So, all right, here we go.
And could you just explain for us the different columns we're seeing here?
the columns are automatically generated by the software when you create a supplemental report. This is a supplemental report created through the Celebrate Physical Analyzer software analysis tool. When you create the supplemental report, you can stipulate to certain parameters, certain content, certain timeframes based on your investigation. In this case, there are multiple columns at the top reflecting the different types of data, the timestamp for that data, a description and the source file for the data. This is a timeline report, and therefore it reflects those exact columns, and that is predetermined by the software.
So for example, where it says type, what is that telling us?
That's where Celebrite has parsed the data and categorized it based on the forensic extraction.
So there at number 1 where it says activity sensitive data, what is that?
That would be the data from the health database within the phone.
If there was something in the direction box, what is direction?
Direction could be related to a call incoming to the device or outgoing from the device.
So if one was a phone call, it would say to or from?
I believe the exact categorization would be incoming or outgoing.
Incoming or outgoing, okay. And then the attachment box?
Attachment box would be associated with a message, typically a MMS message or multimedia message. A text message that contains a photo would be listed as an attachment. It could also be associated with an email that has an attachment or some type of transaction on the phone that resulted in something being attributed as an attachment.
And then what about the location box?
If the data source has location information associated with it, then that box would have data filled out. This report is 768 pages, so there's a variety of sources of data within this report.
And what about timestamp? Where it says timestamp, the date and time, is that Eastern Standard Time?
It is UTC -5 as the time of this search warrant, the time frame of this incident occurred in January of 2023. Therefore, the extraction reflects the exact time frame of the time zone of the device at the time of the extraction.
And where it says party, what would be in that column?
Again, this is a timeline report. Therefore, there's a variety of data sources contained within it. There is chats or messages that occur from the user of the device to other people, and those parties would be listed within the chat, otherwise known as a group message.
So if it was a text message, the direction would say incoming or outgoing, and the party would say who the text was to or from?
It would say who the participants are in the conversation.
So if it's one person you're texting, it would have that person's name, but if you're in a group text, it would have all of the names?
Correct.
And then what about the description box?
Description box is based on the database information. It has some information associated with the actual data that was parsed by Celebrite. It also provides the source file. The source file is the database that Celebrite parsed the data from. Everything that you see as far as activity sensor data or any other categorizations, that's done by the software. The software parses that data to make it more readable for the examiner, but everything is associated with an actual database within the device.
And so, for example, where it says source health, that's coming from the health section of the phone?
Specifically the health database, Health DB.
And where it says source file, Lindsay's, how does that name populate there for source file?
Indicating that it comes from Lindsay's iPhone. That is the name that the software detects from the name of the device when it conducts the extraction.
Where the box for party, if it's a phone call or a text message and it has a person's name in there, say I text you and your name is there, how does that populate? How does your name get into that box? Is it something that the phone gets from incoming information, or is it something that's in my phone?
The tool is only able to take the information that is present on the device at the time. In order for contact to be in a phone, it would have to be entered by the user.
So would it be whatever I name your phone number is what will show up in the party?
Correct.
So if I have, say, my mother's phone number in there and I say mom for her contact information, it will show up as mom?
The software will show up, will display the phone number and the contact name that was detected by the tool from the extraction.
So if I've put a contact in mom and the phone number will show up in mom?
Correct.
Can you search within this PDF?
Yes.
And do you do that by clicking on the search bar there at the top?
Yes, this is Microsoft Edge, and that is the proper method within this application.
And so if we were to search, for example, McLean,
I'm not sure of the spelling.
There we go. Sometimes it takes a second to populate.
It does. It's a large document. It's, as I said, it's 768 pages. So depending on the machine that you're using to conduct your analysis, it could take some time for the document to load.
Okay, and do you use these arrows here up and down to go to each spot that that word is located?
Correct. The application, Microsoft Edge, has detected 4 entries for the spelling that is in the search box, and you can navigate to each of those 4 entries by using those arrows.
So for example, here at message 6951, it says it's an instant message. It's outgoing, meaning it's going out from Lindsay's phone.
That's correct.
It's on December 21st, 2022 at 2:57 p.m., correct?
Yes, Eastern time.
And then it says from Lindsay owner to Allison, correct?
Yes.
So that indicates that it's a text message from Lindsay to someone named Allison, correct?
Yes, with the corresponding phone number.
And then here where it says more of a general depression mental health program like at McLean Hospital, is that the body of the text message that would have been sent from Lindsay's phone to Allison?
Correct.
And you can search through the PDF for whatever term you're looking for, whether it be Patrick or medications or anything that you're searching for. It will populate any text messages or searches about those keywords.
Yes.
If we could have the next one, please. Did you also do a report regarding things that were downloaded onto Ms. Clancy's phone?
Yes.
You can look here. Is this that report?
Yes, again, this is a supplemental report created within the physical analyzer analysis tool from Celebrate.
And what is this report showing us?
A singular item from the documents.
All right, I paused for a second. I'm going to take a picture of it because I can read this one. The other one you cannot read. It's so
section
tiny.
of the-
Hold on. Sorry. The other one was, it was so tiny you couldn't see. It says a whole bunch of mumbo jumbo.
the project tree, or otherwise known as the analysis component of Celebrate Physical Analyzer, and it's one single document.
It doesn't say anything pertinent.
This blue hyperlink here at the top, 2022, 10, 12, 15, 28. Is that what you click on to access the document?
Yes, when you create a supplemental report within Physical Analyzer, it when it creates the PDF, if it has an attachment associated with it, that attachment will be in a separate folder within the report. That way, when you click on the actual hyperlink, you're brought to the physical document itself.
And for example, in this report, there was a request for medical leave form that was downloaded to the defendant's phone.
Yes.
If we could go to the next one, please. What are we seeing here in this, what are we seeing here in this report from December 26th, 2022 to January 24th, 2023? Is this the same type of search for any information and data on the phone during that time period?
Again, a timeline report is a chronological report of a sequence of events on the device, and it has the same categories as the previous exhibit. And in here, the first item within the date parameters happens to be a calendar entry.
Let's see it. The at-home players want to see it. They're not showing us.
And so if we go here to page 846 of the document.
Yeah, let's see it, please.
Can you explain for us here, is this web history, website visits that are documented on the phone?
That's one of the categories listed as an artifact. The items shown here on the screen are all associated with web browsing.
And here where we see 10773 and 10774, and they both state, can you treat a sociopath? Those are two entries that have basically the same search term, correct?
Yes.
And that was on January 20th, 2023.
Yes.
And they both say 8:28:29 p.m. So is it possible to do two searches at the same time, like it is displayed there?
The Celebrate Physical Analyzer tool parses the information in ways that the information can be categorized in a multitude of ways. Simply because there is more than one entry does not mean that something was done more than once. It's simply just a category that Celebrate has identified. You could have an item that's in searched items because that's what the tool has identified as a searched item. Also within web history, as in the search item occurred within the web history. Does not necessarily mean that it was done more than once. It's the job of the examiner to be able to look at the timestamps and the associated databases to determine, is this more than one entry or the same action just categorized in multiple ways?
And when reviewing Ms. Clancy's phone, did you see numerous occasions where it looked like something was searched multiple times, but it all had the same exact timestamp?
That's correct.
And so what you just testified to make sure I'm understanding it, would it be accurate to state that one search could be documented and located in many different areas of the phone?
It could be parsed in multiple ways by the analysis tool.
So basically categorized?
Correct.
So it's one search that's categorized as multiple different things?
That's possible.
And so here, when we had the search at the same exact time down to the second, that appears to be one search for can you treat a sociopath, not two, correct?
Yes.
We can go to the next one, please. Now, this area here, the separate report, is this the notes that were found on Ms. Clancy's phone?
That's correct.
And if we could zoom in on that, please. And there's basically detailed in journal form, correct?
Yes.
Starting October 24th, 2022, and moving down, correct?
The summary portion that you just pointed to is automatically generated by the summary portion that you just pointed to is automatically generated by the application when it reads the first few lines of text. The more.
All right, everybody. Apparently, I wasn't talking. I apologize. All right, everybody. It's a journal entry. It's October 24th, 2022. Has affirmations. It says, I'm strong. I'm brave. I will get through this. I will overcome postpartum anxiety and depression. I am a great mom. I love my kids. I love my family. I love my wife. I am happy. Or sorry, life, not wife. I am happy. I take care of myself. Gratitude. My mom for being there for me no matter what and coming to help at the drop of a hat. My husband for picking up the slack when I've been feeling so down. my husband for taking the big kids out to do things when I felt like I can't, the knowledge of how I can turn things around naturally, the space in my house to do this routine. Again, October 24th, 2022. And then there's something just down below it for the next day. This is what's called a journal entry, I assume, on
The
her phone.
summary portion that you just pointed to is automatically generated by the application when it reads the first few lines of text. The more relevant date is in the column to the left.
So over here, where it says created, October 25th, 2022, that's when the note is first created?
That is the date that's detected by the analysis tool from the operating system of the device.
What does modified mean?
That's the date that was detected by the forensic tool and the last time that this note was modified according to the operating system.
Modified being that it's changed in some way?
Yes.
And so if I start a note in my phone on October 25th and I go in there every day and change it, and the last time I change it is November 3rd, will it show every modification or just the last modification?
The only date timestamp that will show is the last modification, unless the forensic tool is able to categorize each time the note was changed. I'm only able to detect the modified timestamp or last modified timestamp and just the entirety of the note.
And excuse me, you don't know how many times this note was modified, correct?
Based on this forensic tool and this artifact, no.
Can you tell what within the note was changed?
I cannot.
So everything could have been the same and maybe a date changed, or there could have just been a date and everything was changed on November 3rd. You just don't know.
There could just been a one character change on the last modified date, but with this forensic tool and this artifact.
What's the date?
November 3rd.
Thank you.
And if we could just scroll down to the October 25th entry. And I would just like you to read this portion of the note. I would read it, I'm sorry, but.
All right, here's what it said. I am sad and depressed because this supposedly was October 25th. I'm sad and depressed because I am not able to parent my third child like my first. I want to treat every one of my babies like my first, but I know that is not feasibly possible. I'm sad that I stopped breastfeeding. I feel not as connected with Cal now. I think I sort of resent my other children because they prevent me from treating Cal like my first baby. I know that's not fair to them. I know that. I was feeling so depressed last evening when Cora and Dawson came home from school. I know it runs off on them, so we had a pretty rough evening. I want to feel love and connection with all of my kids. I'm also probably having a bit of internal conflict because my whole life I've wanted to have a lot of kids. I still don't want Cal to be our last, but I have a lot of figuring out to do before I have another. I'm on the fence about starting a new medication for anxiety/depression. I just want to feel happy. I want to be able to relax and take care of my kids. And when they go to bed at night, I want to deeply relax and hang out with Pat and then fall into a deep sleep for 8 hours, get up and pour hard into myself for an hour and a half. Cal was so very planned and desired. I wanted to be able to give him all the love he deserves. I guess that's what it's like to be the third child, though. He's not the first third child to ever exist. And the thing's in the way, so I'm going to do my best. He's not the first third child to ever exist. I think I know he'll be okay. Something hard for me. I hate that he has to put something to sleep. I'm sad I'm not breastfeeding something. The logo's in the way. But I think deep down, these were the right choices. All right, so I'm going to take a picture of this. If we can see what the words are over the logo, I'll let you know, but I think you guys get the gist of it.
I'm sad and depressed because I am not able to parent my third child like my first. I want to treat any one of my babies like my first, but I know that's not a feasible possibility. I'm sad that I stopped breastfeeding. I feel not as connected with Cal now. I think I sort of resent my other children because they prevent me from treating Cal like my first baby. and I know that's not fair to them. I know that. I was feeling so depressed last evening when Cora and Dawson came home from school. I know it runs off on them, so we had a pretty rough evening. I want to feel love and connection with all my kids. I'm also probably having a bit of an internal conflict because my whole life I wanted to have a lot of kids. I still don't want Cal to be our last, but I have a lot of figuring out to do before I have another. I'm on the fence about starting a new medication for anxiety/depression. I just want to feel happy. I want to be able to relax and take care of my kids. And then when they go to bed at night, I want to deeply relax and hang out with Pat and then fall into a deep sleep for 8 hours, get up and pour hard into myself for an hour and a half. Cal was so very planned and desired. I want to be able to give him all the love he deserves. I guess that's what it's like to be the third child, though. He's not the first third child to ever exist. I think I know he'll be okay, but it's really hard for me. I hate that he has to put himself to sleep. I'm sad I'm not breastfeeding anymore, but I think deep down, these are the right choices.
If you could continue.
As for the sleep training, I needed a baby that slept through the night because I simply do not have the opportunity in my life to catch up on sleep. I just don't. If there was a time for me to nap every day, then that may not have been the case, but there really isn't. When Cal naps, I have to take care of Cora and Dawson. That's just how it is. It feels cruel to me that we did not do that to Cal, but the reality is we did what we had to do. I guess I also feel slightly traumatized by the sleep training, but that feeling was only really present when I was severely sleep deprived and paranoid. I know what we did was the right thing and okay. As for the breastfeeding, it kind of goes hand in hand with the sleep training. Once he started sleeping most of the night, it was then a daily struggle to keep up my milk supply. I was having to take a ton of supplements and constantly think about eating and drinking enough to keep the supply up. And then I was having to think about pumping extra to keep it up. And that was really hard to do with Cora and Dawson around. When I tried to leave Cal to go out with Cora and Dawson, I was stressed about the pumping, and not to mention the fact that Cal was at home and not taking a bottle. So it was a battle of if I should pump or not. I know I did the right thing because I need to be able to leave Cal with someone and get fed. As much as I don't want to leave him, I need to be able to. I need to be able to be present with my other kids. I still really, really want a fourth child, but I need a really good therapist before then. I'm on the fence about starting a new med or not. I want to feel happy, but it would be nice to feel authentically happy and not fake. But I need to feel happier than I did last evening because then I was pretty depressed and not enjoying any of my children. It was really sad. I needed the breastfeeding off of my plate. I'm struggling so hard because I wanted to parent each of my kids like my first, and since I can't, that's depressing to me. This is definitely the root cause of all our problems. Now I feel like I'm not parenting any of my kids the way I want to, and that makes me sad too. But I'm going to try my best today. Things I love doing that help me love and appreciate and enjoy my kids are activities with them. I definitely started having some depression after Cora, but once I started getting up and out with her, I felt much better. I think signing Cal up for baby music class would be a great thing. Maybe Fridays can be my day with him. I've just fallen out of the habit of doing anything fun, anything for myself, anything with Pat, and I need to work on that. On a positive note, I had a great deep night of sleep. I'm terrified of something happening to my kids or doing something wrong to mess up their development. Our generation is inundated with information about every aspect of parenting and everything that go wrong if you don't get it right, and all the scary things happening in the world. It's insane. For the last 5 years, I've just filled my mind with all things parenting, and it's just unhealthy.
Thank you. And so everything that you just read would have been written and filled in by the user, correct?
Correct.
If we could go to the next one.
Okay, I'm going to pause for just a second. I am a mom of 3 kids. My first 2 children are 14 months apart. We waited after the second baby because he was very difficult to have the third child because I had 2 boys. I wanted a girl. So we waited, let's say she's like 2 years approximately from the second to the third. It's hard. It's hard. Anybody with littles under 5? She had 3 under 5. Cora was 5, Callan was 3, or sorry, Dawson was 3, Callan was 8 months, right? It's hard. It's hard being a mom. It's also hard to be breastfeeding exclusively your child. If you've done it, congratulations. And when I say exclusively, that means no pumping and that child is attached to you 24/7, right? That's what I chose to do. I don't recommend it. I recommend if you're having children, pump, pump. And if you feel bad about pumping and you feel bad about giving your baby a bottle, don't. Because what she's talking about here, needing her 8 hours of sleep, which don't we all, is very extraordinary, right? I wish that I would have pumped, and that on the days that I felt super exhausted, that my husband then could have fed the baby in the middle of the night to give me that extra serotonin that you needed. So moms or anybody out there, don't feel bad that you have to pump and that you are giving that responsibility to somebody else just to help you out just a little bit, because it's a lot. All right. I know we're looking at the context of this from her and her perspective. Sure. Don't we want all 8 hours of sleep? Sure. She's got 3 children. Did she realize that this is the way life was going to be? Probably not. Sometimes in experiences, you don't know where you're going to be until you're there, right? She wants to have a 4th. Honey, you can't even handle the 3 you got, right? What are you worried about a 4th? And then she's talking about the medication. So this is very eye-opening that we're starting to get her inner thoughts of what the heck is going on. She's having mom guilt left, right, and center. She wants to be present for her other kids, but she can't be present for this one. She can't be present for this one because she wants to be with the other ones. You can't have your cake and eat it all, right? You can't eat it all. And some people can't even breastfeed, like Jillian said, and you have mom guilt for that. So I know that we're nitpicking at the things that she's done, and I was like, what? Being a mom is super hard, and we put a lot of stress and strain on our shoulders that really don't need to be there. Everybody has mom guilt. Exactly. Do dads think about this? That's a great question. No. I have to tell you, when it came to my kids, my husband, like, he would go to work and he would work very long hours. And then when he would come home, he would be flat out and just zone out. And I was telling you guys, as a mom, your radar changes, that you hear every bump in the night because you think your baby's going to cry. It's just that, like, mom instinct. I still have it. To this day. Every once in a while, I still feel like I hear a baby crying. And then I'm like, oh my goodness, who's crying? Right. And right. She wanted to be a super mom and give each kid full attention, but that is unrealistic. It's unrealistic. I also want to tell you guys too, how many of you guys journal? Put a 1 in the chat if you journal. Put a 2 in the chat if you don't. If you journal, and let's just say something happens and you're in a criminal trial and people are reading your journals, would they say, oh my goodness, this person, I saw some of you say, oh my goodness, if they get into my phone, they're going to think I'm a criminal, right? Do you want your journal read to the public, and will it make you culpable of thinking bad things? Exactly, right? Because in your journal, you're not always writing about the happy-go-lucky things, right? You're not like, oh, hey, I went to the grocery store today and it was great, right? You're not writing about that. You're writing about your problems. You're writing about the things that you need to get off your chest. And it could be a litany of the worst day of your life, but in context, it's probably not that bad, right? So, this is her journal that she wrote in her phone. So remember, we're looking at it from hindsight, looking into the life of this person. And again, the prosecution says that this is premeditated. She didn't like her kids. She didn't like what was going on in her life, and therefore she did it. So we're gonna continue on, but thank you everybody for stopping and participating. It's a lot. Some people use it as an outlet to vent. Exactly. All right, let's go.
This is another note, is that correct?
That's correct.
And this note, it says it was created December 22nd, 2022, but then it was modified on January 23rd, 2023, correct?
Yes.
And this note here, again, we don't know how many times it was modified. You just know the last date it was modified, correct?
That's correct.
And you don't know what was changed in the note. You just know that something was.
Correct.
Okay. If we could go to the next one.
No, we're not going to go to the next one. We're going to screenshot it and see, and we're going to read it. All right, everybody, I'm going to read it to you. I hope you don't mind. It says, title, Medication Stole My Motherhood and My Life. I was the healthiest, happiest mom. I worked out every morning, meditated, and took care of myself so I could be the best for my kids until prescription meds stole me from my own body. It began with a touch of postpartum anxiety. The baby wouldn't, and then it kind of goes off to some other things. Let me see. Hold on. The baby wouldn't take a bottle, and I was due to go back to work. He was on a strict nap schedule to get him to sleep through the night. I had 3 young kids to take care of and was a touch anxious. So I did what you do. I asked a psychiatrist for some Zoloft. It took me weeks to take it, but it's hard to see because it's a little blurry. Finally took the plunge. I took 25 milligrams for 1 week, and then on the 7th day, I increased it to 50 milligrams as instructed by my doctor. Well, that night, I couldn't sleep a wink. I did take the medication at night, and I didn't know I wasn't supposed to, but still not a wink. I called my psychiatrist the next morning. She said to stop taking it. The second night, I barely slept too. She prescribed Ativan and Benadryl to fall asleep. Oh, I thought she took the Benadryl herself. Maybe I was wrong, but this clears it up. To fall asleep the next night. That's when everything started going downhill. I took those meds to sleep for 2.5 weeks until the Zoloft was out of my system and then weaned off the Ativan, followed by the Benadryl. And then once I tried not taking anything, I couldn't fall asleep and stay asleep. I had become dependent on the Ativan to sleep, but I didn't realize it. I went to, it's covered up, I can't see it, something at South Shore, palpitations and insomnia. Something was normal, and they prescribed, I think it's trazodone for the insomnia. It didn't work, and that's all I could get. So if you want to see these things, they'll be posted on my book of the... All right, let's keep going.
Now, in this report, we're seeing some photographs. Is that correct?
Yes.
And why did you flag these photographs?
The photographs had multiple modification dates relevant to the investigation.
How so?
The photographs have created, modified, and access date that are all the same. However, the metadata indicates a much earlier time.
What is metadata?
Metadata.
Okay, they were pictures of Callan, but I don't see what's so nefarious about this, but we'll see.
Is data about data. An image is data. And with the Cellbrite physical analyzer tool, you're able to see the data about, in this case, an image. Metadata would be the device used to capture the image. It would be potentially based on the user settings, location data associated when the image, where the image was when it was taken, where the device was when the image was taken. A lot of times it'll tell the size of the image or the type of image file that it is.
And so basically, when you look at the metadata of a photograph, you can tell what device was used to take it and the date that the photograph was taken on.
Correct.
And can you also tell if that photograph has been changed or modified in any way and when it was changed?
Using the forensic tool, I can make inferences based on certain modifications.
And how do you do that?
In this case, the image here is a .jpg. That's the file type of this image. Therefore, I know that the image that I'm seeing is created, modified, and accessed on this date. However, it has a capture time of November 2nd, 2022 at 11:27:15 a.m.
And is there something on here that says when it was modified?
Where the cursor is now, it indicates the modification date.
So above it is when it was created, below it's when it's modified? Or no, down here, capture time and the metadata is when it was initially created, correct?
Correct. And you look at the source file, you can see the source file indicates that the image was modified under the component where it says adjustments.
So just for the jurors looking at this report, here in the metadata, capture time is when the photo was taken. Above it, the 1/23/23, that's the date that the picture was changed in some way.
Yes.
And are you able to tell how the photograph was changed?
I can do analysis based on an image and see that an image from its native format was modified.
So basically, if I'm on my phone and looking at photos and I brighten something or I crop something, crop someone out of a photo, that would show it as being modified?
It would show it as being modified. In this instance, it created a new file, which is why it has the created and modified date being the same.
And so would it be accurate to state that on this type of phone, when you modify a photo, you can change that photo and leave it there changed, or you can create a new image with that changed photo?
Well, with an iOS device, Apple has the capability of taking what's known as a live photo. It's a proprietary name with Apple, but the exact file type is HEIC file. HEIC stands for High Efficiency Image Container. HEIC or a live photo is essentially that. It's a container or a burst of images that are taken over a very short period of time. It's a more effective way to store an image file within a device. It takes up less room. It also allows the user to have a multitude of pictures to choose from at a single point in time. If you modify an HEIC image to be a singular photo, you can save it to the file type known as a JPEG or JPG.
So a live photo is one of those photos that's taken, and you see a little movement before it settles into the photo when you look at it?
Yes, ma'am.
And is that an automatic setting on iPhones that it's set to live and you have to change it if you don't want that feature?
That's correct.
And so if you modify the photo and save that photo, that modified photo is not live.
Correct.
And is that what you saw here? There were a lot of photographs of the children that were accessed and modified in some way.
Yes.
And during what time frame were these photographs accessed and changed?
During the evening hours of January 23rd, 2023.
Okay, if we could go to the next, please. And what is this report displaying?
All right, everybody. I just want to remind you that the 24th of January is when the tragedy happened. So the 23rd of January, the Commonwealth finally got to the hint that she modified pictures of the children. They were live, this is what I envision. If I'm wrong, please let me know. You know how sometimes when you go and take a picture on your phone and then you go back and you look at it and it sort of, it like moves and then it stops. I think that's what they're referring to. So how she modified it, it wasn't a movement, it was a stop. So the day before she modified her children's pictures. Just so we're all clear. I know I'm a little bit behind, so don't worry. We will always catch up. We'll always catch up. Trish, I'm not sure what you're saying. The spamming on TT is just as annoying as this prosecutor. All right, everybody, thank you so much for getting the gifts. Since I already stopped, let's go ahead and let's tap, tap, tap. There are 121 of you in here. If you don't know who I am, my name is Missy K. I bring you legal cases. We're right in the thick of the Lindsay Clancy trial, or somewhat live. I'm a little bit behind, but we'll get there. So if you haven't liked, followed, please do. And also, if you guys tap, 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 we can go ahead and get the stream out to everybody else. If you want to give me a gift, to those of you who have gifted me, thank you so much. I love the corgi with the puppy dog with his little cute butt. That's so cute. And the heart. And when you give me a kiss, it's so cute. I love it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. You are contributing to my notebook and pen fund. So thank you so much. We'll continue.
This is another timeline report with the first event starting January 24th, 2023 at 4:00 p.m.
And does it go on January 24th, 2023 from 4 p.m. to 8 p.m.?
That's correct. It encompasses everything that.
All right. They showed me something really quickly, and it went so quick that we couldn't see it. But I'm going to tell you what it says. If those of you who can't read it, it says, oh, you guys, buckle up, law lovies, buckle up. This is about her heart rate, distance traveled, energy burned, speed, flights climbed. Everybody. So if you don't know, I'm going to give you a little bit of a spoiler alert. What time did Patrick call her? Where was she in the house? What was she doing, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera? We are getting into it. Let's hit those hearts and see if we can get some more people in. Here we go. This is exactly what's going on. And if you're ahead, try no spoilers in the chat, please, okay? We'll get there.
That's correct. It encompasses everything that would be before that time frame. It appears the last entry is 7:02:01 p.m.
And this would contain all of the things that were done with the phone between 4 and 8 p.m. on January 24th, 2023. Is that correct?
Everything that was detected by the forensic tool based on the extraction type.
Okay. And if we could go to the time frame 4:30 to 4:35.
All right, come on, show us. Move over. They didn't show us. Oh, they're talking to one another.
Using the tool, we'll search Miralax. Looking here, starting at item 37 at 4:46 p.m., is there a search for Miralax for kids on the phone?
Yes.
And again, we're seeing the search for Miralax for kids, 4:46:55, 4:46:55, the same time over and over again. Is that another example of one search showing up in multiple categories?
Correct. As an examiner, I would be looking at the timestamp and also the category second box in from the left, indicating that the Celebrate software has parsed it in multiple locations.
If you could start reading. In searching 3B in the document, we see here multiple sources. You could do a search with the number 3. So we see here at 4:43 p.m. on January 24th, a search for the 3V menu, correct?
Yes.
If we could scroll down a little. And again, those are all at the same time, so they indicate one search for the menu.
Yes, and the tools parsed it in multiple categories.
And if we could go back.
I wish
Was
we
there
could
also a
see
search
this.
for an Apple Maps for 3V?
Yes.
And what time was that?
I'm sorry, there's a glare.
If we could go to 4:13 p.m. And here in Apple Maps, do we see 3V restaurant at 4:13 p.m.?
Yes.
And when you're using a map feature to look up a location, such as Apple Maps, what type of information do you learn when you plug in a location or an address into Apple Maps?
A route preview.
And does that route preview give you a length of time it would take to travel to that location?
Depending on what you indicate as your originating location, yes.
And so if you plug in 3V restaurant to Apple Maps and it maps out a route to get there, does it tell you from your location to 3V how long it would take to get there?
Based on traffic conditions, yes.
Because that changes constantly, correct?
Yes.
So if I open up my Apple Maps and I put in 3V right now from here, at this time, the time it takes to get there might be different than, say, at 6 o'clock tonight.
Yes.
And so if we can go to 4:47 p.m.
You guys, this is very important as to the timing of all of this, but I have to tell you that this prosecutor is jumping all over the place and it's not in chronological order and it's very frustrating. So I'm doing my best. And if you're like, Missy, this time is wrong, or this is this or this or that, I'm just doing what she's telling me. This is so clunky. Why doesn't she say, what did she search at this time? Why doesn't she go in chronological order? Okay, at 4:13, she searched Apple Maps. Is it different on Apple Maps? Okay, at 4:33, she searched the 3V restaurant. At this time, she did this. Why is she going back and forth and back and forth? Sorry, it's very frustrating for me. And if it's frustrating for me, it's got to be frustrating for you. It's got to be frustrating for the jury because you want a timeline. What happened here? What happened there? What happened there? And that's why I said, here comes Reddington with a bow. He's going to wrap it up for a bow for the jury for us and put it in a chronological or a logical order. Also, just remember there's a digital forensic expert in the courtroom for the defense that will counteract some of these things. Thank you for watching.
And here at 4:47 p.m., again, we're seeing the search for Kids Miralax, correct?
Yes.
Is there also a visit to a CVS website here at 4:47:04?
Yes, it's categorized in multiple categories within the tool, but it parsed an artifact at that time.
If you could scroll down a little, please, to the phone call, the next phone call, right here. This outgoing phone call at 4:48:21 to 781-585-6581. Did you learn that that was a phone call to the CVS at 189 Summer Street in Kingston?
Yes.
And so that would be an outgoing phone call from the defendant's phone to CVS.
Yes.
Can we go to 4:53 p.m., please? And then there's a message, it says message 80, outgoing from the defendant's phone at 4:53:09 from Lindsay to Patrick Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And it says, any chance you want to do takeout from 3B? I didn't cook anything, it's been a long day, correct?
That's the content of the message.
Is there a response in message 82 from Patrick to Lindsay?
Yes, there is.
And what is the answer?
Yeah.
And then is there a response from Lindsay to Patrick at message 84?
Yes.
And what is that?
Okie dokie.
And then message 86, again from Lindsay to Patrick, does she send him another message?
She does.
And what does that say?
Check the menu when you can.
And then if you can scroll down to the next message. Is that message 90 from Patrick to Lindsay asking if Callan just got up?
It is.
And then message number 92, is that from Patrick to Lindsay saying also, what are you getting?
Yes.
And then 94 at 5:06 p.m., is that from Lindsay to Patrick, stating, but it was just a short nap in message 96.
Yes.
And then at message 97 at 5:06, the 3D menu searched.
Yes.
And that source says Safari. Is that a Safari web search for the 3D menu?
Safari is the default web browser on an iOS device, and iOS stands for iPhone operating system.
So that's a basic search on your iPhone for the 3D menu.
Utilizing the Safari web application, correct.
And then number 98, is that another search for Pedialyte?
Correct.
Excuse me. Now, both the search for 3D menu and the search for Pedialyte are at 5:06:45. How does that happen, that there are two searches for two different things at the same time?
Can you repeat the question?
So you have in message 97, you have on January 24th, 2023 at 5:06:45, a search for 3D menu. Then the same date at the same time, a search for Pedialyte.
And what's the question?
How does it happen that you have two searches at the same time?
I would only be able to make an inference from here without having the forensic tool available to me.
And what would the inference be?
That there was more than one tab open.
Okay, so on your phone or a computer, when you're doing web searches, you can have multiple pages open, correct?
Yes.
And you can just click on whatever page you want to open, you can click on and that will open up.
Correct. You can select which tab you want within the Safari application.
Tabs, right? Okay. So how many tabs can you have open at any one time?
I'm not sure the number, but I've seen iOS devices capable of having more than 30 or 40 tabs open at a time.
So it wouldn't be uncommon or unusual to have at least two open to two different web searches.
No.
Okay. If we could scroll down a little, please. And then we have in 106 and 105, both messages. First 105, we have a web history at 5:06:47, the menu at 3V restaurant, again, the source Safari. And then we have cookies at 5:06:48, .3vrestaurant.com. Can you tell us what the difference between those two are?
They're both from different databases. They're both associated with web browsing. Web history is from the history component of the Safari application. Cookies are installed through web browsing. Through legislation, when you visit a website for the first time, you'll typically be prompted, do you want to allow the website to download cookies onto your device? Cookies downloaded on your device serve a multitude of reasons. One might be that it allows the website of the company to be able to track your activity while on their website, which helps them for marketing and business purposes. Another component of cookies would be to enhance the web browsing experience for a website you go to on a regular basis. It would increase the load time. So it is an artifact that is indicative of web browsing.
And so message 108, again, we have at 5:06:49, we have a message from Patrick to Lindsay saying, oh, okay, is that correct?
Yes.
And then message 112, we have a message from Lindsay to Patrick where she says Mediterranean Powerball, correct?
Yes.
And that was at 5:07 p.m. We have a message 115 from Patrick to Lindsay at 5:08 p.m. Okay, I'll do scallop and pork belly risotto. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. And then if we could go to 5:10 p.m., the phone call right there. Oh, go back to me. And so we have two phone calls here, one at 5:09 p.m. and one at 5:10 p.m. The first to 508-747-4950, and the other to 508-927-4046. The first one is for 11 seconds, correct?
That's the duration, yes.
And that's noted here above source.
Yes.
And then the second is 47 seconds, is that correct?
Correct.
Did you look into these two phone calls?
I don't recall.
Okay. Do you recall the 508-927-4046 being the number for the 3V restaurant?
Yes.
And if we could scroll down a little bit. Are there further searches at 5:13 p.m., starting at number 128 for Pedialax?
That's correct.
And again, we're seeing that same thing with the same time, but multiple different categories that one search is located in, correct?
Correct. Single artifact, multiple categories that the tool parsed it as.
Can we go to 5:33 p.m., please? Oh, I'm sorry, I stopped there, thank you. 146, message 146, a message from Lindsay to Patrick at 5:15 p.m., which states Pedialex liquid stool softener, correct?
Yes.
And then at 147, we have 5:33:51 p.m. Is that a phone call from Patrick's phone to Lindsay's phone?
Yes.
And that has zeros in it for duration. Does that indicate the call wasn't answered?
It would be an inference.
And then going down to 150, we have an outgoing call from the defendant's phone to Patrick Clancy for 14 seconds at 5:34 p.m., correct?
Yes.
That means the call lasted approximately 14 seconds.
Correct.
And then the last item there, item 152, that is an incoming call to the defendant's phone from Patrick Clancy, correct?
Yes.
And again, we have zeros here indicating that the call wasn't answered, correct?
It's an inference, yes.
What time was that? You guys, I realized, what time was that? She didn't tell us what time that was. Okay. I don't know if we'll get a copy of the extraction report.
Could have these reports that I just went over submitted on this disc as the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted.
Right, they didn't say. And I can't see the report because they didn't show us at home.
Did you also,
All right, everybody, hang on just a quick second. I got to go zoom back just a little bit just to see if by chance they so when she's up there, you can only barely see like half of the screen because the cameraman doesn't show us. So I can't see it. I'm sorry, everybody. We don't know what time that phone call came in. I know that Patrick testified, but if we're doing timelines and screenshots and all that fun stuff, we're missing out. All right, everybody, let's go.
to January 31st, 2023?
I did.
I could have this marked as today's exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted. Ms. Sprague, is this a good time to take the morning break?
I just have one more exhibit to put in and then I would be done.
That's fine.
I'm sorry.
All right, thank you.
Okay, hang on. I think I went just a smidge more than I wanted to, so let me just back up a little bit.
236.
Did you also, looking through the defendant's phone, access the information on the calendar portion of the phone?
I did.
And the calendar portion of the phone, does that have different types of data, both populated by the phone itself and Apple, and then items populated by the user?
Yes.
Could you give us an example of something that would be populated by Apple and not the user?
A national holiday such as Christmas Day would be populated by the operating system through the application of calendar.
And then if I'm using my phone and I'm putting in appointments or parties or things I'm going to, that would be something that the user is putting into the calendar?
Correct.
And did you do a report of all the calendar activity for Lindsay Clancy's phone from August 4th, 2022 to January 31st, 2023?
I did.
I could have this marked as today's exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted. Ms. Sprague, is this a good time to take the morning break?
I just have one more exhibit to put in and then I would be done.
That's fine.
I'm sorry.
37.
All right, thank you.
Did you also do a report on all the text messages between the defendant's phone and an individual that had been labeled mommy?
Yes,
And was that for the month of January 2023?
I did.
We move to have these admitted as the next exhibit.
All right, that may be admitted.
I have nothing further.
All right. So why don't we take the morning recess at this time? All right. So members of the jury, we're going to take a short recess and then we'll return back to the case.
All right, I know I'm a little bit behind. We know we zoom. So we're just going to zoom and see if we either catch up in real time or if we're still lagging. Let's see. All right, here we go. We're right on time. They're still at break. All right, let's go see if we have questions, comments, concerns, thoughts, ideas. There's a lot going on. Let's see what we have going on over here. Can the jury write notes? Yes, the jury writes notes. They get a notebook. They write all their notes. If they have filled that notebook, they get another notebook. They keep their notebooks with them during the day. At the end of the day, they turn them over to the bailiff. They hold on to the notebooks, and they get, if they filled a notebook, they get it back when it comes time for deliberations, or it might be just like in their deliberation room where they go sit. But once they're done deliberating and they've given their verdict, the notebooks are taken back. You don't get to keep them, and they're destroyed. They're supposed to be. They're destroyed. I hope that answers that question. All right, everybody. If you have not tapped, let's go ahead and tap. Let's see if we can get some more people. There are 114 people in here. If everybody can tap at least 20 times, please. Let's see if we can get that number up. We have 47 likes. Let's get to 50 before we have before we get back from break. All right. What's the relevance of the calendar entry? Don't know just yet. We're going to see what, if anything, if that comes in and what the relevance there is. Why are they talking about a call with Cora calling? I don't know. Is anyone lagging? I don't see any lagging going on. If you do, I apologize. I didn't catch the call with Cora, so I was talking to my family. So, and I could go back, but I'm not going to go forward. All right, what else do we have going on? Love when we're behind, so it's a small break. Yeah. Jess says she's late to the chat. Question about the timestamps, duplicate searches when anyone is free. So Jess, ask your question a little bit again. I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about. If you're talking about why is there a timestamp for two things at the same time, he was saying that when you go into your phone and you go into your Safari, you can have more than one tab open looking at things. Oh my gosh, the cake is so cute. Mary, that's so adorbs. I love a cake. So I think that's what he's saying is that the timestamps are the same if you're looking at things at the same search. Yeah, D1, you're not confused. The prosecutor, it went here, she went there, she went there, she went there. I don't know why she didn't go in chronological order. I did my best to write some notes down. When we're done with this stream, I'll put a timeline together and give you any of the screenshots I took. I'll put on my book of the hopefully that'll help you clear up some things. It's a lot. All right, let's see what else we have going on. Why did Patrick go into the pharmacy instead of going through the drive-through? I don't know. Maybe because he wasn't picking up a prescription. He was just picking up the Miralax. Again, these are questions and things I'm not supposed to. How is the jury supposed to be in line? That is a great question. If you're confused, imagine they're confused. But just remember that usually Kevin Reddington comes in and wraps it up in a little bow. You just wait and watch. When he gets ready, you know he's getting ready to end with a witness when he's like this and this and this and this. He's trying to make it clear for you, for the record. Cora's doctor's appointment was in the morning. I'm not sure exactly what time it was per se. Yeah, the doctor's appointment for Cora the day of the M's is so important. Right. And so just remember that this witness can only testify to the things that he did. So she got in everything she could through this witness. Now the defense is going to come up and say some things, and maybe on cross she might clarify some things. But there's going to be another person coming in to tell us the rest of the story. So don't worry. Don't worry. D skid SKDMR, that search that you're talking about was the one that was done in August. Some people are on the day of the event. So hopefully we're not getting those two mixed up because those are two separate things. Right. The search was done at 9:48 in the morning. She supposedly it was unclear. So Reddington said 10 a.m. and then he first said 10:15 and then he changed it and said it was at 10 a.m. So we do not know for sure what time that doctor appointment was, just FYI. It was not 100% clear and we didn't get to see the record. But guess what? It's evidence. The jury will be able to see it. Why is there no trial tomorrow? Well, that's a great question. We don't know why there's no trial tomorrow. It's a possibility that there's no trial tomorrow because the judge might have something else. A juror might have something going on. Who knows? We don't know. We do not know. So when I was on a jury in Boston, Cambridge, it was a medical malpractice. I had a death in the family, and I was like, "Are we going to wrap this up? Because I have a death and I have to go." So it got wrapped up. We got wrapped up, not because of me, but that was just the way that it was going. The cameraman is shaking the camera, so they might be going back. All right, yay! Thank you, chat. Yes, Mary says thank you, chat, for 51,000 likes. But you know me, we can't just be at 51. We're not a regular chat, are we? We're a super chat. Today's goal is between now and lunch. Come on, let's go. Let's get to 100 between now and lunch. That is approximately an hour and a half.
You may be seated.
All right, counsel, we ready for the jury?
Yeah, thank you.
Trish, we're talking about two separate appointments. Yes, her appointment that day was in the morning, but we're not exactly sure. Reddington looks like he's talking to his digital forensic expert. I'm not sure if that's the digital forensic expert, but that's my thought. You didn't get to see. And hello, everybody. Everybody, welcome. If you're new here, my name is Missy Kate. I bring you law cases. I'm not only live on TikTok, I'm also live on another place. Wink, wink, wink. If you know, it is the app with the play button. Go see my link in bio if you want to know. If you want to watch with us, TikTok won't allow us to watch. So if you want to join us over there, you can watch and see. And you can also be in the TikTok app chatting with us as we go on. All right, everybody, let's go.
Court's now in session, please be seated.
Your
All
Honor,
right,
for the
let's-
purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, Mr. Reddington?
Yes, Your Honor,
Let's
thank you.
tap for Reddington, please.
Morning.
Morning, sir.
So you are part of the prosecution team that handles the downloads of computers and cell phones and things like that, right?
Specifically mobile devices, sir, not computers.
Mobile devices, okay. And the other gentleman that testified, Pavo, is that his name?
Paveo, sir.
Paveo. And he did the laptops that were found in the office, in the home, right?
Correct. He has those certifications.
Now, the district attorney had asked you some questions about different searches that you had done on Celebrate and on Axiom. All your searches dealt with Lindsay's cell phone, right?
To clarify, sir, I did no searches on Axiom.
Okay. You did searches on Celebrate.
It's the only forensic tool I use, correct?
All right. And basically, I'm just trying to get a handle on that you and your other brother or sister officers would examine, for example, the computers that were found in Patrick's office in the house, right? You didn't, but the other people did, right?
That's correct.
And then you got the computer, strike that, you got the cell phone that was Lindsay's cell phone, right?
Yes, sir.
And you then did, what's called an advanced logical of Lindsay's phone, is that right?
That's correct.
And what is an advanced logical? What does that mean?
It's an extraction that utilizes the iTunes backup of an iOS device, and it acquires most of the user-facing content, meaning calls, texts, images,
Okay.
browser history.
So you lost me on user facing. What does that mean?
What the user sees when they're using the phone.
Okay, so like if you pick up a phone and you open it up, then you're interfacing with the phone and you're looking at different things, such as photographs, emails, texts, things like that.
Yes, sir.
Okay. In addition to Trooper, now Sergeant Paveo, and yourself, there also was another trooper that you were working with, a guy by the name of Rabbit, like Roger Rabbit, right?
Yes, Joseph Rabbit was assigned to the unit at the time.
And he also conducted a search, but he did what's called a full file system extraction, right?
I don't recall.
Okay, what is a full file system extraction as opposed to advanced logical extraction?
A full file system extraction would acquire the databases and information that you cannot see as a user on a device.
I see. So your extraction was done on January 30th, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And Rabbit's extraction was done on January 27th, right?
I'm not aware of Trooper Rabbit's extraction.
Did you ever collaborate with him as investigator investigating Lindsay Clancy on this case and talk about what you located or what he located?
I had no discussion with him about the phone extraction.
All right. Is he still working for the state police?
He is.
Would you agree with me that the full file extraction actually gets more information than the advanced logical? In other words, Rabbit's extraction would have got more information than you got on your advanced logical.
That's correct.
So one of the things the district attorney had asked you about was in reference to Exhibit 237. And that would be the Celebrate report. Is that correct? Basically, the caption for the extraction on the Celebrate report.
This is a supplemental report
Okay.
that I completed from the physical analyzer software.
Okay. And would that be Celebrate?
Yes.
Says Celebrate. That's what I asked. Looking at Exhibit 237, the second page, that on the very top that I'm looking at here, can you tell me on the right, what is it depicting on the right?
All right, I'm going to take a screenshot. It's very hard to ascertain what we're looking at, but it talks about some of the library calendar, but it doesn't say exactly what it is. So maybe here we go. We're going to get into the calendar.
It's
Little box.
Doing the brightness instead of the.
Yeah, I know that.
I do want to note, I do need to note that it does say that there is, I have to go back for just a second. It seems like Patrick and Lindsay shared a Gmail account because one says Pat and Lindsay 17 at Gmail. Then there's one of Lindsay herself. It says Lindsay Musgrove 811 at Gmail. Don't send them messages. These probably don't exist anymore. But just wanted to give you that because that's what it says on there.
On the right.
It's
Little box.
Doing the brightness instead of the.
Yeah, I know that. You see the little box? Oh, well, you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to approach you. This here is the exhibit that the district attorney asked you to look at, 237, right?
yes, sir.
Okay. And it's a Celebrate report, right?
It's a supplemental report.
All right, please. So if you're new here, every time Reddington makes me laugh, please tap for Reddington. So Reddington's old school, right? He knows technology, but if it's not working, he's just going to approach the witness with the stuff. And we love it. We love it when he does that. So let's go. Thank you, Denise. Yes, hi. All right, there it's 57K. Let's get to 60, please. Let's go.
Yes.
And that would be the calendar search, right?
The calendar supplemental report, correct.
Okay. So that means that if Lindsay had appointments anywhere, it would have been presumably, if she put it in the phone, in her calendar, right?
Yes.
Okay. So when you looked at your investigation, directing your attention to the start time, what date are we talking about here?
The start time is August 14th, 2022 at midnight. End time would be August 14th, 2022, 11:59 p.m.
Okay. So if you look down to the next one, it says, what date?
August 23rd, 2022, 10 a.m.
Okay. And did she make an entry on
did.
her computer on that date and time?
She did, sir.
And can you tell me what the entry was?
The subject is 10 a.m. Callan, Kingston, vaccine.
So Callan would be the son. She had it in her phone that he had an appointment to get a vaccine at 10 p.m.?
The time is 10 a.m.
10 a.m., okay. And the next one, what is the next one?
Would you like to know the subject, sir, or the date?
Yeah, sure. Just whatever the date is and then what the subject is.
Okay. The start time is August 23rd, 2022, 5 p.m. The subject of the entry is 945 Kingston Dawson ear check.
And that would be indicative of an appointment that she had at the pediatrician's office for Dawson's ear check at 9:45 in the morning. Is that correct?
Could be an inference, I'm not sure, but that's the entry.
All right, there you go, chat. On the day that these Google searches happened, she had a calendar appointment at 9:45 in the morning for an ear check and then 10 a.m. vaccine. Now, I'm just letting you know if that clears that up for you, or if it doesn't clear it up for you. He's saying she couldn't have made those searches. It had to be Pat. Pat doesn't remember making that search. But just because you have it in your calendar that that's the time that you go, that doesn't necessarily mean she left at that time and she made it there on time or whatever. It's just an entry in her calendar. You guys can do with it as you want. The jury gets to decide whether they believe what Mr. Reddington's saying or what the prosecution's saying. Again, is it a big thing? Is this a hill we're going to die on?
Now, looking at Exhibit 235, you can tell me, what is this document?
I recognize it as a screen capture from an Axiom phone extraction.
All right. And you did indicate you were Axiom qualified, right?
I am not, sir. I'm familiar with the program as a result of my training at Breakey. Magna Forensics owns Breakey Technology, and in the training course for Breakey, process extraction is using Axiom, but I'm not certified in the software of Axiom.
But you can interpret it. You understand what that shows you. It's just a listing of different activities on the phone, right?
I'm aware of what the screenshot depicts, yes.
All right. Can you tell me see the highlighted one, can you tell us what that is, the date, the time, and what it's referencing? Do you need a magnifying glass?
References a website, sir.
And what's the website?
Mail.google.com.
That mail, like M-A-I-L, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Does it indicate whose mail it is? Does it show it on the right-hand side of the box?
I can't definitively determine whose mailbox it is.
Okay.
Trooper, I'm going to ask you, make sure you keep your voice up, okay?
Yes, Your Honor.
The next page. It's pretty much the same thing in the same day. Can you tell us on that page who signed in under what email?
The artifact is indicating that there is a title with an email.
What's the name?
Sorry. patrickclancy@gmail.com.
So that's fair to say that would be patrickclancy@gmail.com. That's his email that's signed in on Lindsay's Facebook.
I can't confirm that.
Okay. And when you were going through her phone, is it fair to say that, I mean, there wasn't much in her life that wasn't exposed to the state police and the DA's office and the investigators? I mean, your report initially was 180,000 pages of PDF, right?
It was a very large download, sir.
Does 180,000 sound about right?
It does.
So 180,000 pages on a PDF, you do a number of extractions, and then you get into the one that you were testifying about. The district attorney indicated, or you stated that it was 768 pages of text messages that she had, along with photographs perhaps?
That was a timeline search. The number of items in that report are indicative only of the time frame in which I was utilizing within the software.
Okay. So when you went through her phone, did you come across on a Celebrate report searching for where is the carotid artery?
I don't recall.
Did you come across, might be easier this way. This is a Celebrate report on Lindsay's phone, right? Now, I understand that you might not have been standing next to another cop going through the records and documents on her phone, but on this, you're able to recognize that as being the Celebrate report, right?
It is a Celebrate report,
And
sir.
it's a Celebrate report for her phone. You can tell by the numbers, right? Maybe this would help a little bit. See this here where it talks about source file and it's got a number, quadruple 08110-0000925E and all the rest of them. That would be her phone, right?
I don't have that number memorized.
Of course not, but it would be in your report.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Celebrate extraction report.
It would depend on the supplemental report that you have, sir, whether or not that character was displayed.
Because this is, we agree, is Lindsay's cell phone. Celebrate extraction report.
This item you have here, sir?
No, I'm sorry, the exhibit.
This is the calendar supplemental report, yes.
For Lindsay, so what's the number? You must have a number that would connect to her phone, like an address, like your home address, but in fact, it would be a number, right?
It's a device identifier. It is not presented in this supplemental report.
Okay, where would the device identifier be presented?
It'd be presented in the front page of the initial extraction report.
And that's the 780,000, whatever it is, pages, right? You don't have that here. Certainly 180,000 pages. You don't have that here, right?
No, sir.
Excuse me, Your Honor. Sure. Mr. Barrow, for a minute.
Let's pause the trial for a second. Let me go talk to my expert. Do you guys like how Reddington was trying to get information in through this witness that he didn't know about, but he kept trying?
Did you bring your report today with you? Just the report, not all the exhibits?
No, sir.
So you would agree with me, sir, that one of the concerns as an investigator that you had is things such as looking for buzzwords like suicide, right?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
When you're looking on the target's phone, and out of this whole courtroom, the target would be Lindsay Clancy, right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And you had access to her phone, right?
Yes, sir.
And you all went into it with a search warrant, right?
Yes, sir.
And you were looking for different topics such as suicide, drugs, killing kids, I imagine, to investigate, right? You had buzzwords.
Yes, sir.
And did you come across, for example, a search that indicates carotid artery?
I don't recall.
Did you come across a search on Safari, how to slit your throat to die?
I don't recall.
Did you come across a search, can you turn airbags off on Kia Sorento?
I don't recall.
Did you know that she had a Kia Sorento?
I did not.
If I approach you with this Celebrate report, sir, does that give you the numbers for what I just went through with these searches?
The universal device identifier is a match.
It is a match, okay.
Yes, between this document in my hand and the ones that you're holding.
So what's the first search on the first box?
The value associated with the source file is carotid artery.
And the next box.
How to slit your throat to die.
And the next box.
Can you turn airbags off on Kia Sorento?
These all came from Lindsay's phone, right?
I can't confirm that.
Well, it's a pretty good inference, right?
Yes, sir.
You want to read off of these?
If we could just
Sure.
see them at sidebar.
What? What? Why would you want to turn the airbags off in your car? Why sidebar? Because, okay, why do they want a sidebar? Because Mr. Reddington just showed this to the jury. They just talked about it. He asked this gentleman who searched her phone, did you see that these were the searches? And he said no. So he can't testify that he saw these searches. So I don't know if the prosecution has a problem with it coming in through this witness. So let's see if that happens. I know I stop and talk. Sorry, I'm just trying to answer people's questions. And when we have something that's really big, it's important that we go over it. But we didn't miss anything because they're still not back yet. So we're live right now. Oh my gosh, you guys, that's a lot. Why is he bringing it up? So unfortunately, I didn't get to see the dates on these. So hang on just a second. Let me just go back really quickly, see if I can capture the dates on these. Hold on. We'll go back to go forward, everybody.
Lindsay's phone, right?
I can't
All right. It's so hard to see.
confirm that.
Well, it's a pretty good.
It's so hard to see.
Carotid artery.
Let me see when he really, really puts it up. Okay, right here. It's a Safari search. Can you turn airbags off a Kia Sorento? Unfortunately, it doesn't have a date on it, everybody, so I don't know when she searched that, but I'm sure that Reddington is going to give us a date as to when this is. Because remember, the Commonwealth is saying that she did a lot of terrible things and she searched a whole bunch of things before this. And that, you know, the S-opath, right? She searched for that. She searched for a whole bunch of different things. So here's the question. Is she searching for these things to do it to herself? Is she searching for these things to do it with her and the kids? So this is why this is coming up. I hope that answers your questions, everybody. I know it's a lot. It's a lot. Trish says it was probably searched on a laptop because it shares your history, even with your phone, if they're linked. That's probably why he can't confirm it, because it didn't originally happen from the phone. Could be. It could be that so remember that Reddington said, Mr. Rabbit did the full extraction. You only extracted this much. So this is why Reddington has all these other things and this other guy doesn't. So I asked why. Why is this guy here if he didn't do the full extraction? But here we are.
You are S&T identification.
Thank you. And just, thanks. And if I
Please.
can, just for continuity, sir, looking at what has been marked as Exhibit R, S, and T for identification, not an exhibit yet, the jury would have, but nevertheless.
Okay, if you just heard that, they're marked for identification. It's not an exhibit yet. That means that this witness can't authenticate how this arrived, but he'll get it in through somebody else. So it's just for identification, just so you know what that means.
We can question you about it. You do agree with me that the phone identifier numbers are listed here, and they're pretty much the same on these three exhibits, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that would be Lindsay Clancy's phone, right?
I can't confirm that.
He's trying to get it in, you guys. He's trying so hard to get it in.
Yes, sir.
So I've just handed you Exhibit 237, sir. Can you tell me what that exhibit is? The district attorney questioned you about it.
It's a supplemental report that I compiled from the Celebrate software on the calendar application.
Do you have access to what was referred to as the mummy text messages?
Not with this document, sir.
So that document is the calendar that we had already gone through as far as seeing the doctor, 9:45 and 10 o'clock appointments, right?
That's correct.
All right. Is the
Exhibit 238.
You gotta love Reddington. He's like, where's the mummy calendar one? He doesn't even know the exhibits off the top of his head.
Exhibit 238, sir. If I may. On the exhibit, sir, this would be captioned the mummy text message thread between Lindsay and her mother. Is that fair to say?
For January of 2023, sir, yes.
Okay, so this search was limited by the police to January of 2023 for the texts between Lindsay and her mother, right?
Correct, sir. It's a filtered supplemental report from Celebrate.
Filtered supplemental report, okay. So who would be, when the jury's looking at these in the jury room, who would be the blue texter? Would it be Lindsay or her mother?
You could just look at the participant delivered status sent from Lindsay owner to mommy. So the green would be from the owner of the phone to the recipient mommy.
Okay, so green would be Lindsay, blue would be the mother.
That's correct.
All right. Now, let me give you Exhibit 238, and just a representative example. I mean, looking through, will you look at September 28th at 6:18 in the morning?
Sir, can you repeat that date?
Yeah, sure. September 28th. Oh, you didn't do, that's right, you didn't do September. You only did January, right?
Sir, this exhibit is just for January of 2023.
Okay, I apologize. Let's jump to January then. Now, let's say January 3rd, 8:35 in the morning. Do you have that?
One moment, sir.
Sure.
So this is going to be a little clunky because this guy only did
Yes, sir.
And what did
XYZ.
Lindsay say to her mother on January 3rd at 8:35 in the morning?
At 59 seconds, sir.
Yeah.
I'm all right, period. Anxious about meeting with the whole psychiatry team.
How about the next message that she sent at January 3rd at 8:37 in the morning?
In 31 seconds.
Sure.
I'm just worried they won't send me home soon.
Now, do you know, as a police officer working on this case, what she meant, send me home? Do you know where she was on January 3rd?
It would be an inference only, sir.
That's all right. You can infer.
I believe she was in a medical facility.
McLean Hospital.
I recall that hospital being mentioned.
And then on January 8th, sir, at 10:44 in the morning, was there a text from her mother to Lindsay, if you know? 10:44. Where the mother asked, did you sleep good?
1 second, sir. It's cut off by the clip here. 10:44 and 30 seconds a.m.
Yeah.
From mommy to Lindsay. Great. That will be fun. Sleep good last night, question mark.
And did she respond? She meaning Lindsay?
She did.
What'd she say?
I actually did.
And this was on January 8th, sir?
That's correct.
January 10th, could you pull that up, please, at 9:48 in the morning?
I apologize, sir. Can you repeat the time on the
Sure.
10th?
9:48 in the morning, beginning with mother asking questions of Lindsay. Still sleeping good, question mark.
I have a message at 9:48 and 15 seconds from mommy to Lindsay.
Okay, what is that?
Good morning. How are you doing today? Question mark.
And what did she say in response?
Good. Period. At the gym with the kids.
And what was the date? Was that January 10th?
2023, 9:48, 21 seconds a.m.
So do you have January 10th in front of you, not the 23rd?
Okay, my correction, sir. January 10th, 2023 at 9:48 and 21 seconds.
All right. And what did the mother ask her?
Nice, still sleeping good.
Did she ask her, are you feeling better during the day? And she said, so far, a little bit.
Would you like me to read that, sir?
Yeah.
At January 10th, 2023, 9:53:01 seconds a.m. Are you feeling any better during the day? From mommy to Lindsay.
And go to January 12th, 11:09 in the morning.
Yes, sir.
What did she say? What did mommy say?
From mommy to Lindsay, January 12th, 2023, 11:09, 32 seconds a.m. Still feeling a little better, question mark.
And how did she respond? How did Lindsay respond?
A little bit.
And then on January 16th, well, wait a minute. January 14th at 1:05, I think, in the afternoon. Can you pull that one up?
Yes, sir. One moment.
Okay. You recall where it starts as, I'm waiting for the day. And that would be from Lindsay to her mother.
Can you repeat the time one more time, sir?
1:05
AM or PM?
p.m.
And this is on the 14th, sir?
Yes, sir. Yep. January 14th.
I have a message from Lindsay to mommy, January 14th, 2023, 1:05, 13 seconds PM.
Saying,
About the same, period, hanging in there and waiting for the day I wake up and feel me.
so she says, waiting for the day I wake up feeling like me, right?
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And then on the 16th of January, if you can pull that one up. January 16th at 10:20.
I have a message from Lindsay to mommy, January 16th, 2023, 10:20, 24 seconds AM.
And what did it say?
It was fun, period. Cora and Dawson enjoyed, period.
Now, did it make reference at any point in the text that that was a reference to the Cape Codder? Is that in there at all? Do you see it? It was fun, referring to what was fun, if you know.
Not in this particular message, sir.
Okay. And then continuing on, sir, January 18th, would you agree that she inquired of her mother, or the mother asked, are you starting a new med? She said, I did. I started it two nights ago. And that basically the mother was asking her about her medications and how she felt and how she was doing, right?
One moment, sir. I just have to get to that point.
You guys gotta love Reddington getting
what,
in things.
That's okay, because it's an exhibit and the jurors are going to have it and they can take a look at it. So that's okay. We're good on that.
Okay, don't answer the question.
No, you don't have to answer. That's all right.
Okay, sir.
Now, on January 24th,
Do you guys see what Reddington's doing? Don't worry, the jury can look at this. So jury, pay attention to this.
The district attorney asked you about the Google searches, Googling 3V restaurant, looking at the distance from the house to 3V restaurant, looking at menus. You recall answering her questions on that?
I do, sir.
And you're familiar also prior to that, on the same day, that she had taken the baby to a doctor and that Pat texted her and asked basically, you know, how did it work out? Do you recall that?
I recall the doctor's appointment. I don't recall the text.
Do you recall that Lindsay sent a picture of her and her children taken that afternoon?
I recall the snowman photo.
I'm sorry?
I recall the snowman photo.
Okay. And that was on the 24th of January, right?
It was, sir.
Do you recall that Pat texted back and said something like, "Oh, wow, you're a good mom"? Call that?
I don't recall the text.
One of the other searches that you did would be, are you aware that there were searches for medical, such as questions regarding bipolar symptoms, psychosis? Can you be in DKA without high blood sugar? Page after page after page, trazodone, what is the effect of trazodone? Wellbutrin, how do you feel on trazodone? Ativan addiction, Prozac, Trazone, going on and on and on. You guys saw this on her search on her phone to celebrate, right?
I recall those searches, sir.
Okay. Could I offer this, Your Honor? This would be medical searches on her phone.
Any objection?
No.
All right, that may be admitted.
Exhibit 239.
Great, thank you.
Do you recall, sir, that there was also a search for schizophrenia? I'll say that.
Not specifically.
Well, if I approach you, sir, and your extraction report, does that refresh your memory that there would be a search on her phone for schizophrenia? See where it says schizophrenia?
Yes, sir.
Okay, what was the date of that search?
January 19th, 2023, 9:58:01 seconds a.m.
Put that right here for a minute. How about psychosis? Did she search for psychosis as well?
If I may.
Of course.
There is a keyword search in psychosis in a Google search.
That would be a keyword search that you said in a Google search on the January 20th.
January 20th, 2023, 8:39 and 0 seconds p.m.
Okay. Then was there also a search for Seroquel?
Seroquel is part of a search, yes.
And what was the rest of the search?
On Seroquel, feel like I can't have a conversation.
Okay. And it goes on a number of other inquiries as well, correct? Dealing with Seroquel.
That's correct, sir.
And then further, do you recall that there were a number of pages where she Googled and was inquiring about suicide?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us when she was Googling suicide?
December 29th, 2022, 1:02:14 seconds p.m.
And would you agree that she also Googled on a number of occasions sleep?
Sleep is one keyword and part of a Google search, correct?
And then there's a number of pages that are attached to that dealing with the search for sleep, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And do you know the time frame that we're talking about from the Celebrate search?
Multiple entries, sir. Majority of them are in January of 2023.
Okay. Also also a much larger package of searches for trazodone. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. Trazodone is one keyword as part of multiple Google searches.
Zoloft,
Correct.
what's the time frame?
If I may just remove this, sir.
Yeah, sure.
Earliest entry is December 31st, 2022, 4:07:48 seconds p.m. Last entry, all on the same date, December 31st, 2022, 7:06:39 seconds p.m.
Okay. She also, on her phone, is a search for benzo withdrawals, right?
Yes, sir. Benzo is listed as a keyword as part of another search.
Also, after benzo, it says withdrawals, right?
Correct.
And what's the time frame for that, please?
January 20th, 2023, 8:11:57 seconds p.m.
And also a search for Wellbutrin.
Yes, sir. Wellbutrin is a keyword as part of a Google search.
Does it say what the time frame is?
It does.
What is it?
January 16th, 2023, 9:14:47 seconds a.m.
Okay. And a search for McLean.
Correct, sir. McLean is part of a keyword of a Google search.
What's the time frame?
December 29th, 2022, 8:52:37 seconds a.m.
Okay. Is there also a search for insomnia?
Yes, sir. Insomnia is part of a keyword of a Google search.
What's the time frame?
December 31st, 2022, 7:12:58 seconds p.m.
That's December 21st, did you say? 31st.
December 31st, 2022, sir.
And is there a search for keyword ketamine? K-E-T-A-M-I-N-E.
Yes, sir. Ketamine is part of a Google search. It's a keyword within the Google search.
What's the time frame?
For this entry, January 20th, 2023, 8:39:0 seconds p.m.
There's also a search pulled up on Celebrate for Lamictal.
Yes, the word Lamictal is part of a Google search.
And what's the time frame?
January 16th, 2023, 9:23:13 seconds a.m.
Is there also a keyword search for postpartum and Google searches for postpartum depression and various aspects of postpartum?
Yes, sir.
And what's the time frame for it?
They all occur within January of 2023, with the earliest date being the 11th of January 2023 and proceeding all the way to the 19th of January 2023.
And keyword benzo. Right on the Celebrate report for Lindsay's cell phone.
It is, sir.
Can you tell us what the time frame is?
So would you like it for the first entry or all the
Just
entries?
give me the idea, like, for, bracket, starting on when, ending on when. We don't have to go through all of them.
The earliest entry appears to be December 6th, 2022, 9:17:05 seconds a.m., with the last entry being January 20th, 2023, 8:13:48 seconds p.m.
And search for bipolar. That was on her phone.
Keyword bipolar is part of a Google search, correct?
Bracketed in. What's the time that it started? When did it end?
The earliest entry is from this report is December 29th, 2022, 9 a.m., 37 seconds. And the last entry is January 13th, 2023, 1:38:42 seconds p.m.
And clonazepam was a search as well, correct?
That's correct, sir.
And can you just give me an idea, what's the time frame on that?
All of the searches in this report indicate January 18th, 2023, in the morning hours from 11:26 a.m. to 11:27 a.m.
Okay. And the next one would be Ativan. You see where it says Ativan? What's the first? Just give me the first month. What's the stat? Search for Ativan.
The earliest time frame, sir? December 31st, 2022, 7:06:30 seconds p.m.
Okay. Next one would be amitriptyline, correct? Okay.
I'm not sure on the pronunciation, but it appears to be that way.
Okay. And when was the amitriptyline search? When did it start? When did it end?
January 16th, 2023, 11:01, 28 seconds a.m., with the last entry being January 23rd, 2023, 8:17, 58 seconds p.m.
And then on January 20th, 2023, was she searching intrusive?
That's correct.
Okay. And then finally, sir, on January 19th of 2023, was she searching hallucinations?
Yes, sir. 10:33, 49 seconds a.m.
Sir, I would offer these.
I could just look them over.
Sure, yeah.
You're welcome, sir.
So if you got the last two, she was Googling amitriptyline on the 23rd at 8:17 p.m. and then hallucinations on the 19th. I have a little zoom room. We're going to zoom. Okay. We're on real time. Wow. So what do you guys think of that? All those things that she Googled from December to January. And even up until the 23rd, amitriptyline.
No objection.
Okay, those may be admitted.
Did you like
You wanna
how
admit-
Reddington did that?
it's, individual.
All one, is one individual or all one? It's, I don't care.
Ooh, why don't we do that? I hate to do this to you. Why don't we do it individually? Just might be easier down the road.
Okay.
So the poor court clerk has to go through each one of them, mark them. So all those papers, she has to go one by one. So it's going to take a little bit of time. All right, do we have any questions in the meantime while we're waiting? We're live. There's no more Zoom room. Oh, Austin, I'm sorry that you missed so much. You missed so much going into lunch. We'll play catch up if you're still here. Let me know when you come back. All right, if you're on me with TikTok, we're at 80K. We were supposed to get to 100 before lunch. So if everybody on here, we have 94 people. If 94 people tap 20 times, what is that? I know that you're all math experts now, right? 94 people times 20 times. That gets us 1,880 more likes. Tappity tap, tap, tap. And so I don't know if you guys can see my gift goals. I'm new here. I don't know how to do everything. If you want to send me a gift to go to my lovely notebook and pen fund, that would be awesome. Thank you so much. Appreciate everything that you guys do. If you guys have any questions while we're waiting for this poor court clerk to enter these into exhibits one by one. And don't worry, there's going to be some other experts that come in to testify to some other things.
Thank you.
Right, thank you.
I apologize. I neglected to ask about this Celebrate extraction report from Lindsay's phone. This really is another extraction search on her phone.
Yes, sir. It's a supplemental report for searched items.
And looking at that, Ken, basically there are a number of search terms in there, such as pre-made goodie bags, and that would have been on December 31st. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
All right. And what's the next one underneath that that would be on December 31st?
Child with bloated belly and lethargy.
How about the next one on December 31st?
Children's Motrin stores.
What about the next one on the 31st?
Children's Motrin.
Next one.
Is children's Tylenol the same as infants?
Next one.
6-month-old whale windows.
That would be WALE, whatever that means.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Next one.
Earth's best organic baby food.
Next one.
Earth's best organic infant.
Next one.
Earth's best organic infant formula.
Next one.
Nova Plymouth, NOVA.
Next one.
Best kids movies.
Next one.
Nova Trampoline Lark.
Next one.
Unicorn Picture.
Next one, if you can.
Yes, sir. Unicorn Picture Free Coloring.
Just read them right down. Just
Yes, sir.
Just rip right through it.
Paw Patrol saves. I'll spell it. Paw Patrol saves the MEREKR. Twin Girls Bed. Cape Cod Resort. How much formula for 8 MINTH? Chuck E. Cheese. Chuck E. Cheese. Children's Motrin. Children's Motrin stores. ADC Temple Touch Thermometer.
Can I just interrupt you?
Yes,
What
sir.
do we have to for date right now?
The last item I read was ADC Temple Touch Thermometer, sir, and the date was January 17th, 2023, time 2:19:03 seconds p.m.
Okay. I just want to get a frame on the time. Okay,
Yes, sir.
Go ahead. Finish that up.
8-month milestones. Fluffy slime recipe. Fluffy slime recipe. UTI symptoms children. Kids Miralax. Miralax for kids.
And what was the date on that?
The last date on the page for Miralax for kids, January 24th, 2023, 4:47:31 seconds p.m.
Yeah, go ahead. Finish these three more.
Yes, sir. CVS Pharmacy, Pedialax, Pedialax.
Thank you, sir. I'd offer this, Judge.
All right, that may be admitted. Yeah, 261. That's
And then finally, sir, approaching you with what would be a report. You can recognize that document, right?
Yes, sir.
Right. And what is that? It doesn't have the thing, the header on the top. That's all.
It's a text messages.
Are you able to know when the photograph of the two kids and the snowman was sent to Pat by Lindsay? Do you know when? Was it on the 24th? If you know.
I would have to look at the extraction.
So understanding jury would be able to be looking at the photo and has a little history. If we look at this report, you see where it says Lindsay owner. And then over here, it says Cutie.
Yes, sir.
So is that from Pat to Lindsay?
That's correct.
And what's the date and the time?
January 24th, 2023, 8:19:45 seconds a.m.
Okay. And what's the next one that you see? And just say to us, like, it's Pat to Lindsay or Lindsay to Pat, and what is the message? You don't have to go through all the numbers.
Yes, sir. Next item, do you want me to read the date,
Yeah,
sir?
sure. Just-
Next item, January 24th, 2023, 8:36:17 seconds a.m. Lindsay to Pat, loved an image, which is a reflection that someone used the feature within iMessage to like an image.
Like an image, like a photograph, right?
Correct, sir.
Okay. Yep. What else?
Want me to keep going?
Sure.
January 24th, 2023, 16 seconds a.m. From Patrick to Lindsay, how's it going?
And you know what? If it's the same date, rather than taking the time, just go right down and read the messages. That would 'cause we
Received,
know
sir.
the time frame.
The date is the same for all the messages.
Okay, good.
From Patrick to Lindsay, how's it going? Lindsay to Patrick, good. Lindsay to Patrick, okay, her urine looked good, so nothing going wrong with her kidneys, phew. Patrick to Lindsay, good, with a smiley face. Lindsay to Patrick, no message content. Patrick to Lindsay, oh wow. Patrick to Lindsay, you're a good mama. Lindsay to Patrick, smiley face with hearts. Lindsay to Patrick, blank. Patrick to Lindsay, laughed at an image. Lindsay to Patrick, any chance you want to do takeout from 3V, period, period, period. I didn't cook anything, period, period, period. It's been a long day. Smiley face. Patrick to Lindsay, yeah, smiley face. Lindsay to Patrick, okie dokie, smiley face.
I'd offer that, Your Honor. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, these text messages are already in evidence as Exhibit
Well, I'd like
23.
to have this.
I'll allow that.
Thank you.
Come on.
When he does this, I always think of
Finally,
the.
District Attorney spent
Hang
some
on.
time asking you about modifications to a photograph, and I think it was of the little baby. You recall that line of questioning?
Yes, sir.
What did that mean? Does that mean that someone, or Lindsay or someone on her phone, changed the photograph of the little baby? Is that what that means?
It means that the photo was edited in some fashion.
So that could be like coloring?
It could be a variety of things.
Like what?
As I indicated in my earlier testimony, it could be that someone took a live photo, and instead of having it be a live photo, which is a multiple burst of images, they took it down to just a single photo.
Anything else that can be modified?
Multiple things, but from the extraction, that's the only thing I was able to determine.
So you weren't involved in the search of the Clancy house on the 24th, 25th, right?
No, sir.
Were you aware that there are photographs of the kids hanging in virtually every room, kitchen, living room, bedrooms? Did you know that? As an investigator on this case?
Sir, I was not involved in the search.
You know that there were dozens and dozens of photograph albums, little babies, all over the house. Did you know that?
I was not aware of that, sir.
Thank you.
Commonwealth redirect?
All of the exhibits that defense counsel just put in about the searches for psychosis or certain drugs, are those all available in the disc Exhibit 236, in some of those reports where you can search the word and all of those mentions will come up?
Yes.
Sir, on Exhibit 258. Thank you. The search is about psychosis. Some of those searches were for psychosis symptoms on January 19, 2023. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So the person using the phone, looking it up, was looking up to find out what the symptoms of someone would be experiencing if they had psychosis, correct?
It's a keyword search for psychosis symptoms.
You were asked some questions about the chats between Lindsay and her mother in Exhibit 238. Correct?
Yes, ma'am.
There's a text message from her mother to Lindsay on January 19th, 2023, which states, "I'll bring it Saturday. Never know what treasures I'll find in the attic," correct?
That's correct, ma'am.
Seeming to indicate that her mother is going to visit her that Saturday, correct? From the text message content.
It's an inference.
Is there also a text message from Lindsay's mother to Lindsay on January 22nd, which would have 2023, which would have been the Sunday after the Saturday visit, in which her mother says, "Enjoyed seeing everyone this weekend. Nice to see you doing better."
That's correct.
I have nothing further.
Mr. Rankin?
Just very briefly, kind of like a housekeeping thing, if I could, Judge. I'm approaching you with text messages. Would you agree with me? Again, this came up on Lindsay's phone, and it would be text messages between Patrick Clancy and Lindsay. Kind of flip through them all. Trust me, one of the others.
Yes, sir.
While he's looking, I was going to say, when he wanted to put these exhibits in, and she was like, "It's already in," the song "My Way" from
That's correct, sir.
Okay. And then finally,
hang on.
I'm handing you again extractions from Lindsay's phone that you can flip through them if you wish. Would be between Lindsay and Sue Clancy, her mother-in-law, Patrick's mother. It said Sue Clancy.
"My Way" from Frank Sinatra.
That's correct, sir.
Okay. I'd offer these to you, Your Honor.
Objection.
If I could see counsel sidebar.
All right, we're at sidebar, everybody. Okay, got a couple of things to announce. So first of all, we're at sidebar. You know what that means. Tap, tap, tap. If you're new here, hello, my name is Missy K. There are 93 of you in my chat. Please tap, tap, tap. If you're over here on the YT channel, hello and welcome. If you have not, down below, you can like the stream, you can subscribe, and make sure you turn on notifications because you never know what is going to happen. If you're over on TikTok with me, I am live, wink, wink, on the app with the play button. If you want to join us over there, you can see the trial along with us. Give me a like and subscribe over there. I post a whole bunch of stuff over there, pictures, things that came in from the trial, motions, and other things as well. So as I was just saying just a second ago, the "My Way" song from Frank Sinatra comes in because, you know, Mr. Reddington is like this mob boss lawyer, and, you know, so I just thought "My Way" from Frank Sinatra was kind of apropos to that. When they talk about the keyword search, when they extract your phone, they can't look through everything. Did you hear him? There are thousands of pages that they look through. What they do is called a keyword search. The prosecution says they get a search warrant and they say, "I can search your phone for these keywords." And so S side, right? What the rugs she was taking. So when they talk about these keyword searches, that's where they're looking for in their phones because they can't look through everything. Do they miss some things? You bet. So that's where the other digital forensic expert from the defense side is going to come in and say, "Yeah, you looked at this, but in the context, it's this." So that's kind of what they're playing at when looking at the phones. All right, let's go to some questions until we're waiting for them to come back from sidebar because guess what? We're live, so we don't have anything. All right. The fluffy slime. Yeah, I thought that was amazing. It sounds like she's Googling Chuck E. Cheese. She's Googling the trampoline park. We know that Cora's birthday was coming up. Now, a couple of you are confused. On the day, the 23rd, when Lindsay was taking Cora to the doctors, yes, there are two things that are happening true at the same time, but I need to clarify this for you. First of all, it was her 5-year well checkup. How do we know that? It came into evidence when the prosecution was asking Patrick Clancy. They said, "Did you know that was a scheduled appointment for her 5-year?" He said no. Also, the other thing that's true is that Cora was having some issues with holding in her bodily functions. We know that was stated when she went to preschool. The preschool teachers talked about that. That is where she was searching for the Miralax. She was searching for the bladder problems for Cora. She knew she had a well appointment already scheduled, so that's when they went in to talk about it. That's what the text messages were between her and Patrick. Urine looked good. Kidneys are great. He's like, wow, that's great. You're a good mom. So just wanted to let you know those two things are true at the same time. Just to clarify that for you. And if you do not believe what I'm saying, please go back to day one and go watch Patrick's testimony. Now, I can be wrong on some things, but this one, I know that I'm not. So I hope that clears that up for you. They're still at sidebar. Let's tap for a sidebar, please. We're at 88K. Let's see if we can get some more tapping going on. Let's see those hearts. All right. Let's see what other questions that you guys have. Trish says that she could have easily changed the live on the photos to better cover still. Isn't that common with live photos? I don't know. Not a digital expert. Don't know. I don't know what the point of that was. We had to talk about the jury writing notes. We talked about no wide trial tomorrow. I don't know if the kids had any other health injuries. You kind of heard some of the text messages going on.
Right. That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
All right. Attorney Sprague, anything further?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. You may step down.
Thank you.
So trials aren't always so exciting. You have to slog through the evidence that comes in. Could it be a little bit better?
1:01, so don't
All
hold
right.
that against me. So we're going to take
lunchtime
take
for
the
them.
afternoon recess at this point. I'm going to ask you to be ready. Come back 2 o'clock and go to the next witness. My instructions are the same. During the break, don't talk about this case. Don't do any research. Don't read anything. Don't listen to anything. And then see you back here about 2 o'clock. Okay, thank you.
Court, all right. Judge, kindly close the door, folks.
All right, we'll see if the doctors don't watch TikTok. Yep. All right, we'll see if the doctors have anything to say or if they're going to put anything else on the record. And then we are going to talk. We're going to chat. All right, everybody in the chat, let's hit some hearts. Let's tappity tap so that we can get some more people in. See if the lawyers have anything to say. I bet you they don't. They want to go to lunch.
Before we break, Judge, I apologize. When I introduced the records from social health, actually I put in a cover page and the wrong page that does not reference the actual medical record that I had. So do you have any objection to the substitute status? It's the appointment.
Right. So I'm sorry, I just missed the part where you said it's different than what you submitted.
Yeah, what I submitted is just like a cover letter and some other things. I thought I submitted the medical record.
Oh, no objection.
So you want to substitute those?
Yeah, sure.
Is it from this new batch?
All right, thank you. All right, so we'll be in recess till about 2 o'clock.
Court, all rise.
All right, if you guys didn't see, there is a meme that I posted, and it's got Kevin Reddington one day came in with a whole bunch of boxes, and he's like, I want to submit that. And the prosecution's like, Your Honor, all this is digital. And he's like, I still want to submit all of this. So now and then there's one like he's got like 1,000 boxes and he's walking with 1,000 boxes. It's hilarious. Kevin Reddington is old school. He does things his way, my way. Remember, I just talked about that. All right, so let's go through some questions, comments, thoughts, feelings. All right, Trish says that she thinks Pat lied about a few things. Her gut says that Cora's bladder issues were deeper and darker. We might never figure out that part. Again, that's speculation that hasn't come into trial, so we don't know anything about that, so we're not going to talk about that. Remember, we're talking about facts that come into trial as to what Lindsay has and hasn't going on. All right. Let's go on and see what you guys are going on about this. So Peanut says she certainly was a better mother than I was before the tragedy. Jessica, knowing how Reddington has been this, and the feed just totally jumped. Thank you all for your messages. Knowing how Reddington has been this entire trial, there has been some reason he just did all of that. Absolutely. Reddington's not doing anything just for his health. Tesler, what happened? Well, this morning, so a couple of you are just joining us. Welcome in, everybody. My name is Missy Kay. I bring you law cases. We're right in the thick of the Lindsay Clancy trial. This morning, we had two troopers on the stand testifying to digital evidence coming in. The first one was Patrick's laptop. What was going on with Patrick's laptop? If you heard the Commonwealth talk, especially to Patrick looked up a singer who unalived themselves. Some people say it's Tom Hall, Tim Hall. I don't know. It's Mr. Hall. He was a singer. Patrick looked him up. But in that thread, there was a thread about a bridge where you could go and harm yourself. And the Commonwealth is saying Lindsay did that. But Reddington kind of said she couldn't have, because look at her calendar. She had 2 calendar appointments for the kids, both Callan and Dawson, one at 9:45 and one at 10 a.m. The search was made at 9:48 a.m. I'm confused. It didn't clear it up for me. I don't know if you're confused. So the jury may or may not get that. So I don't know. Is it a nothing burger? Then we just heard from this other digital expert who downloaded Lindsay's phone, and we got a whole bunch of searches about all the medications she searched. She searched about how to get rid of your disarm your airbags in your car. They talked about the carotid artery as well. Things that you would think a nurse would know. So, and this was Lindsay's phone, everybody. This is Lindsay's phone. It's not the Apple Watch. It's not Patrick's phone. It's not the other computer. This is Lindsay's phone. They talked about text messages between her and her mom. Some of them were not very telling. It just basically talked about, are you feeling better? Are you feeling better? She did a huge Google searches from December 31st all the way to January 16th about a whole bunch of rugs and intrusive thoughts, as well as hallucinations. That was done on the 19th of January. On the day of the event, we know that there was the snowman picture that she sent to Patrick. And then they talk about the text messages between her and Patrick on the day, the 24th, that this happened. It's just back and forth. Here's a picture of they talk about what happened with Cora at the hospital, at the doctor's office. And then they talk about the snowman picture. And then it goes down to the time frame of when she sent the text messages to him about she didn't cook that evening, just he wanted to get takeout at 3V. And then it also talks about the map quest that she looked up about how far the restaurant was away. All they can tell you is when those searches were made. That's it. That's pretty much it. Oh, the journal entries. Oh, that was big. So if you don't know about the journal entries, I did put one on the book of the, I'm going to have to go back and put some other up there. They were very telling. It was definitely about a mom who was struggling to become a mom. She was stopping breastfeeding Callan. She felt really guilty. She felt really guilty that she wasn't able to spend time with her other kids, that because Callan was the third baby and he was having like third baby syndrome, that she felt she wasn't being a good mom to him because she had other kids. Plus, she wasn't getting what I call her princess 8 hours sleep. She didn't say princess, but she did say, I'm not getting 8 hours of sleep. I really need that 8 hours of sleep, etc., etc., etc. All right, you guys are chatting. Let's see what you guys are talking about. Oh, Amanda, hi. All right. Let's see. I don't know if I can go back. Per Lindsay's note, she was tired, frustrated, resentful, and added in depression and anxiety. Boom. That was very, very, very yes. Is it done for the day? No, we are not done for the day, but the court will not be in session tomorrow, but we will. Tomorrow is the 14th, and I'm sure there's something going on, or we'll do a recap, but I'll be on. I'll explain at the end. Her searches don't point towards someone planning to harm the kids. Thought all these phone records are not in her favor. Was it his personal laptop or his work laptop? I believe that it was the Surface Pro, which was his work laptop, because Reddington kept stating it was in the basement. It was in the basement, right? And this officer couldn't testify to that because he was not the one that went to the home to extract it. But Reddington alluded to that. Was he trying to imply that everything on Lindsay Clancy's phone could have been Patrick? No. And in fact, it's just the opposite. I believe that he is saying, these are what Lindsay did. Lindsay did this. Lindsay did that. Yep. Old country singer Tom Hall. Thank you. She was better that week. I'm confused, Raina. You got to be more specific. Moms are typically the main caregivers, not uncommon. It's traditional gender roles. If she did search it, it just solidifies she was a missed. I don't know if I can see what your next thing is. V says he probably gonna clear this all up with his witness. Yep. You saw his digital forensic expert is there. They're going to go through some other things as well. Remember, battle of the experts. Her progress was not linear, and we have documented records of test scores up and down. Yes, S doll missed. Okay, so let's see. You said, I don't know if I can go back. It was so, I can't go back to go forward. I'm sorry. I've done my job for 2 years and still look up things I know to refresh my memory occasionally. You can have a good day followed by a bad day. I wonder when he'll be calling his witnesses. Emily, I think that the prosecution might either be done. Well, now that they're off tomorrow, that throws everything off. I say midweek by next week. That's my guess. But I don't like that. I don't know. She was very interested in the benzos. Absolutely, because she was afraid she was going to be addicted, right? Thank you for the, yes, I try to do the debriefings the best that I can. After prosecutors are finished with their witnesses, you believe. Why did they talk about the picture of the baby being changed? Raina, I don't know. It sounded like there was something nefarious about changing it, and he noted that. I didn't see anything nefarious about it, and the prosecution didn't either. So if somebody knows something that I don't know, please let me know. Yep, they helped her sleep. Per Lindsay's own notes. Yep, I read that, Amanda. That was a great insight. Thank you for sharing that. Yes, why as a new mom is she so focused on 8 hours? Don't know. I do not know. I know me as a new mom, and mom. My sleep was segmented. I was lucky to get like 3 or 4 hours up for 1 hour, 3 or 4 hours. It was hard. It was really hard. It messes with the serotonin in your body. Sorry, I missed it. If you answered it, is it the normal for the defense to call some of the witnesses? Yeah, sometimes they do. Especially if something comes up somewhere else through someone else and they need to clarify it, they'll bring them back. So yes, I hope that answers your question, Ash Barros. Patrick said on the stand that he looked up Tom Hall on Wikipedia. Yep. I mean, because of the log in Patrick, that one question. Kristen, I'm still not following you. Right. Did Patrick log in? Reddington says it was Patrick who logged in. Lindsay's Facebook popped up because he used his own Gmail. Like I told you, when I come to my computer and I log in the morning, my stuff automatically pops up. But you can never tell who's in front of the screen. I want to make that evidently clear. None of these people can say who was in front of the screen. It's never going to be like that. They can say what that device did and what time it did it, but they can't tell you exactly who unless you see it for yourself. I don't think it's possible that she might have looked up the carotid, not commonly referenced place in L&D. Who knows? But Reddington is not disputing the fact that she did it. He's saying, look what was looked up. Look what was looked up. So, and trust me, if he thinks that Patrick did this, he'd be like, it's not my client. It's Patrick. Just saying. Guess I better not look up any celebs because most didn't pass in their sleep. I'm not sure what you're saying, but that's funny. It's okay, Missy. I'm getting it. Thanks. Oh, thank you, Raina. Gender roles are meaningless when both parties work full time. Granted, she wasn't for a bit there. Yes, she stopped working just after. So she stopped working so she was on maternity leave when she had Callan. So that's you minus 8 months, right? And then she was on maternity leave for what? She had an extended period, I think 16 weeks. Correct me if I'm wrong. She was supposed to go back to work in November, as the nanny stated, and she was surprised that she didn't. And then that's why they had to let the nanny go on December the 8th. Hope that has a timeline for you. That's just in my head. Patrick went through Lindsay's Facebook, therefore making them look like her searches. Prove it. Prove it to me. We don't know. We don't know. But Patrick did admit that he looked up Tom Hall. Why would the live photo of the baby have sound? Because sometimes when you go on your phone and you capture it and it has the live, you go back and you look at it and it like captures like a few seconds of a video, and so it has sound. Go back on your phone and look if you have that feature. Doesn't some of the research she did lean into premeditation? Great question, Kristen. Yes. So I asked that question about the airbags. Is she going to do something to herself, or is she planning it for her and the kids? Right? We don't know the answer to that question, but that's a great question. That's good. That's a question that the jury might have as well. I wonder if she put a little emoji over part of it. Maybe. I don't know. The picture was very small. It was Callan. It was him in one position, and then the next picture was him in a different position. It really was. To me, was nothing. She may have clipped the photo, but it may have some sound in the background. Right. Or maybe it's moving and she just wanted, so it was moving and she didn't like this part, but she liked this part. So she took this one. I don't know. I'm a cat mom. Also get like 4 hours of sleep at a time, broken up. Humans are harder by far. Do you think that he'll bring back Patrick? The answer is yes. I think that he is going to bring back Patrick, but I don't know when. But there's been talk about it. That's what I'm saying. I feel like KR was implying all could have been Patrick, creating a lot of doubt. Oh, you're saying that Kevin Reddington was implying all that could have been Patrick, creating a doubt. Well, again, you guys, if he's gonna put something on Patrick, right? If he's gonna do what's called a third party culprit and put it on Patrick, he would state that it wasn't my client. Who could it have been? He's not saying that. He's saying Lindsay did this. And you guys, there's no evidence of anything nefarious with Patrick. If you have evidence to the contrary, please do. I know you have a lot of questions about it. But remember, she stipulated to doing this. And I have the stipulation on my Facebook page. It's a lot of legalese words, but if you go and read that one sentence and you guys go Google what that sentence is, you'll see what that means. All nurses have to do CPR, and and that where you would check for pulses with CPR. Say it louder for the conspiracy theorists, Amy. Patrick has no culpability. I mean, listen, we're all armchair sleuths at home, right? It couldn't have been this. It could have been that. And what about this? And what about that? And that's great. Everybody's got a curious mind and everybody wants to think it's somebody else other than the person who did it. Sure. Or you guys know that there are people that you're like, oh, he totally did it, right? In this case, in this courtroom, in this chat, in my live YT chat, we are about facts. What evidence is coming into this trial? If you do not like that, I'm sorry. Maybe you need to find somewhere else. Otherwise, if you have evidence, show me. Show me the evidence that you have. Go call up Kevin Reddington and tell him that you have evidence and see how he can put it into trial for you. Why would he risk losing his entire career if he thinks it's Patrick? Exactly. You know, Reddington's a baller, you guys. This man doesn't play around. If he thinks that somebody else did something and it wasn't his client, you bet he'd be screaming to the highest heaven, stating it wasn't her. Who fired the nanny? Well, they didn't really fire her. They let her go. Patrick and Lindsay went out for a walk that day, and when they came back, they let her go. But it was also stated that she also wanted to know what the hours were going to be because she knew in November that Lindsay wasn't going back to work. She wanted to know what the hours that they were going to give to her because she wanted to go get another nanny job. So she already knew that her time was up. So it wasn't like a big bombshell. No one can know what was on the PC at that time. No one can know who was on the PC at the time. That's right, missed. Exactly. I had to read that twice. Brain went one way, words were the other way. That's right. Nobody knows who was on it at the time. Somebody went crazy that he looked up Tom, who took his life. He said he did. Don't get the hype. Well, the Commonwealth is making it hype, right? They're like, look, in August, she did this search, right? So she must have been planning it since then. That's what the Commonwealth is saying. Reddington would ruin everything for him and his kids because he let his client go through trial if there's sus stuff going on. Yep. She got let go because Lindsay Clancy was staying home. Exactly right. They didn't need her anymore because Lindsay was staying home. All right, let's see. Kevin Reddington wants to prove her mental illness. That's exactly right. Hello, everybody over here on YT. All right, everybody, let's hit the tappity tap tap button. We have 92,000 likes in here. Let's see if we can get to 100,000 before lunch. The airbags got me too. They did as well. I was like, what? And again, we don't know what her plan is. It's not stated. She didn't write in her diary, okay, how do I turn off airbags so I can hurt myself? She didn't write that. So we are totally speculating when it comes to that. But that's what the jury gets to do. The jury gets to do that, right? Let's see. The feed jumped on me, so I was where I was, and then now I have to go back up. All right, Noah. Okay, I got that. Right. So would Reddington be the one to bring it up? Absolutely. If Reddington has any evidence that there was somebody else or something else going on, he will say it. Right now he's saying it's Lindsay. Lindsay made these searches. Did Lindsay do this? You just heard him. Ask the person. Did Lindsay search this? Did she search this? Did she search that? All the medications that he went through. Through the Google searches on her phone. He's saying she searched for those things. The defense witness list is public. If you search, I went over it. We did it on our live stream as to who was who. So yes, but I don't know the prosecution's witness list. I couldn't find it. I didn't look very deeply for it. I do know that they expect to have about 200 witnesses in this trial. You bring that up because you want to know. I'm not sure why you brought that up, but yes. He admits this and she admits this. Yes. If Patrick was on trial, he would have a lawyer. That's right. No culpability yet. That's correct. Patrick has no culpability. There is no proof that Patrick had anything to do. We're going to move on from that. I'm not going to talk about it again. People have been actually contacting Reddington's office. Oh, that just jumped on me. Hold on just a second. I gotta go find it. I might not be able to get back to it. Hold on. Sorry, the feed just jumped. You guys are typing up. Appreciate it. Tappity tap, tap, tap. Let's go. We're at 95K. Let's get to 100 before lunch. Please, please, please. And we're at 99% of my gifts. I don't even know if you can see anything else. So on my screen, okay, here. I can look and see what you guys can see. All right, come on. Oh yeah, you can see at the top there. Maybe I should put it down a little bit. Hold on. Rearranging a couple of things. So there you go. You can see. There's my gift goals. Somebody said they couldn't see it. So yes, thank you so much, everybody who is giving gifts. V, thank you so much. Jackson, thank you so much. Bot, thank you so much. Mary and Caitlin and Erica and Just Nana. Yes, I did talk about those things. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. You guys are contributing to my notebook and pen fund. So if you want to go ahead if you like the stream, please tappity tap, 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 because there are 106 of you in here and we'd like to get to 100,000. Today is kind of slogging along. I know it's not super exciting, but that's where we are. And that's what trials are about. Some days are great. Some days are long. Austin says, I don't doubt she did it, but definitely feel the doctors failed her with everything switching so frequently. And that's exactly right. That is what this is all about. I categorize it as, was she insane or was it intent? That's what the Commonwealth said. She intentionally did it. She premeditatedly did it. They're trying to show you the who, what, where, when, how, and why. And I gotta remind you guys, we're only in the prosecution's case. The defense has their own case that they're going to put on. So then you'll get to see what the difference is. It's going to be night and day. Everything right now is Lindsay's bad. Lindsay's bad. Lindsay did this. When the defense gets on there, be Lindsay's good. Lindsay's good. She was not medically in her right mind. That's what you're going to see. And then if you guys think that you're on a roller coaster where you believe one thing and then it goes up and down and up and down, it's going to get even worse when we get into the defense's case. I just think he was creating doubt about something, not necessarily trying to pin it on anything on him specifically, Kristen says. Right. I can't wait to see the defense witnesses. They're going to be great. It's going to be fire. Listen, guys, pretty much anytime you have a trial, unless it's like a case where you know the person did it, right? You know, the prosecution puts on the case and shows you all the evidence. But when they are claiming, no, I didn't do it, right? What evidence do you have in the defense? And that gets really exciting. People have actually been contacting Reddington's office. We need psych evals for all of them. I heard there are people actually calling and emailing that man with their conspiracies. They are, because people on the internet know better than the people who are trying the case, right? Jenny, you have to be careful. Don't swear. Everybody, do not swear in the chat. TikTok is already dinging me, so please put, whatever it is, an asterisk. I can't get dinged anymore today. It's making me very depressed. Charlie XA, hi. The jury probably so glad for a long weekend break. Yeah. The airbags thing was really big, right? It's like, what is she doing with that? It was interesting. He mentioned she wasn't driving anymore the other day. Right. And relating to the airbags. So what? What? How long approximately for the trial? Passion Spirit. This was stated in the early days. This is going to be a 4 to 6 week trial. I'm getting my dates mixed up. 4 to 6 week trial. We are in week 3. We're the last day of week 3. They're not going to be there tomorrow. I thought maybe the prosecution might be done next week, but I don't know. So don't come for me. And just by the way, if they have a list of all the witnesses, they're not going to call everybody. It's just who they think they're going to call. So if they have 3,000 people on the list and they only get to 70, you can't tell from their list how long it's going to go. And unfortunately, at the end of the day, they go and talk to the judge as to how things are going. They don't tell us, John Q. Public. So I'm guessing as much as you are. Hi, it's Angie. Angie, I did not read the civil case, but from some TikTok streams, the answer is yes about saying that she did it. Now, she has stipulated to the facts of this case that she did it. If you don't believe me, go read the stipulation. It's on my book of the, I pinned it for you. Go read that, please. Ms. Rivera says, correct, Angie. Did she say day of it was her best day? Yeah, she told Patrick it was her best, or he stated it was her best day. I thought at that point she wasn't even driving. Why do I remember a witness saying that? Yes, the nanny said that she wasn't driving and that she had to take the kids to gymnastics, but I don't know when she Googled that airbag thing. I would have to go back and look. I don't know the date of that. I wrote down a whole bunch of notes. I'd have to go back and look. I'll have to go back and look. I thought at the point that she wasn't, yeah, you got that. Okay. I realized I'm not safe to drive. I never thought St. Patrick wouldn't let her drive. I don't know what you guys are talking about. Seems like her own choice. I don't know if Kevin Reddington said to one of the doctors, did you know she wasn't even driving anymore? I think it was Gelada. That's right. She said that to Gelada. Gelada saw her only in December. So she wasn't driving in December. Didn't she keep changing doctors? Yes and no. So if in the beginning she was seeing Dr. Hang on just a second. My mind is blanking out. Not Gelada. She saw, I see her face. I see her name. Oh, it's blanking on me. Hold on just a second. I know you guys are going to tell me in the chat. It's okay. So I get distracted sometimes and my thought process changes. I see her, but I don't know her name. All right, it's not coming to me. I know chat will answer that question. So she saw that doctor first, and then her mother-in-law suggested that she go and see a nurse practitioners at South Shore. So in November, she went to go see nurse practitioner Paul. But nurse practitioner Paul was leaving, so then she went to change to Gelada. So that was the end of November, like just after Thanksgiving. Then in December, she saw nurse practitioner Gelada all of December. Then she went to the McClellan Hospital in early January. And the reason why she went back to go see Gelada again was because nurse practitioner Gelada, sorry, she went to go see the other doctor. Who's the other doctor, everybody? Tough. Thank you. She went back to see Tough because Gelada was going on vacation. It was Christmas time. So when she was in McLean, she needed to get, in order for them to discharge her, she had to have an appointment with a psychiatrist. So she went back to Tufts. Why she didn't go back to Gelada, I don't know. She went back to Tufts to get, and she scheduled an appointment for her on the 8th of January, if I'm not mistaken. So you see, a lot of stuff's in my head. So when you ask me questions, I try to just go off of what's in my brain. All right, let's see what else is going on. The defense witness is public. I already went through that. Yes, yes, yes. Do we know how quickly psychosis can come on in someone? A lot of you have discussed it. It's like a switch. It can come on and come off. Come on, come off. Uh-oh, I got to move this behind me. I don't know why that's there. All right, let's see what else is going on. The driving in the airbags just seems big at this point. Well, she stated that she wasn't driving because it's alluded to that she wasn't driving because of the medication, but it was never really specified that that's what it is. But one can come to that general conclusion. Do you remember them saying that she filled scripts from the nurse practitioner in January? Yes, Amanda, but the prosecution came up and said, no, that actually didn't happen. It was an error on Reddington's part. Because she didn't see Gelada in January at all. Those prescriptions were written by Tufts. So Reddington got that wrong. So see, everybody can get things wrong once in a while. I think it's because she didn't like the bipolar diagnosis, so she went back to Tufts. Could be. Can someone please tell me why they think Reddington brought up the airbags? I think that he brought it up to be like, look, this is her mental state at this time, right? Her mental state is not clear, and that's what's at stake, right? Look, she's trying to find ways to harm herself, in my opinion. I find it interesting that she looked up Seraphyl and hallucinations. Actually, all that she looked up, yeah. Yeah, that could be considered planning. And you can look at it either way. Could be planning for yourself or planning to annihilate you and your kids, right? Listen, these are thoughts and questions I have in my head. Do you have the same thoughts and questions in your head? All right. So it's kind of crazy to me, though, yesterday when the DNA on the band wasn't here, but had Patrick, because he took them off. I think what I'm trying to state, yeah, we're at lunch break. Yes, he took off the bands. His DNA was all on 3. Lindsay was confirmed on 2. He lived there so much he could have touched them at any time, right? So could have the kids, right? They're out there for anybody to mess with and play with. Unfortunately, I don't believe that they could find fingerprints. They could not find fingerprints because, hold on here. We're not back. I just need to get this right to the point. Sorry, I had to do a quick update there. So listen, those exercise bands are made of plastic, and if they're stretched out, right? If they're stretched out, you might not be able to get a fingerprint on there or DNA on there. Plus, also, I know this is morbid, you guys, but let's just say Lindsay it depends on where she utilized the bands. On the end of the bands, it has a fabric. I don't know how to describe it to you. Sort of like, so I've got this. I don't know if you can see this. I've got this camera strap, and it's a fabric strap. And so your fingerprints don't adhere to that. And so taking fingerprints from certain fabrics, your fingerprints don't stick. So the ends of the bands were fabric. And so that, so who knows what she was holding where and what have you. And we do know that Patrick was the one that took the bands off the children, right? So that's why his DNA is on there. But again, the thing with DNA is it seemed like a camera. You don't know when it was placed there, right? You don't know when it was placed there. Trisha says, and if you keep listening to Judge Harrington, whenever he's cross-examining Patrick, he hints to. Okay, Trish, I'm not sure who Judge Harrington is. I think you mean Kevin Reddington. The judge's name is Sullivan, so I'm not sure what you're referring to. So, no judge. Sorry, Reddington. Okay. And then if you listen to the paramedic in her speech, she said there was a hanging child. Right. So, my thoughts on that is you guys have to remember that there were several different entities called out to the scene that day. So they had people from Duxbury and Kingston and from some other locations for other places. So they're going out through the radio. So what does that mean? It could mean that somebody got it jumbled up at some point in time. And so, somebody thought hanging instead of, the S wrangled. And when the experts were testifying, saying the hanging, that could just be like their medical terminology. Not necessarily. We know that they weren't. So let's see what you guys are saying over here. Those conspiracy theorists are going to say Patrick made her look all that up somehow. Absolutely. I want to know if she ever stopped driving after she searched the airbag thing. So, okay, I'm going to have, does anybody know the date that she looked for the airbags? Let me see if I can find it. My notes are all over the place today because they went backwards and forwards and backwards and forwards. I know I put a note as to where it was in the timestamp that I had, but not exactly where it was at. So give me just a second. I know it was on cross-examination. I know it was from Reddington, so let me go from there. Okay, those are the Lindsay mommy texts. She searched for schizophrenia on the 19th of January, psychosis search on the 20th. She Googled a lot about S side on January 29th. All right, I don't have it in my notes exactly, but I do I do have it somewhere else. So I don't know exactly when she made that search for the airbags. All right, I almost feel like the driving comment Kevin Reddington made was emotional and in the moment it's interesting. Kevin Reddington just doesn't say anything for any reason. Remember when I told you earlier, he told the jury, go look at this? So there must be a reason why he's telling them to look, and I bet you they put it in their notes. The Commonwealth best witnesses were the ones that made Kevin Reddington go slower. Miss says maybe it was the 29th or afterwards. The Book of Micah, if you're asking what date the tragedy had, it was on the 24th of January, 2023. Olivia says on January 20th is when she did the search for the airbags. Just confirm that. What were some of the craziest searches? And were they all from her? Kevin Reddington did not dispute that all these searches were for her. The only thing I felt that crazy was the airbag thing. Everything else was just like all of the medications, And you saw that Kevin Reddington wanted him, the forensic expert, to tell all the searches that she made, right? She searched Chuck E. Cheese. She searched how to make puffy slime, Paw Patrol, the Nova trampoline place, children's, so I thought that was interesting. She doesn't know the difference between children's Motrin and infant Motrin or Tylenol. Thought that was interesting. Fluffy slime, that's what I said. So it sounds like to me that she was planning Cora's birthday party, because they went to the trampoline park for Cora's birthday party. To me, her Google searches seemed to be like somebody who was very concerned about what they were taking, whether or not she was getting addicted to benzos. Do we know who's going to take the stand today? No, I do not know, Peyton. I don't have a list. They do not tell us who's taking the stand. I assume some more digital forensic experts. Why? Because that seems to be the progression that they're going into. We still have some more stuff we need to look at as far as the day of the actions and what happened with Lindsay's phone. Where was she in the house when Patrick called her, and what happened? We need that cleared up. That will come. A nurse shouldn't know where the carotid artery is, or did someone else look that up? Well, Kimberly, that's a great question, but Reddington's not disputing that it was Lindsay. Jessica, she looked up how to disengage the airbags on her Kia. There used to be a difference between children and infants, but that was years ago. You guys have to remember, this was what she Googled this in 2020, either 2022 or 2023. I don't think she searched asphyxiation. I don't think that came up. Am I crazy to say searches almost sound manic? Yeah. Oh, almost 200,000, almost 100,000 likes. Keep going, guys. That's our goal for the why does Lindsay have a GoFundMe up? Well, I'm sure she doesn't per se, because she doesn't have any access to the internet. I'm sure like family and friends do. She's got a civil suit going on. She's got to pay for that. Oh, it's not a cuckoo clock. It's a mini grandfather clock. That distracts me too, because when it goes off, I wait for like the chimes to go off. So sometimes I get distracted by my clock. So you heard that she had researched more sinister things. Was today all that she had looked up? No, Kristen, we still have from some other experts to come. This is just her phone. This is just what she looked up on her phone. There's another laptop that we haven't heard about. I wonder if that was her plan of attempt. Don't know. There could be something else, though. Sometimes in car repairs, you get a light that won't go off. Could be. Amika, that's great reasonable doubt right there. But she didn't Google anything else surrounding that. So one could say, what's that? She's a nurse. She wouldn't need to search that. Like the airbag light, maybe. Exactly. But here's the thing. Again, there's nothing surrounding that says that she's having problems, right? They built a park in the kids' memories, and they also created a program for postpartum mom. That's really nice, Jenny. Thanks for sharing that. Lindsay doesn't have a GoFundMe. A TikTok made it for her parents. All right. It's every 15 minutes. All right. Let's go over here for just a second and see who's going on over here. I'm going to get to your questions as well. The trial isn't over yet, and all the information isn't out, so it's okay to have different outcomes. Yeah, it is right now. You can be all over the place. I'm going to remain impartial till the end. Thanks, Kimberly. The forensic analysis for the phone said he could not confirm who searched for the artery. Right. Just remember, they can't say who searched for what, because they don't know who's using the phone. But let me just tell you, I want to make it very clear. If Reddington thinks that this was not Lindsay, he would state that it wasn't Lindsay, right? Because then what would they do to counteract that? They would take Patrick's phone, compare it to Lindsay's phone, and say who, what, where, when, how, and why. And how do I know this? There was a case. If you guys didn't watch this case, I covered this case. It was in Maryland. It was Brendan Banfield and the au pair affair. Brendan Banfield was an FBI agent who unalived his wife. But before he did that, he made this plan that he found on a drama program. He made a FetLife account, a fetish website, and he said that his wife made this account and she was luring an unknown male to come to the house to do things to her, and that he came in to be the hero and rescue her. And he ended up pew-pewing him. And long story short, it turns out that he and the au pair were the ones that made the account and lured this man in. But there was a big controversy of the who, what, where, when, how, and why. How do you know who did it? Well, what did they do? They got everybody's phones and compared where everybody was at the time. Your phone tells on you. Where's your location? What are you doing, etc. And they pieced it together that said, you were here when this device was here, etc., etc., etc. Therefore, it couldn't have been this person because this person wasn't there. That's how you know. So if Reddington has any dispute about what's going on, he could question this witness. He did not come up and say, how do you know it wasn't Lindsay? Do you know if it was Lindsay? Do you not know if it was Lindsay? He's not questioning that. So therefore, we can put that to rest, everybody. And remind you, he's going to have his own digital expert come in and to testify to things. Yet he confirmed via email who searched the throat. I'm not sure what you're asking. So Kimberly says, oh, Kimberly, you had a bunch of things. Right. He couldn't say who searched for the artery, but you guys know if Kevin Reddington thinks it wasn't Lindsay, he would say something. She could have been going in and out of psychosis and making searches. We just don't know, right? She could have been in a manic state. I know this firsthand because a good friend of yours would go in and out of psychosis. It was very crazy. All right, my law lovies, I need to take a small break. It is 12:51 my time, which means it's 1:51 their time. They might come back. Just to let you know, if by chance I don't make it back and they're back, it is live. It is live. Those of you on YT, it's live. You just saw me manipulate it. It's live, and I turned the volume up so you can hear it. Those of you who are on TT, it's behind me. You can see. So I just turn the volume up so that it is live if by chance I don't get back by the time they start. When is the trial over? I already talked about that, 4 to 6 weeks. We still have a lot more to go. We're only in week 3. Okay, everybody. I am going to be right back. I need a potty break. So everybody potty break and go get some snacks, go get something to drink. Remember, we talked about drinking our stuff. Make sure you get hydrated, get your water bottles, go get some snacks so we can be back here for this afternoon. Because who knows what's going to pop off. So I'll be right back. Thank you, everybody. Appreciate it. And we did make it to 100,000 likes. Thank you so much. Let's see. We're at 101. There are 91 of you. So let's keep going. Let's see. By the time I make it back, we can make it to 105 likes. So tappity tap, tap, tap. We'll be right back. BRB. Hello. So as you can see, they are not back yet. They are not back. Of course they aren't. It's 2 o'clock. They never start on time, right? How's everybody doing? Did everybody? Hi, Denise. Did everybody go on their little potty break? Did everybody get a snack or have a nice lunch? What's everybody eating? As you guys know, I had my little egg scramble thing this morning. I had a banana. I'm still eating the banana. And I've got my little chia pudding thing. And then later on, I'll eat a salad. I'm trying to eat healthy. Boo. Right? Oh, Culver's. Yum. Hello, Mama Lou. How's it going, everybody? Late pancake breakfast. Holy smokes, that sounds amazing. Do you have your pancakes with just like regular, or do you like put something in them like blueberries or chocolate chips? Chicken salad, that sounds good. You know, who knows how long the jury is going to deliberate for? We'll play that game when we get there. We'll play that game when we get there. Hi, everybody over here on YT. How is everybody doing? What did you guys have for lunch? How's it going? Ugh, our numbers went down. I wonder if everybody went to lunch and then they'll come back. Viewership today is very, very low. It's okay. And if you guys have not heard, court is not going to be in session tomorrow. Lindsay Clancy trial will not happen. But what is Missy going to do? I've got a couple of ideas. So we're gonna ask the chat what you guys think. Thank you for everybody who's doing the hearts. Let's go, let's go, let's go. We are at 105 hearts. You guys did it. You guys did it. Thank you. Thank you. All right, there are several things that we can do tomorrow. I mean, we can talk about Lindsay Clancy till we're blue in the face, right? So we can still chat about that. I do have other cases that are going on, so we can do what I call a case catch-up if you guys are interested in that. What does that mean? That means we go over all the cases that I mentioned. Yes, thank you, Tufts. And then the other thing is we could also do Miss Rivera, I'm gonna take a break. I am gonna do a timeline, you guys. I'm gonna do a timeline. That's the other thing. I'm going to do a timeline. The other thing that we could do is we could chat. Everybody can come together and you guys could chat. Instead of typing your messages, we could have a little chatty chat. So here is what we're going to do. You know what? All right. I'm going to make a poll. Maybe. We'll see. Hold on just a second. Let's see if I can do this. Okay, I clicked on it and nothing happened. Maybe I double click on it. All right. Here we go. Let's do a quick poll. Oh. Okay. So the way this looks like is happy face equals you guys want to chat. This is the options that they have. Happy face is you guys, let's do a chat tomorrow. Sad face is like go into a case catch up on other cases. Actually, you know what? I don't want to do that. I don't like that option. Okay. Put a 1 in the chat if you want to chat. That means that I open up a chat and people come in and talk. It's the wild, wild west. 2 is if you want to do case catch up and you want to talk about other cases. So 1 for chat, 2 case catch up. Ugh. My pen's not penning. All right. And that goes for YT as well. YT as well. Everybody over here on the YouTube chats. 1 if you want to do a chatty chat. 2 if you want to do case catch up. Now, you guys, at some point in time, we need to do a case catch up. 2. Josh wants to hear about some other cases. Josh, what case do you want to hear about? Diva says case catch up. All right, so maybe we'll do case catch up on Saturday and chat tomorrow, or it can be chat and then lead into case catch up. It depends. It depends also how my mods want to do this too. All right, Josh, what other cases are you interested in? Do you know the other cases I'm covering, by the way? And if you bring me a new case, the answer is going to be no. Oh, Mr. Fierce, both in one day. I love it. So I took down what I was doing for cases, which was a quick, easy look about what I was doing, and pinned something else up, and now I lost it, and I'm going to have to go back and look for it. Because I know I have some calendar docketed items, and I don't remember if there's anything going on tomorrow or not. Because when you're in the thick of Lindsay Clancy, it's a lot. It's a lot. So I'm scrolling really quickly through my Facebook to see if I can find it. Otherwise, I'm going to have to. Okay. By the way, you guys, I did do a timeline of Dr. Tufts. It was a long time ago. I got to figure out a way that you guys can see documents and stuff that I have. I know that Discord is a great place to share documents, but I know that a lot of people was like, no Discord. So I don't know. Oh, here we go. All right. So tomorrow is tomorrow there's a pre-trial hearing for Alex Murdaugh. Ooh, everybody want to cover that one? We can come on live and talk about that one too. I know. So you said you're going to be on vacation. Oh, you're leaving tonight for vacation and you'll be home on Monday. Peanut says no Murdaugh. You don't want to listen to Murdaugh. Josh, you still have not answered me. Oh, you guys. All right, they're still not back. I thought I'd messed up because when I went to go look at it, the stream had stopped. What's the other choices? One is we're going to sit and chat, and that means that you can come on and talk. Because TikTok has that feature where you can come on and talk. But then it's wild, wild west. That means that everybody and their mom can talk. Now, me and the mods will do the best that we can to try to allow everybody a time and space, but it can get really wild. And then the other, yes, is that what it's called, Nana? A panel? Yes, it's a panel. Yes, I saw that Chris Watts is supposedly getting married. Isn't that weird? You missed out on yesterday. Oh, all the stuff you missed yesterday? Oh, yeah. So you're going to have to watch that from yesterday. So, yeah, a panel discussion tomorrow. So, Peanuts, you tell me, does that excite you? Oh, because you can't chat because you're at work. I got you. We'll work on some things. You just make sure you have your notifications on. My guess is that there's no court tomorrow because who knows? It could be a variety of reasons. It could be that the witnesses that they wanted to testify aren't going to be available tomorrow. Could be the judge has something going on. Could be the lawyers have something going on. Could be the jury has something going on. The lists are endless of the speculations that I can go into. I do not know. It's an IDK/speculation. I don't think tomorrow is a federal holiday, is it? I don't think there's no holiday tomorrow. Yes, no court tomorrow. I'm not sure what you guys are talking about. Could be judges have other cases. That's actually true as well. We do not know if the TikTok lady was accepted. Remember, the last time they were talking about the TikTok girl was that they wanted her to come in to do voir dire, and they were going to assess what she knows and what she doesn't know to see if she could testify. Oh, hang on. Oh, hang on just a second. Whoa. I breathed in and that didn't go well. Also remember that the judge asked if they could, oh, they're coming back. Hold on, let me finish this thought. They asked if they can bring in somebody else that could be in that time frame. So she might not even come in. All right, everybody, we're
This court
back.
is back in session. You may be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the matter of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, excluding the jury.
All right, counsel, we ready for the jury?
Yes.
All right.
Bring the jury. Bring the jury. All right, everybody, welcome back from lunch. Tap, 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 tap. If you don't know who I am, I'm Missy K, bringing law cases. We're in the thick of the Lindsay Clancy trial, day 13. No court tomorrow, but don't worry, I have things planned for us tomorrow. At the end of this, I'll tell you what my thoughts are. Or how about mid-break, or maybe the next sidebar. Please like, share, post, follow, because I bring you more than just Lindsay Clancy.
This court's now in session. Please be seated.
Your Honor, for the purpose of the record, we return back to the trial of Commonwealth versus Lindsay Clancy. All parties are present, including the defendant and including the 18 jurors.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. Thank you, members of the jury. We're going to now return to the Commonwealth's presentation. Ms. Sprague?
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Joshua McGilligan.
All right, everybody. This is McGilligan. Remember, McGilligan was the gentleman who was the trooper about what did Dr. Zeisel say. So here we go, everybody. Let's hit that tappity tap tap button. Let people know we're getting ready for a great. Heard it from a friend who heard it from a friend who heard it from Patrick McGlellan. Will we get our questions answered?
Watch your step, please.
All right, good afternoon, sir. Judy Sprague.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon. Can you please state and spell your name for the record?
Joshua McKelligan, McKelligan.
Where do you work?
Massachusetts State Police,
How long have you been with the state police?
since December 2013.
In January of 2023, where were you assigned?
To the Plymouth County District Attorney's Office.
And what was your role there?
I was a trooper assigned to the homicide and major crime section.
And could you tell us within that unit what the role of a case officer is?
Case officer is assigned cases as they come in, and the case officer then is the point of contact for the district attorney's office, the state police, other agencies.
And as a case officer for a homicide, for example, when you respond to a scene and you're doing the investigation as time progresses, is the case officer doing every part of the investigation?
No.
what is the role of a case officer in terms of managing or collecting information?
Is to try to gather everything, and then we try to keep track of what's been going on with the investigation.
And so within the State Police Detective Unit at the Plymouth County DA's office, there are a group of troopers that work there, correct?
Yes.
And do you work as a team on any homicide investigations you're working on?
Yes.
And the case officer, is it their role to collect information and evidence from the other troopers as they gather it?
Yes.
Do you have a supervisor when you are the case officer?
Yes.
I want to direct your attention to January 24th, 2023. Did you learn that day of an incident that had happened at 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
I did.
What time did you learn about that approximately?
About 6:45 p.m.
PM?
PM.
And how did you learn that information?
The duty lieutenant in the state police headquarters in Middleborough called me.
Once you had that information, what did you do?
I called my supervisor and then responded to Duxbury.
And where in Duxbury did you respond?
I went to Duxbury Police Station.
And at that point in time, did you know that you were going to be the case officer for this case?
Not when I responded, but at the police station, I was informed I was going to be.
And at some point in time, did you go to 47 Summer Street in Duxbury?
I did.
And when was that?
After I got a search warrant, I went to the house. It was probably, I think, around early morning, between 3 and 4, sometime like that.
Between 3 and 4 a.m.?
Yes.
So it'd be the early morning hours of January 25th, 2023?
Yes.
And did you take part in the search of the home?
I did not.
What was your role there at the home that night or in the early morning hours?
I just went to observe the house, just to see what the scene in the house looked like.
So other officers were conducting the search?
Yes.
At the scene, did you eventually walk through the house?
Yes.
And was that before or after the search was executed?
After the search.
At some point in time, did you go into the master bedroom on the second floor?
Yes.
And what did you observe in that room?
I remember a tent style, like covering a crib, I believe. There was a mirror in front of me. To the left, there was the bed. And then I remember blood on the floor.
And you said to the left, but pointed with your right arm?
No, it was my left hand.
Your left, okay.
Yes.
All right. So you go into the bedroom and what do you see anything on the floor, on the walls, the bedding, anything?
Yes, just going off of memory, I remember there was blood on the floor, and the mirror was kind of like straight ahead from the entrance of the door.
Okay. And was a video taken of the house that included that room in particular?
Yes.
I'd like to move to submit the scene video from the home as the next exhibit.
Any objection? No. All right, that may be admitted.
Oh, we're not going to watch it?
164.
Hope
And
we
if
get
we
to
could
watch
play
it.
the portion of the
Oh, we're
video for
watching it.
the master bedroom.
Okay. We're watching the video. If you want to see me on live, wink, wink, I'm over on YT. Okay, there's a blood droplet in the front of the doorway. 2 blood droplets. Now he's inside the room in the doorway. There's a rocking chair and the stool that goes with it. There's a set of drawers. More looking at the mirror. Oh, the mirror. Oh, this is good. There's a like a changing table. There's a blood droplet on the bed. Droplets on the floor. Oh, hold on. Gotta do a puzzle on TikTok. There's the infamous drawer they didn't look into. Why, I don't know. The window, I'm not sure if it's open or closed. I assume it's open, but it's hard to tell. She's got a green cup on her thing. It says, because kids. There looks to be some sort of blood stains on the curtains. And then they're looking out the window. It's hard to tell if the window's open or closed. I assume it's open. Oh, it's open. I can see the window pane on top of the other window pane. Oh, there appears to be blood on top of the top of the windowsill. This big red splotchy mark. I don't know if it's on the top of the pane, like you open it up, or whether it's on the top pane. It's hard to tell. So listen, guys, I'll capture this and I'll put it out on all the spaces in case there's a phone on the bed. I know I'm talking over it, but
Thank you. Sir, when
and then
you
the
went into
bathroom.
the master bedroom, did you see blood sprayed all over the walls and everywhere?
No.
And fair to say that the video shows all of the walls in the bedroom and doesn't show any spatter or anything on the walls?
Yes.
Did you also go outside into the backyard and look at the exterior of the home?
Yes.
We could have the photos, please.
Now, Trish, you mentioned shoe print. Could be shoe print, but just remember that they've already documented all the scenes, and this guy's walking through the scene. So that shoe print might be coming from them, not nefarious Patrick. Okay?
If we could zoom in on the top window. Does this photo show the condition of the upstairs window, the second floor window that leads to the master bedroom?
Yes.
And the screen there in the video, is that how it was when you saw it that night?
Yes.
Pushed up?
Yes.
And if we could see the next photo.
She keeps saying the screen was pushed out. Is it like one of those screens that you push up? It looks like it's up. I don't know why she keeps saying out. Like when I think of out, it's like somebody pushed the screen out and like it's out of the window.
Yes, so the first one is
I think it's
in
just
the middle
up.
there between the two windows. And these areas of red-brown stains on the exterior of the house, did you observe those that night on in the early morning hours of January 25th, 2023?
Yes.
And then the third photo, please. We could zoom in on in there. Would this be, this third photo, would this be the first floor window below the master bedroom window?
Yes.
And these red-brown stains on the shingles and then on the window ledge there. Were those there in the early morning hours of January 25th, 2023?
Yes.
Could we have
Okay.
these three photos?
I just have to point this out. Remember how we were like, where are these blood stains? This just cleared it up. They are closer to the window at the bottom. So they're just about 2 or 3 shingles above the window at the bottom. And then there's also a blood stain on the bottom of the window. How did it get there? Remember, the prosecution is alluding that she Spider-Man and slid her way out. The defense.
That's the next exhibit on the desk.
Any objection? All right, they may be admitted.
Exhibit 265.
Now, as the investigation proceeded, Did you learn, or did other officers learn from Patrick Clancy that the defendant was on some psychiatric medication?
Yes.
And was that information relayed to you in terms of preparing the search warrant?
Yes.
And is that why you included prescription medication in the search warrant?
Yes.
At that point in time, did you or any of the other officers know that the defendant had crushed up pills and taken them that night?
No.
At some point in time, did Patrick Clancy bring pill bottles to the state police and turn them over?
Yes, he did.
And where did he say those were from?
In the center console of his truck, not the top section, the section underneath it.
Did he tell you at some point that pills had been found in the nightstand drawer?
Yes, he did.
And that was in the master bedroom?
Yes.
And did he tell you who he found those with?
Yes, he did.
And who was that?
His attorney?
And did he tell you why he gave those pills?
Objection, I believe it was me, and I'm not his attorney.
But that's what, why don't you re-ask that, what it was that Patrick Clancy said?
What was it that Patrick Clancy said? Did he give you a name or just say my attorney?
He said Kevin Reddington.
And did he tell you why he gave the pills to Attorney Reddington instead of giving them to you like he gave the other pills?
No, he did not.
He never attempted to turn those pills into the state police, or those bottles into the state police. Is that correct?
Correct.
At some point in time, did you learn that the Clancy family had gone to the Museum of Science on January 8th, 2023?
Yes.
And was a video obtained?
Yes.
Did you watch that video?
Yes.
Did you observe the family, including the defendant, interacting with each other, and the defendant specifically interacting with the children and exhibits at the museum?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point in time, Exhibit 14, I'd ask to play just a small portion of that. That has not been played previously.
All right.
We could pause here for just a moment. Do you see the Clancy family in this video footage?
Yes.
And if you could just get up and point to them with the court's permission.
Sure.
Okay. And we could press play. And at this point in time in the video, are we seeing Patrick Clancy take Dawson Clancy out of that room, leaving Lindsay Clancy with Callan and Cora?
Yes.
Is that Cora there in the red skirt?
Yes.
Now, at this point in the video, at approximately 11:58 and 30 seconds, what is happening in the video footage now?
Corey's beginning to play with the exhibit. Patrick's standing off by himself. Lindsay Clancy is with Callan, and Dawson is watching.
Could you just point out where Patrick and Dawson are? For the record, you've pointed to Patrick towards the top of the screen and Dawson near the entrance to the exhibit.
Yes. Yes.
And throughout this video, in this portion of the video, can the defendant be seen instructing the children, pointing to them, showing them how to work the exhibit and operating some type of control panel?
Yes.
Dawson, okay.
And at some point, does this switch and the defendant helps Dawson with the same exhibit?
Yes.
And that goes on for several minutes.
Yes, I believe so.
And showing, I think we've gone forward to approximately noon in the video timer. Thank you. Excuse me. Sir, during the grand jury process, did you attend a meeting with the medical examiner in this case?
Yes.
And did you participate in interviewing her, specifically Dr. Barbara Vidal Olson?
Yes.
And did you participate in interviewing her, specifically the portion of her proposed testimony where she was explaining how someone dies from strangulation?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that at some point in time, she was asked?
Objection.
Counsel sidebar.
All right, we're at sidebar. You know what that means. Tappity tap, tap, tappity tap, tap, tap. Our numbers are very low today. We are at 62. I don't know why this is a great witness. We've been waiting for this witness. He's the one that said, heard it from a friend who heard it from a friend who, that Dr. Zeisel gave Lindsay her phone and said, you heard voices. This is the guy, or we're going to hear from him today. Absolutely. Hello, Nat Kittle. Hello, everybody. Hello. Let's tap for a sidebar. 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 We have 110 likes. Let's see if we can get up there. Plus, I'm almost at my goal of gifts. So if anybody would like to contribute to my gifts, let's see if we can get 5 more hearts. G-Star, thank you. Mist, thank you for your lovely, lovely roses. Roses, hearts. Oh, thank you. Thank you, Nat. Thank you so much. You guys are contributing to my notebook and pen fund. I'm going to need some more. I'm halfway through this one. And just remember, we're only halfway through this trial. So if you missed it this morning, there were some fireworks this morning. The first witness on the stand was fireworks, wasn't it, everybody? So this morning we had some digital forensic experts come in, tell us what was on Googled on Lindsay's phone. Also, Patrick's laptop. There was the controversy of who Googled the how to unalive yourself off of the bridge. And the controversy is Lindsay was taking her kids to a doctor's appointment. She had it in her calendar. Could she have possibly done the Google search and then left? It's still up in the air. Nobody knows. So that answer was not quite answered on either side. So to me, that's what you have to say when it comes to battle of the experts, that they're going to wash each other out. And then, of course, we know that it is up to the jury to make that decision. So then the next trooper came up and did Lindsay's cell phone and extracted that and told us some information on there, but we didn't get the answer as to where she was in the house. Was she in the basement when Patrick called her and then she ran up the stairs? I don't know that information. Remember, I'm coming in not knowing a lot of stuff and not hearing a lot of stuff. I know that there's things out of there on TikTok land. So until it comes into evidence, I don't know. Will that get answered today? I don't know. I don't know why this guy didn't answer that, because he was the one that did her phone. There's still another laptop that we need to know about. And or if anything, what if anything about the Apple Watch? We still don't know about that as well. So thank you everybody for joining me. There are 74 of you in there. If everybody could just tap at least 20 times, please, especially since we're in sidebar, maybe we can get some more people. If you don't know what you're doing, because some of us are new, you just get your phone, and if you're on the app on your phone, just tap, 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 tap. If you're on a computer screen, it's the little heart is next to the chat, and you just tap on that as well. You sending the hearts lets them know that you like the stream. It sends it out to everybody that says, oh, hey, this stream is interesting. Come join. So yesterday was bonkers. There was a whole much going on yesterday, but today is a little bit subdued. But this guy, it's pretty big. They're over at Sidebar fighting about what Dr. Olson said to this trooper and what happened. So we'll see what comes into play or what doesn't. Let's see, what do we have over here? So I know a lot of you are saying that Patrick doesn't look interested. You guys, it's just a snapshot in time. How do you know? You don't know what you don't know. Yeah, it's a kids exhibit. So engage with the kids at the kids exhibit. It's not like there's some random kids interested in engaging with the kids, not interested in the kids exhibit. So just remember, the reason why the prosecution is showing you that Lindsay is at the exhibit and manipulating it was when they made it the statement that, look, this was the 8th of January, right? We are several days before the incident. Here she is. She's sane. She's sane, everybody. She's manipulating things at the exhibit and she's acting like a regular mom. So how could she do what she did, right? She's just a regular mom. So you guys need to let me know what's going on. Indica, he didn't go on his phone though, which is good. Right, he didn't go on his phone. Yep, this is 2 weeks prior, Nolan. Yep. Tesla, you did miss some things. You didn't miss a lot of things. You'd say that this is a sleep deprived mom. Again, you're looking at it, you're looking at her at the museum. How do you know? How do you know? Ping Sun says he's staying far away from her. He may be trying to de-escalate. Who knows? Who knows what's going on? All right, everybody. I don't see any hearts, so let's please tap, 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 tap. There are 74 of you in here. If everybody could just tap at least 10 times, that would be great. Yep, some people will put on a fake smile. We talked about that before. You know, you're just going through the motions. You never know what's in somebody's head. You don't know what's going on in somebody else's shoes until you're in their shoes, right? How many times do we say that we get up in the morning, we don't want to do what we need to do, but we put on our, pants and we just go out there and we do it. And sometimes we're like, oh, I cannot people today. Or sometimes we're like, yep, we have to people today. We just have to. All right, Eric, coming back.
Sir, in that meeting with the medical examiner, did she tell you that constant pressure would need to be applied even after the person went unconscious in a strangulation in order to affect death?
Yes.
Did she tell you that it takes several minutes of continuous pressure to cause
Can we
death?
not have leading questions? If this is going to be admitted, can we not have leading questions? It's her witness.
No, ask him what she said. And then
Do you recall? Sorry.
go ahead.
Do you recall what she said about the time it takes to strangle someone to death?
After unconsciousness, I think she said several minutes. It would take several more minutes for someone to die.
And would that be several more minutes of strangulation?
Yes.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
What?
So she asked you about the pills that were located in the master bedroom by Patrick when I was with him, right?
Yes.
And you know that Patrick indicated that after you guys had cleared the scene, finished with your investigation, seized all the pill bottles that you were able to locate, that I went in the house with him and I took a number of items, photographs, albums, things on the wall and stuff like that, right?
All I know is the pill bottles. I don't know what else you took.
Oh, just the pill bottles. And at some point, I imagine the DA must have shown you this, recognize this as being the nightstand drawer.
It looks similar to the one that was in the video.
See it?
The draw.
I mean, it looks similar to the one. I've never seen that. I don't know.
Okay. So these would be the bottles that were in there, right?
I don't know.
I don't know. And do you know that when these were seized, the first thing that was done is I contacted the DA's office and said that I had them?
I don't know what you said to them.
If you want to come by my office and pick up anything they had, you're welcome to look at it, seize it, have it analyzed, send it to a crime lab. I didn't care.
I don't know what you said.
Reddington's testifying.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
All right, he redirect.
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, sir. Thank you. Thank you.
You guys, Is this not the guy that was supposed to know, heard it from a friend who heard it from a friend who, and what happened? We didn't get into, did he know about Dr. Zeisel? Maybe they couldn't get into it, but yeah, you like how Reddington just like, that's all I got. Hang on, sorry, I stopped to talk, and then we got to something else. Hang on.
We're going to address the Commonwealth's motion regarding trial court security logs.
Thank you.
Counsel?
Your Honor, the Commonwealth is asking the court to allow the Commonwealth and the defense to have copies of.
Okay, did I miss something? Hold on. Sorry. Oh, okay, so jury's out, and now the Commonwealth is going to argue something. All right.
Both myself and ADC, Commonwealth and the defense to have copies of a log that we were advised that, or we've seen, that the trial court security has for people who go back into the lockup area to visit with or tend to or what have you with the defendant during the course of this trial. Both myself and ADA Sprague have witnessed at several points. Obviously, we know there are medical staff that go back with the defendant, but in addition to medical staff, which are not really the primary thrust of this motion, it's that there have been other individuals that are not counsel that are permitted to go back there. And we're not alleging that that's inappropriate in any way, shape, or form. Clearly, the staff here, the security staff, has followed all appropriate protocols, but we are aware that Dr. Zeisel has been back there. We witnessed a priest being allowed back there the other day. And we are advised that these visitors are kept as a log when they come, when they exit, what days, what times. And the Commonwealth is alleging that that's information that might be necessary for us to effectively cross-examine some of the defense witnesses that are going to be presented. Certainly with Dr. Zeisel, it could pose as a potential bias that he's there, that he's back there. He's being presented as an expert witness on the concept of criminal responsibility. And there are certain ethical rules that forensic psychiatrists and psychologists follow that he might be subject to cross-examination about, and this and the nature of his relationship with the defendant could be an area fraught for cross-examination. Because the court records are not, these court records, I would suggest, are not in the care, custody, and control of the Commonwealth. Procedurally, we have filed the motion as a Rule 17 motion asking for access to the records just for this defendant during the course of the trial.
I mean, you're not looking for the name of the priest who went back there, are you?
Father Bob.
It's Father Bob.
I mean, I understand. I'm just trying to figure out what the scope of this is. I understand the request for Dr. Zeisel's amount of visits, because he's slated to possibly be a witness. So I understand that how that might be relevant.
Right.
The priest,
well,
I'm struggling with.
At this point, Your Honor, we haven't been furnished with exactly who defense is going to be calling as witnesses in their case. We have an idea from a witness list that was filed that keeps evolving as the trial progresses. So we don't know, for instance, if that person for some reason has a relationship to the defendant and he wishes to call her for some, or call him for some reason. So with the exception of, again, the nurses, we don't necessarily need their information. We know the purpose for why they're there and that they don't have a role in this case. But anyone else who has been permitted back there that is outside the medical staff, I would suggest the Commonwealth is entitled to at least know, and whether we are able to use that information if it becomes more apparent when the defense was underway with their case, that would come to, that we'd have to wait and see if that's the case. But certainly the fact that counsel has announced Dr. Zeisel as a testifying witness, that's information we believe we're entitled to.
All right, Ms. Reddington?
Well, first of all, here's the list.
Oh
We
my
want the list.
goodness.
We don't need a Rule 17 and a court order. They can just go over from there to there and get the list and see who's been going in and out to see Lindsay.
Oh my gosh, you guys, tap for Reddington. Tap for
I don't have a
Reddington.
problem
Oh
with
my
that
goodness.
by no means whatsoever. Father Bob is a Roman Catholic priest who baptized these kids, who is very, very close to Lindsay. Not in a religious sense. They just like each other. She went to Mass sporadically. She's not a devout Catholic. She's a Catholic. She has a relationship with the Father.
What happened? It stopped. Oh no. All right, hang on. Oh no, it stopped. Hold on. I'm going to go backwards and forwards. Hold on.
First time I ever met him.
Hold on.
No, we don't need a Rule 17 and a court order. They can just go over from there to there. and get
Sorry, the
list
beat
and
jumped.
see who's been going in and out to see Lindsay. I don't have a problem with that by no means whatsoever. Father Bob is a Roman Catholic priest who baptized these kids, who is very, very close to Lindsay. Not in a religious sense. They just like each other. She went to Mass sporadically. She's not a devout Catholic. She's a Catholic. She has a relationship with the Father.
Okay, it stops right there. I don't know why.
First time I ever met him. I haven't even talked to the guy since last week. First time I ever met him. Shook his hand. Nice man. After that debacle yesterday that we went through with the public.
Let's stay focused on.
I am staying focused.
Well,
This is what I'm dealing with.
I guess I'll tell you right now, so I can save you. I'm not ordering the name or address of anyone other than Dr. Zeisel.
Can I call him as a witness right now?
Who?
Tell you what his involvement is with going
No.
back?
No, I'm gonna allow that so the Commonwealth can take a look at that record. Nobody else though. And then at some point, if the doctor is called, we may need if we have to address that, we can address it. So I'm going to allow the Commonwealth to have the information regarding Dr. Zeisel, and that's it though. Anyone else who went back there has been admitted pursuant to the appropriate rules of the security department in this case. Especially, I'm not ordering the name, address, or frequency of this Roman Catholic priest. I'm just not going to do it based on the record that I have now. If for some reason he's called as a witness, which I haven't seen that, I haven't seen an expectation even regards that. If that comes up, then the Commonwealth can renew this and I may reevaluate. But right now, the Commonwealth's motion regarding security logs is allowed as to Dr. Paul Zeisel only. All right. Anything else we need to address before Monday?
This is bizarre.
Commonwealth?
No, Your Honor.
All right, Mr. Rankin.
No, thank you.
All right. So we'll see everybody on Monday. Thank you.
All right, court's done for the day. Wow. Oh my goodness, everybody. Oh my goodness. What a bombshell at the end there, right? What a big bombshell at the end. Reddington for the win, right? Reddington for the win. That was so wild. That's so insane. Okay, let me give you some context if you don't know. So, if there were some people who were going to go visit Lindsay that are not already approved, you would think that there would be an approved list. The reason why? She is a criminal. She is still under the custody and control of the security at the Plymouth courthouse, whoever else is covering her, sheriffs, Massachusetts State Police, whoever's transporting her from Tewksbury to the jail. And it's just like jail. Nobody can come in to see you that's not approved. And especially it's during a criminal case. She's not supposed to see anybody that's not approved. That's what the judge just said. What is the prosecution doing? The prosecution is going on a fishing expedition. And I don't know if they're trying to go after the priest, but as you guys know, a priest is almost like you. Amanda wants a mistrial. A priest is almost like an attorney, right? if you're confessing to, that's your religious exemption. If you're talking to your priest, what you say to your priest can't come in, right? Unless, well, there are some caveats. There are some small caveats, but that's like sacred. You can't do that. So who is it that they're trying to get? They already know Dr. Zeisel, as Reagan said, let's bring him up. Let's bring him up to the stand right now. So I don't know why they keep like picking at Zeisel. So wow. Amanda says, yeah, there are no witnesses in this case should have zero access to her. Why Zeisel does, I don't know, Amanda, but he's been pre-approved. So I don't know. Is he right? Because he's a witness, but is he right? Right. I don't know. I can't speculate. I don't know why Zeisel is approved. I don't know what's going on with that. I don't know. Right, you say, but if Zeisel is treating her, that could be, but I don't know if he is or he isn't. Is there anybody else that maybe the prosecution wants to get a hold of? There shouldn't be anybody else that's visiting her, right? I don't know who her doctor is right now. I do not know if she's still continuing to say she has psychosis. That's not part of the trial. So that is bizarre. So, Amanda, if you're still here, Amanda, so they made the big hooty-doo about whether or not Zeisel had gone into her hospital room and whether he gave her his phone and told Patrick to tell her to tell Patrick she was hearing voices. I thought that this witness, Mr. McKellington, whatever his name is, I thought he was the one that was outside that heard the things because that's what the other trooper said. So did they find out that it wasn't him? Because they didn't ask him any questions about it. Are we going to hear who heard it from a friend, that this theory was happening? That is bizarre to me why we didn't get that answer. So why are we breaking for the day? Probably because they ran out of witnesses, right? They don't have anybody else to come and testify to. And sometimes they say, so they have to like plan for the day. So they have this witness on the stand, the prosecution gets their turn, and then the defense gets their turn. But if Reddington says, I don't have any questions for you, then that shortens the time. And so therefore, they might have run out of witnesses for the day. So it's going to be a long break for the jurors. Wow. What a bombshell at the end. All right, everybody, it's question time. It's question time. Let's bring on the questions. All right, let's see what kangaroo court. Thank you, Josh. I was just going to say that. Kangaroo court. It is kangaroo court. Yes, Trish, if you're talking about the Sanders case where it was overturned and this was the judge, we talked about that a lot. He refused to have some information come in and her case is being appealed. So I do think that Judge Sullivan is on eggshells as to who he's allowing in and out to testify and what evidence, because he got overturned and that happened last week. Yes, kangaroo court. Yes, that was the one that was overturned. They may or may not retry her. We haven't heard just yet. Reddington asked if Dr. Zeisel could go ahead and be a witness today. Judge said no. We'll bring him up right now. We know he's in the courtroom. I pointed him out to you earlier today. He was sitting 2 rows behind. He was the gentleman all the way at the far right, and he was putting on his glasses when the camera had panned. He has white hair, if you don't already know. All right, let's see if we have any questions. And today is just bananas. Didn't Reddington say prosecution could get the list if they want? That's right. He said, here's the list. It's right here. It's no secret. Are they looking at everything now and are they desperate? Could be. I don't know what they're trying to do. I don't know if Dr. Zeisel is treating her or not. The DA has to do this. They have to be sure that everything is protocol. Yeah. It could be all speculation. Yeah, it's insane. Is it the defense witness next week? We don't know just yet. We don't know until we know. So as soon as I know, you'll know because we'll be in court together. I think maybe that they're going to wrap it up, but I don't know. I don't know what more there is left. Why no court tomorrow? I don't know. Could be many reasons. Maybe some of the witnesses that here's speculation. Do. Maybe the witnesses they want to call aren't available tomorrow. The judge might have something else. The courtroom might be needed to be taken up for another case or something else going on. There's something might be going on with the judge. There might be something going on with the lawyers. There might be something going on with the jury. Anyways, no court tomorrow. But I'll be here. We'll be back tomorrow to go over a whole bunch of stuff. Can they recall witnesses after they've already been on the stand? To my understanding, that unless they've been released by the judge, they can be recalled. Do you think that they did that on purpose so they would be away longer? Izzy, I'm not sure your question is. Still don't understand what the bombshell was. That the prosecution wants to find out more information from something. There's something that they want that I don't know what they're looking for. Do you think Reddington is going to put Lindsay on the stand? No. The reason why is that she needs to let her experts and everybody else testify for her. Just remember, what she says on the stand can be used against her, and most defense attorneys do not want their witnesses to be on the stand, but it is up to her. She'll be asked questions in court to state whether or not she does or she doesn't. That will happen when, well, it happens a couple of different times. It happens when the prosecution rests and it goes to the defense. There's a couple of things that happen in between that time. So we'll just see what happens. I don't want to speculate, but right now I would say no. Also, Lindsay Clancy, I'm assuming probably doesn't have a lot of visitors, thus being close to Father Bob. Could be. How would Zizal be allowed to testify if he's still seeing Lindsay Clancy insane? Megan, your guess is as good as mine. I do not know. Why do you think judge said to keep an open mind and new evidence can change things or something? A. Morris, you are paraphrasing, and I don't know exactly what it is that you're asking me. That's a loaded question. If you could be more specific, I'll be able to answer that. What else happened today? You kissed. I think you mean to say you missed the whole day except for the last 30 minutes at work. Lauren, I'll come back to you and tell you what you missed. I see you corrected it. Yes, she's Elizabeth. She is in a current psychiatric or hospital. She's in Tewksbury. It's the Tewksbury Hospital. Usually lead case agents is the last witness. Amanda, that is true, but as you've seen, they are all over the place in this trial. They've got this person and they called this one out of the way. So I would think that if it was the defense's turn, that they would have said something, but this is kangaroo court. I don't know what's going on. I was so new to court and how it functions. It's so interesting. Thank you, Tesler. Welcome. Why do you think the judge said to keep an open mind and new evidence can change things or something? Okay. I'm going to try to answer your question. So, you as a juror need to keep an open mind and you need to listen to all the evidence that comes in. So as the prosecution's giving their case in chief, you need to listen to everything they say. Then when you need to hold your opinion until the defense gives theirs and listen to that. When you say new evidence, I'm not sure what you mean. The judge would not have said new evidence. So that is language matters. I think he just said listen to all the evidence is what my guess is. Is it because he said something about voices? It could be. It could be. I don't know. Don't worry. Okay, so you resent it twice. Okay, I try to answer your question. I hope that's it. And just remember, there are no bad questions. Send me your questions. I will answer everything as much as I possibly can. I think the prosecutors are too busy trying to keep Patrick's story and they're forgetting everybody else that counts as witnesses. Plus, also, you guys remember, there's a lot of armchair TikTok sleuth solvers out there, right? Is the prosecution chasing TikTok rumors? Same for defense. That happens in a lot of cases. Surfcast1, this is a chat. May we speak? This is a chat where you type your fingers down. If you want to chat, maybe we can change it up and you can chat, but only on TT, not on this one, not on YT. YT, there's no you can chat. You have to go on TT to chat. All right, let's see. Right, basically don't make your decision early. So is she getting treated by a different doctor at the hospital, or do they keep her under the same? I don't know who is treating her, so I cannot answer that question. Judge is saying keep an open mind because it's not a clear-cut case. And, well, not only that, Trish, but he can't say that. He can't say this is a clear-cut case, right? He has to use very specific language by just look at all the evidence and keep an open mind. That's almost all he can say. And as this case is going on, it is proving that there are a lot of holes and twists. That could be. I swear that he said there will be new evidence. Maybe I'm wrong. Well, you know what, guys? Guess what? We got some time. Everybody. Side quest. Side quest, everybody. Side quest. What are we going to do? Can you guys read my mind? We are going to go back to day 1 and listen to what the judge had to say. So hold on, everybody. Hold on. Let me get my headphones on. All right, hold on, everybody. We're going to get this up. If you want to join me, I'm also live on YT. And do you know what that means? Winkety wink, wink, wink. If you want to watch this with me, otherwise you're going to listen to it on the Tickety Talk. We're going to go back to what the judge had to say. Because a lot of people heard it differently. And you could be right. I could be wrong. So why not let us just get into it and just see what was said? We're just going over what the judge had to say. We're not going to go through the whole entire day. All right, give me a second. I'm going to zoom until we get to what's going on.
All right.
Okay, here we go.
Callan Clancy shall say.
Members of the jury, because you don't become the jury in this case until you take that great oath that was just given. And that's an oath that has been given to jurors for hundreds of years here in the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, where you've sworn to well and truly try this case. We have confidence that you're going to be able to do that. And so what I'm going to do at this point is I'm going to give what we call a pre-charge. All right? And all that really is kind of an orientation to you to the procedures that we're going to have as the case goes forward, and kind of go over some of the terminology that you might hear, to give you a little bit of an idea what some of the principles of the law are that you'll have to apply to the facts as you find them. So as we go through this, I just kind of, again, I'm going to explain it, and then after that, we're then going to go right into the opening statements of counsel. All right, so first, as you know, this is a criminal case, and the defendant was charged by the way of an indictment on 3 counts. All right, now, you have to understand that an indictment is not itself any evidence of the defendant's guilt whatsoever. It's merely the formal way of accusing a person of a crime in order to bring her here to this courtroom for trial. You are not to draw any inference of guilt from the indictments or from the fact that she was indicted and formally charged. Now, in every criminal case, the defendant is presumed to be innocent unless and until she's proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. The law requires the Commonwealth, that is the prosecution, to prove that the defendant is guilty beyond a reasonable doubt. the law does not require the defendant to prove her innocence or to produce any evidence. At the end of this trial, you must find the defendant not guilty unless the Commonwealth has proved to you beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant has committed each or any of the offenses with which she's charged. Now, I'll more formally instruct you on what reasonable doubt is later. But a charge is proved beyond a reasonable doubt if after you've compared and considered all the evidence, you have in your minds an abiding conviction to a moral certainty that the charge is true. It's going to be your duty, the duty of the jury, to determine whether the Commonwealth has proved its case against the defendant beyond a reasonable doubt. And that decision has to be based only on the evidence and the law that's presented here in the courtroom during the trial of this case. Now, the defendant has been charged in 3 counts of murder. There are 2 different degrees of murder. There's murder in the first degree and murder in the second degree. If you find the defendant guilty of murder, you shall decide the degree of murder. The Commonwealth alleges that the defendant committed murder in the first degree on the following theories: murder with deliberate premeditation and/or murder with extreme atrocity or cruelty. Now, to prove the defendant guilty of any crime, the Commonwealth must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was criminally responsible at the time the alleged crime was committed. The Commonwealth bears the burden of proving beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed the crime with which she's charged, and also that the defendant is criminally responsible for her conduct. The defendant has no burden to prove a lack of criminal responsibility. Criminal responsibility is a legal term. A person is not criminally responsible for her conduct if she has a mental disease or defect, and as a result of that mental disease or defect, lacks a substantial capacity either to appreciate the criminality or the wrongfulness of her conduct, or to conform her conduct to the requirements of the law. Now, just so you'll know, at the end of this trial, I will go over all of those legal principles in much greater detail. All right, so I just kind of wanted to give you a little bit of kind of an outline of what the law is on these charges. Now, I want to go over how the trial is going to proceed. And so that as soon as I'm done giving you this kind of pre-charge, the attorneys for the Commonwealth and the defendant will have an opportunity to present their opening statements. The Commonwealth goes first. The assistant district attorney will make her opening for the Commonwealth. And after that, the defense may choose to make an opening statement at that time. They could defer to give it later in the trial, or they could just not give an opening at all. Because remember, the burden of proof is not on the defendant. All right. After the opening statements, one thing I did want to tell you, the opening statements are very important, but they are not evidence. All right. They're really, at least to call it when I was a lawyer, kind of just roadmaps. So you can kind of see where the case is going. So you can kind of see what each party's position is. All right. But they're not evidence. And it's important for you to keep that in mind. After the opening statements, the Commonwealth will then have their opportunity to introduce evidence in support of the charges. After that, the defendant may present evidence in her behalf if she wishes to, but she's not obligated to do so at all. Remember, the government, the Commonwealth, has the burden of proof, and the defendant doesn't have to produce any evidence whatsoever. Now, there also, in this case, may be some rebuttal evidence. So you may, and we'll go over that, kind of the how that works in regards to the case when we get to that point. All right. Now, what is the evidence? Well, the evidence is generally from testimony. This is where the witnesses will testify from generally here. There may be some documents, there may be some videos, there may be some audios. And in addition to the evidence, we're going to take what we call a view. And a view, and I'll go over that again also a little bit later. But a view is we're just going to go to a number of spots and sites that may be relevant in this case. We're going to do that probably sometime either later this week or sometime next week. And I'll keep you advised as to that so you can kind of check the weather and kind of how we're going to go. So that would be generally the evidence. After the evidence is done, we'll go into what they call the closing arguments of the attorneys. Again, very important, but not evidence. All right, and then after the closing arguments, I get to come talk to you again. And at that point, I give what they call the judge's charge, or just the instructions. And really what it means, I'm just going to explain to you what the law is. And you're going to have to take the facts that you find during the course of this trial and apply the law that I give to you to arrive at the verdict. All right, and I'll explain what the law is in much, believe me, much more detail at the end of this trial. Okay. Now, I just kind of wanted to go over everybody's kind of function in this trial as we go forward. My function is pretty simple. All right. My function is to see that the case is tried.
Okay. I think that's clear enough. Did everybody get that? He didn't say new evidence. So judges have to be really careful what they say if they do not have what's called a pre-planned script. So they make rules and they make laws that judges have to say certain words and phrases to a jury before and after. So he said it before. It's before, during, and after. As you see, he talks about the stipulation. Every time he'll instruct the jury on what's happening and what the law is. And then at the end, he's going to give what's called the charges. It is called it's called jury instructions and or charges, and what they need to consider once they get the case. It's going to be it's a long charging document. There's lots of legalese. There's lots of legal words and stuff. And how do I know this? Because there have been many cases where a judge has said something and it has gone back up on appeal. Well, the judge said blue. Oh my goodness, the jury said, oh no, blue means bad. And it went up on reversal and they changed the law. So as we progress in society, words matter. Patrick Clancy said it good. Context matters. He has to be very careful what he says because he cannot have any influence on the jury whatsoever. So everything that he reads and he says, except for sometimes he goes a little off, when he's reading from his paper is law. That is the case law. That is what he has to say. So when you guys have these, for me, it has to be, the words have to be correct. All right, so here's the other thing I want to talk to you guys about. It's a little bit confusing, and I can see where everybody's going off the rails. Well, he said this. He said she's innocent until proven guilty. Absolutely. That is a standard boilerplate thing that they say to everybody and everything. But in Lindsay Clancy case, it's a little bit different. Missy, why doesn't he change it up for Lindsay Clancy's case? Because he can't. Because this is the standard boilerplate thing he has to say, but you'll see in the end how it states. So I want to bring up 2 points. One, he says that the Commonwealth has to prove that she committed the crime. That is very important. So all this evidence that's coming in from what the bands look like, what the pictures are of the kids, who was where, when, how, when, why the medical examiners are coming in to testify. They have to prove that the children are deceased because of this. Did they prove that? Did they prove that to you? Put a 1 in the chat if you feel like, yes, the Commonwealth has proved that the children are deceased and that, I know it's controversial, she did it. By the way, they're not bringing in anybody else to say that they did it. And I have to tell you, she stipulated to the facts. We'll get into that in just a second. The second part is criminal responsibility. That is very important. Was she criminally responsible and equals sane when she did it? The defense is saying, and as he stated earlier, if she's not criminally responsible, if she has a mental defect. And that is wrongfulness under the conduct under the law. So is she criminally insane or is she not? That's what the jury is going to have to decide. 1, did she do it? That's not in question because she stipulated to that. And if you guys want to read the stipulation, I'm going to read it to you. I'm going to read it to you. I found it yesterday. I posted on my Facebook page. I'm going to read it to you. And again, you're going to be like, what does this mean? I'll go over it. And let me bring it up. All right. Oh, it's so tiny. All right. Now comes the defendant, Lindsay Clancy, in the above captioned matter. This was filed on April 2nd, 2026. What do you mean filed means? This is a motion that the defense filed, and it goes to the judge. The judge looks at this paper and says, okay, I see what you're saying. And it goes on the record. This is on the record for her. In support hereof, the defendant states that the issues of the actions that resulted in the death of the decedents in the indictments at the bar is not a live issue, and the defendant is willing to stipulate formally in writing to her involvement in the underlying conduct resulting in the death of the 3 children. Let me read that to you again. The defendant, Lindsay Clancy, states that the issue of the actions that her actions that resulted in the death of the decedents in the indictments at the bar is not a live issue. That means that it's not a breathing. Live is not like life or death. It's just, they're just saying it's not an issue. It's not an issue. The defendant is willing to stipulate formally in writing to her involvement in the underlying conduct resulting in the death of the 3 children. With that understanding, the defendant submits that the only live issue, meaning the only issue for consideration at trial, would be the defendant's state of mind as it relates to the defense of lack of criminal responsibility. That's what I just said. The defendant understands that the government has a right to prove its case, blah, 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 blah. All right? So, anybody out there that's saying something different, here you go. Read it for yourself. The state cannot call her. So there is a right. It's your civil rights that you do not have to take the stand if you don't want to. Commonwealth has to prove that she did it. And just let me tell you, they did. If you think elsewise, show me the proof that somebody else did it. Show me in this trial thus far who else did it. The Commonwealth has not proven that anybody else did it. And you can go with all the conspiracy theories and everything, but we're talking about facts, right? We're talking about facts. All right. Let's go through your questions and see. Yes, there was a whole bunch of searches today. She never searched where to drop her kids off at or messages someone to. I don't know what you're talking about there. The Book of Micah. We know she did it. Tesla. Come get them. What counts as a mental defect? That she's insane. Mental defect is that if she was suffering from postpartum psychosis, if she had a mania, if she had mania, whatever you want to categorize it is, in the technical terms, in the end, it's whether or not she can do that. Okay. Okay. Procedural jury instructions, stipulations of the fact. The judge has already instructed the jury regarding formal stipulations of fact agreed upon for both legal teams. These stipulations explicitly state that Clancy caused the deaths of her children and detailed the matching DNA evidence on the resistance bands used. Per the instructions, the jury must accept these stipulated facts as true, eliminating the prosecution's need to prove the physical mechanisms of death. Again, this is the legalese words, right? The jury will not be deciding if Clancy is innocent. The judge will instruct them to choose between 3 specific legal recognized outcomes. Guilty of M, not guilty by reason of lack of criminal responsibility. So here's the thing. I don't have the charging documents in front of me. That is still up for debate. both the prosecution and the defense will come together, go through all of the legal wranglings, and then they'll give us what they're going to propose to the jury. Just wait, because it will come out. She shouldn't take the stand if she wants any chance of being found not guilty. Well, again, she's not really going to be found not guilty. It's just going to be whether she is not guilty because she didn't lack the I mean, you guys want to get into it, I can give you all the legal wranglings. She didn't have the mental capacity. I'll just break it down to you. But I think that the kids make snowmen after the doctor's appointment. They did. You're saying that it was premeditated. Was the rumor addressed? No, the rumor was not addressed. That was sad, and I don't know why. Maybe they couldn't get into it with him. Maybe it was a nothing burger. I believe she didn't get Cora's meds because she knew she was going to unalive her. Perhaps. That hasn't come into evidence. So we don't know. We're speculating. Yes, Liz, I got you. She did it, y'all. Mens rea. I know, Amanda. I was gonna get there, but I was like, okay, so I paused. Amanda, you're in my brain. I paused when you knew where I was going, but I was like, oh, if I go down that route, then I'm gonna have to explain to them that, and I didn't want to do that. So I just dumbed it down. It was premeditated or insanity. Yes, totally premeditated. Hopefully the diagnosis wasn't proved by Dr. Z. Did the prosecution rest today? No, they did not. Did they come back from lunch already? Yes, Sherry, they've been back from lunch. Yeah, Amanda, I got you, girl. Thank you so much. I appreciate all your insights. Insanity is what I'm going with at this point for the trial. Erica, that's a great thought process, but we'll wait. For me, I'm going to wait till everything comes in. If she planned this and wanted to fake insanity, you could look at it like that, right? You could look at all of her Google searches and what have you, right? And what are the actions she took that day versus the day after, etc. I mean, obviously the day after she didn't, but I don't know if anything will come in afterwards. Well, we heard about the voices thing. Wouldn't she have faked hallucinations, not denied them? I don't know. Can you give a quick summary of the last witness? Yes. All right. The last witness was Josh McKelligan. He was the chief officer who gathered everybody together. He just told everybody else what to do. He did not search the house. He observed the scene. He walked through the house. He took the video of the house. So there's video of the house. I'll post that later. Or if you want to, after we're done, you can go to my YT page and you can go back to the stream and you can go backwards and forwards wherever you want. And it detailed all of the stuff in the video of the house. I found that very, very excellent because it kind of gives you a visual. And the pictures only gave you like a snapshot of that area. The video gave you like a 360 view of the entire room and the window and everything. So it was really, really good. Then he somehow or another obtained the video of them at the Museum of Science. And on the video at the Museum of Science, you can see that Lindsay had Callan in her like baby backpack, I call it. And she was manipulating some stuff, moving buttons and stuff. As the Commonwealth said, that was on the 8th of January that she was capable of moving those buttons. So therefore, she must be mentally stable. And then Patrick was there with Dawson, and Cora were manipulating like a vacuum sort of thing in the exhibit. But they showed that video, which was really, really, really good. And then Reddington got up and talked about the draw. Did you know that I went with Patrick and I saw the draw and I took out all the pills and I'd let the DA know about the pills. And then I went back to the house and I got all the pictures and everything. The guy's like, no, I don't know what you did. And so he's like, I'm done. Like it was crazy. So that's an overall of what this guy testified to. It wasn't very much. So it was just, this is insane. Amanda calls for mistrial. Amanda says mistrial. They will not return until Monday. Who decides the sentence if not guilty by reason of insanity? The jury does, Marcy. It's going to go over to the jury. The jury gets to decide whether she is guilty and she had the right mind. Okay, so we're going to get a little technical here, okay? There's a thing that's called mens rea, all right? And I just want to give you that. You heard in Legally Blonde, if you saw that show, if you have a lack of mens rea, it means you have the inability to form criminal intent. So it's intent versus responsibility. While a person is experiencing a psychotic episode can physically plan or execute an action, that's called the actus rea. They may lack the legal capacity to understand the moral reality of that action. So, did she premeditate it or not? So the defense argues that the postpartum psychosis and a toxic combination of prescription medications shattered Clancy's mental capacity, making it legally impossible for her to engage in a rational, deliberate premeditation to unalive the children. So I hope that helps you out. It's a lot of like legal jargon. And when it comes to the judge's instructions at the end, it's going to be a lot of legal jargon because he has to say these words. And if he differentiates from it, it could be disastrous. Her mental state seemed to fluctuate from hour to hour. Millions of moms get no sleep, and we don't have an epidemic of baby unaliving because lack of sleep. Pink Sunset, you're correct. So they could sentence her to go free? No. Marcy, she's not going free. She's either going to jail or she's going to the mental facility. That is what's at stake. She's not going free. She's not going to be roaming the streets of Plymouth or wherever she lives, Duxbury, right? J&J, is this legalized weed? I don't know what you're talking about, but if you're talking about my legal terms, sure. Bye, Kimberly. Thank you. Thank you all for coming. Let's see what else we have here. Sorry, missed what happened with the Google Maps. You know, they didn't really answer that, except for that she did it. She went on Google Maps. And they just said, okay, so if you go on, we all know how Google Maps works. So you go on Google Maps and you look to see how long it's going to take you to get to a destination, but that's not always accurate because, you know, what happens today right now at this date and time is different than what happened then. And I just think they're just trying to, again, the Commonwealth said that she specifically planned for him to go to this restaurant, which was far, far away. And so she looked at the Google Maps to see how far away it was. And therefore she sent him on a quest far, far away. Yeah, no, Marcy, that's a great question. A lot of people are confused. So I wanted to clear that up for you. You have great questions. You all have great questions. Oh, somebody asked a really good question earlier. Oh, okay. What do the jurors get? Do the juries get a transcript of the trial? No. And that's a great question. Do you want to know why? All right. So in trials, the reason why they don't get the transcript is because they need to rely on their notes, their memory from what comes into trial. If you give them a transcript for them to read, they could misinterpret things. Plus, also just remember, what the lawyers say is not evidence. Only what is said on the stand is evidence. Obviously, the physical things that come in, the kids' clothing, the bands, the videos that come in, the digital extractions from the phones, the computers, that's evidence that comes in. But what Reddington says should not be considered. What the prosecution says and asking questions cannot come in. Sherry, they're gone for the day. I hope that we answered that question. They'll be back on Monday. There's no court tomorrow. But she can only be in a hospital a week and be released. Oh my gosh, that's so cute. What is that? Is that what kind? Julianne, what is that? Is that, oh, there's an otter. Oh, okay. I was like trying to figure out what it was. Thank you so much. That's so cute. But she said she can only be in the hospital a week and then be released in society if the doctor releases her. No, Trisha, no. I don't know where you got that, honey, but that is absolutely not true. So every year, Lindsay Clancy will be evaluated, and she'll have to go through an evaluation with the hospital. She'll also have to go through evaluation for like the prison boards. She won't be able to roam. I think it's going to be a very long time. I don't think she's not going to get out tomorrow. Okay. And I don't know who says that. Tesla, I'm not sure what you're asking. It says, yeah, tell me why. Thank you for confirming. I use maps in my own town all the time for menu, etc. Yeah. What did you miss, Arbigail? You missed everything. I hope I gave you something. Sherry says you see her for the conversation. A lot of symptoms / don't share what was actually happening, but it's really what was in her head. Yeah. Yeah, the otter is cute. Isn't that? Thank you so much. That is awesome. All right, let me see if there's any questions over here. Missy, can we see the state call her even if Reddington doesn't? No. Why? Because you have a right not to self-incriminate yourself, right? It's one of them, them thar rules. It's your Fifth Amendment right? You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and you will be used against you in a court of law. So you have your Fifth Amendment right to not testify against yourself. I hope that clears that up. The state cannot call her. So the judge will bring her forward and the judge will say, do you not want to testify? And it'll be a whole big thing because it has to be on the record. And he's going to say, are you of sound mind, sound body? Are you drinking? Are you alcohol? Are you under anything? She needs to be super clear that day when they ask her these questions. I do not think she's going to testify. If she does, I will be shocked. Even if she does go to prison, it's not a stereotypical prison due to her disability. Tesla, I don't know where they're going to place her. I don't know what the prison system is in Massachusetts. What are my thoughts about the husband? He had a hand in this, even if she's found guilty. Well, Sherry, I'm going off of facts, what's been brought to me in the trial so far, and I haven't heard anything that he is guilty of anything or culpable. So if you have evidence, let me know. When Lindsay signed whatever document she had to sign stating she unalived her kids, okay, does that document have details on how she does it? Okay, I read the stipulation just about 5 or 10 minutes ago. I'm not sure. She doesn't have to state in there. She doesn't have to allocute, if that's what you're asking. She doesn't say, I, Lindsay Clancy, on this day, did this to this child, did this to this child, did this to this child. She doesn't have to say that. She just said she stipulates to the facts of the case that the prosecution says she did it, so she stipulates that she did it. I know that's in the lamest terms, but that's basically what it is. I hope that answers your question. There is so much misinformation online. Absolutely. Is why you come to me. Oh, thank you, Jordan. I appreciate that. Listen, I'm trying to give you facts. I do have some speculative things because I want to try to go down that road of your speculation with me, but it's about what comes into evidence that we have to evaluate. If it doesn't come in, the jury doesn't get to hear the outside noise. They know nothing about Patrick changed his shoes. Patrick went to CVS and then he ran back to the house. They don't get to hear that. That's no outside noise. They don't get to hear. That's not coming into. If so, we get. Hold on, the feed just jumped. If so, will we get access to that information? Kist, I'm not sure what you're asking. Can you be more specific about what information you're looking for that we will get access to? Jordan, you are holding on all judgment until the defense goes and it's all revealed. Thank you, Jordan. We are on the same page. Pink Sunset says they have disability units in prison. There you go. If she goes to prison, will she be up for parole? No, I believe that in this stipulation, she is going to be in life without the possibility of parole. She gets what's called LWOP. It's LWOP, life without the possibility of parole. I think that's what the prosecution states. How could the judge ask Lindsay Clancy if she is of sound mind? This whole case is about that. Well, Megan, she had a psych evaluation before she started this trial to make sure that she was competent to stand trial. So he will ask her in that capacity if she's competent to make the right decision not to testify against herself. Kevin Reddington talked about this at the very start of the hospital versus prison. Can you help me understand the confession she made, but everyone else is saying she can't remember anything? Jordan, that's all noise. That's all noise. It has not come into evidence that she confessed to anything, and I'll explain that in just a second, versus that she can't remember anything. People are making that up. They're like, oh, she can't remember anything. She can't remember anything. She stipulated that she did it. Stipulate means that she agreed that she did it, and that the fact that she did it is not what should be decided in this case. It's only where she's going to go. If you want to read the stipulation that I just read 10 minutes ago, you can go to my Facebook page. I pinned it in the comments. You guys can read it for yourselves. He's guilty of not controlling her meds. People in psychosis can't be trusted with their own meds. Liz says she's a big girl. She is. She's a big girl. She went to these doctors. She doctor Googled these things on her own. We just heard that today. She's a labor and delivery nurse. Is she incapacitated psychosis every day of the week? You just saw her at the museum. Was she under psychosis then and wasn't able to figure out what meds she was? That was January 8th. They also saw her at the water park. She was going down the slide. Was she mentally incapacitated when she's going down the slide with her kids? And, should she not take things? And besides that, we already know from testimony that the doctor said, take this, this, and that, and she didn't do it. The doctor testified that Lindsay admitted to her that she didn't do it. Not Patrick, Lindsay. Just want to put that out there. But he didn't make her unalive them. Patrick didn't make anybody do anything. These are thoughts the jury may have, though. Yeah, Pink said they might. But again, they also need to look at the facts that came into the case. They cannot speculate. They should not speculate of things that did not come into the case. They can use their common sense to make a determination. Yep, she's incompetent. So she is literally saying she was insane, but now she's okay enough to stand trial. Yes, Megan, that is so confusing, but you just put it out there. Yes, you are correct. You are correct. Because you can have what's called temporary psychosis, right? You can have temporary psychosis. You can have temporary mania, right? They're saying at the time that she committed the acts that she was not in her right mind at that time. Is somebody that is not of sound mind capable of saying that they are not of sound mind? Freshies, that is where they need to be evaluated by somebody who can evaluate you. Remember how all the psychiatrists, the nurse practitioner came in and talked about how they do an initial intake. Here, what are you here? What are you there? That's what they do. You have to go through an evaluation to find out whether you're sound or mind, have a sound mind. Yes, you saw some documents that said that the go with God, was that fake? Jordan, I don't know that. I heard some rumors that she had said something, but I don't have that. First of all, that didn't come into evidence into this court. Secondly, I'm not sure what documents you're referring to that said that. There is 2 civil cases that are going on. Patrick has a civil case. Lindsay has a civil case. So there are 76 of you in here. Since court is not going to be here tomorrow, do you guys want to go over the civil cases tomorrow? I hate to do it because I know it's going to be outside stuff that's going to influence me and my thought process, but perhaps maybe we'll see. Put a 1 in the chat if you want to read. We can at least go over definitely Lindsay's tomorrow. Put a 2 in the chat if you don't want to hear it. Right. Over medicated or psychosis. Exactly. Ms. Rivera says AI. Kevin Reddington is not even pushing PPP. What happens when the jury leaves at the end of the day and goes on the phone and happens to hear it? They're not supposed to, Crazy Beautiful. If they do happen upon something, they're supposed to just either keep scrolling, or if they're with somebody, they're supposed to say, I can't talk about this. They're supposed to remove themselves from the situation. Yes, she could have been in psychosis at the museum. Sure. But the Commonwealth is saying, no, look, here she is. She's manipulating buttons and stuff like that. She looks perfectly fine. She went on a water slide with her kids. She looks perfectly fine. You guys are talking to each other. Also possible that she was in psychosis and has sufficient treatment now. Absolutely, Liz. Exactly. She might be under supervision, so which is good. I don't know how you're keeping up with all of these texts, girl. You were good. Oh, thank you. It's in her civil suit, but can't be referenced in this case. That's right, Starfish. Oh, you guys are yes for this. Okay. Liz, up to you. Well, I mean, there's so much smattering about it that I'm just like, why not just pull the cord? Let's just do it. I feel so bad for the jurors. It must be so isolating on top of a traumatic, and it's a 6 to 8 week case. Yeah. I thought it was 4 to 6, 6 to 8. I've lost track of all space and time. So I don't know. Oh, thank you for following me, Fresh Cheese by Vega. If you haven't followed me, please do, but I'm sure a lot of you already are. My mom could take me places and then go on the drive home swerving because her hallucination things. Thank you, Tessa Tweaks, because that is very incredible information. Is it true a juror dismissed himself? No. And the reason why we know that is because when the lovely court of clerk comes in and she says, Your Honor, there are 18 jurors present. That means there are 18 jurors. There are 18 jurors that they brought into this, so no one has been yeeted. Again, rumors, speculation, innuendos that are wrong. Okay. You lived with an unmedicated schizophrenia for 18 years and cared for her for 20 more years. Yeah. Olivia, you missed today. A lot has happened. You did. But it's okay because you follow me and you can go to my YT page after I'm done here and you can just go through and then you can just scroll back and forth and, you don't have to listen to any of the minutia. And I also have to tell you guys, do you guys know that you guys, if you're watching any YouTube videos, you can go down to the little like toolbar on the right-hand side and you can speed it up. You can speed it up to whatever you want, 1.5 speed, 2 point, whatever, and it goes by much quicker. The Commonwealth doesn't have to provide a motive. They don't have to provide a motive. Yeah. The Commonwealth doesn't have to provide a motive. They just have to say that she did it. But she's already stipulated to it. It's so confusing. I know it's confusing. It's really confusing. I'm hoping that I can dispel some of those rumors and cut through the confusion. It is very hard, but just make sure, just put a pin in everything. Wait until the end when the jury instructions come and you're going to be like, oh yeah, now I see it. I see that Missy was right, that this is what it's coming into and this is what's being created from this. So it's hard. It's a lot. It's hard. It's hard. All right, law lovies. I think it's time. Aren't motives usually relevant more in criminal investigations versus conviction? Tesler, so just to let you know, sometimes motive doesn't it depends on each state. It depends on where you are, where you're being tried, whether or not motive has to come in. Some cases motive doesn't have to come in. You don't have to have a reason why. Now, the state did say there was a reason why. Remember, she's an over obsessed, controlling mother, and she didn't want anybody to take care of her kids, and that nobody could do it like her. That's what they said in their opening statement. And if you're unsure, go listen to the opening statement. But just remember, opening statements are not evidence. I know it's so hard. I know it's so hard. You're like, but you just said that. I did. But it's not evidence. Oh, you guys are asking each other other questions. I was like, are you asking me? Thank you so much, Erica. I appreciate you too. Thank you so much. All right, La Lovies, tomorrow, let's start at 9 Central. Let's just give me just a little bit of a break. We're going to come back tomorrow morning at 9. I'm going to put it up on TikTok. I'll put it on my story. I'll also make a YouTube post as well. Just to let you know, if you are on Tickety Talk, I cannot share documents with you. We will be going over the Lindsay Clancy, just Lindsay's so far. It's 49 pages. 49 pages of Lindsay Clancy's civil case. And we'll kind of go through the ins and outs. Yeah, I know. I said I wasn't going to do that, but whatever. We're going to go through it. If you want to read along with me, then you will have to go on to the other space, the YT page. So if you haven't gone over there, make sure to go over there, like, subscribe, etc. Also turn your notifications on because you just never know when I'm going to come on. So we're going to do that. And then what I think after that, what we'll do is then we'll go back over to Tickety Talk, and we'll do what they call a panel, right? We'll chat. I know a lot of you want to talk, and I want to hear from you too. So I think you can't talk when you're on YouTube. You can only chat when you're on TikTok. So I think we'll do that, and we'll combine those two things together. And just to let you know, if you're on the chat, other people come in and a lot of people spew a lot of things. I'll do my best, as well as my mods will do the best, to make sure that it's not the wild, wild west, but it's kind of like anything goes. We'll yeet people, we'll try to control things, but I can't control what comes out of people's mouths. So, we'll be okay. And yes, there's going to be rage baiters, etc. So I will preface that by saying, don't engage. And if somebody is just off the rails, then we'll just yeet them, right? But sometimes it's also nice to hear what other people have to say. And that's what I try to be. I try to make a community of everybody share your thoughts and opinions. Some people have made up their minds. They're like, nope, she did it, prison. Some people said, nope, she's insane, she's go mental hospital. And some people are still waiting for other evidence to come in. I don't dislike you any way, shape, or form. You have your opinions. I have mine. I'm waiting for all the evidence to come in, but I pose these questions to you. You guys are making great points. And I'm like, yep, this is great. This is great. Or I'll say, no, that's not actually how this goes. So, you like my yeet? Yeet you out. Hi, Chelsea. How are you? You've never been threatened to be muted here. You love it. Well, I just need everybody just to respect everybody. Let everybody get a chance to say what they need to say. If they're rambling on, I'll say, wrap it up, right? And then everybody have their chance to say things. And just remember, one person's opinion isn't your opinion, and you don't have to like it. But that's what we're going to do. All right. I think we are a mix. That might be just with the jury. Yeah, Pink Sunset. This could be a hung jury. Yep. Why? Because there could be somebody, and if there's just one, remember, if there's just one person who has a strong belief, like if they want to say, if everybody's like mental hospital, and one person's like, no, prison, and that person stands their ground, hung jury. What happens in a hung jury? That means the jury needs to be unanimous on what the outcome is. If they are not all together, there's going to be 12. So I know there's 18. Some of them are going to get yeeted. There'll be 12 at the end. And if all 12 of them cannot agree, then it's called a mistrial. And then the prosecution has to decide whether they're going to try her again. My hopes and feelings are that they're going to come to their senses and figure this out. And I would think that they're going to put her in a mental hospital. Just don't come for me. I think that's what they might do. But that's pure speculation. Yeah, Libby, it could be hung. Bye, Tesla. Yeah, so. All right, everybody. I appreciate everybody. All the gifts that you guys gave. Thank you so, so much. I appreciate it. I ordered the pens. So when they come, I'll show you the pens. So after I'm done here, I will post about that. Plus, I'll post some of the fun things that happened here. If you haven't gone on to my Tickety Talks, go look. I made a fun one the other day about Russian roulette and who's getting pills at what time. Oh, thanks, Nana. Hi. Yeah, I got the pens. So tomorrow, 9 a.m. Central Time, we're going to go over the Lindsay Clancy civil case. I don't know if we're going to get into Patrick. I'll do some deep dive and see what I can find from that. But I have Lindsay's. I have it ready to go. There is some movement on that case too, so we can talk about what that means. And then we'll chat. We'll have a panel and we'll chat. So that's what tomorrow is going to be. Thank you so much for joining me. We'll see you again tomorrow. Bye-bye, everybody. All right, if you're on YouTube, thank you so much. If you did not like and subscribe and follow and turn on your notifications, please do this all down here below. So thank you so much. I appreciate you. And we'll see you again tomorrow, 9 Central. I'll put up a link to it. You'll see it on my YouTube page. And you can go in there and open it up and wait. You can wait until tomorrow morning, or you'll see it tomorrow morning. Thank you so much for joining me. I appreciate everyone. See you tomorrow. Bye-bye. Thanks for watching Legalese 123. If you like what you saw, please like and subscribe for more content.